Chapter 1801. I have already taken your life at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan suddenly turned to offense, catching the 3-1 clan immortals off guard. Damn it! Wan Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted. Quickly save Wan Hao Guang. His armor is a killer move, it won't last much longer. Wan Lianghan felt a chill rush through his whole body. Fang Yuan had been on the defensive for this whole time. Now that he moved, he directly targeted the 3-1 clan immortals' vital weaknesses. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made Wan Lianghan feel regret for the first time. We should have investigated properly. Wan clan has provoked such a person. Who knows if it leads to a blessing or a disaster? The Soul Beast army rushed like a flood and drowned the 3-1 clan immortals. The 4 immemorial Soul Beasts formed the central army and were like mountains as they moved towards Wan Xiao with an unstoppable might. Wan Xiao, retreat. Wan Lianghan sensed Fang Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly warned. Wan Xiao was anxious. I cannot. I need to save Hao Guang. He is trapped. He has already cancelled his light armor killer move and is now using only light armor Immortal Gu. Wan clan's 3 immortals were affected by distracting thoughts generation. They could not use any killer moves as it was very likely for them to fail and inflict backlash on themselves without dealing any damage to the enemy. Wan Hao Guang realized this and took the initiative to cancel the killer move light armor, directly activating light armor Immortal Gu instead. This Immortal Gu was the core of the light armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Its defense was far below the previous light armor killer move. Thus, Wan Hao Guang was already in a greatly precarious situation in just a short period of time. Wan Xiao and him had a deep friendship. Wan Xiao was trying to save him in such a dangerous situation. Damn it! At the critical moment, Wan Lianghan could only cooperate with Wan Xiao and activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu created obstacles around Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan, protecting the two and giving them a huge assistance. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang displayed solid battle foundation during this perilous moment. The two finally reunited amidst the Soul Beast flood. Good. With the two's combined might and my cooperation, we have a hope of breaking out. Wan Lianghan showed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Are you not considering your own situation? Such a self-sacrificial spirit. Fang Yuan had actually appeared behind him. At this moment, Wan Lianghan felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Before his death, he finally realized that everything was a part of Swan Bujin's sinister plan. He intentionally imposed pressure and showed killing intent towards Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan, but his true target had been Wan Lianghan. Those 4 immemorial soul beasts were still far away, while Swan Bujin had come beside Wan Lianghan by himself. Those 4 immemorial soul beasts were treated as just a bait. These 4 had rank 8 battle strength. Who could have thought Swan Bujin would not use them? Since the start, he had stayed under the protection of these 4 immemorial soul beasts, constantly giving hidden signs to Wan clan's 3 immortals, making them gradually develop some kind of cognitive bias. Wan Lianghan might be able to see through this trap in his normal state, but he was also struck by the killer move distracting thoughts generation. He had been suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, while also paying attention to the safety of Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao. He was unable to take notice of anything more. Swan Bujin was never a person who feared death. He can even take the risk at the crucial times. The previous scenes were all just an act. Thoughts exploded in Wan Lianghan's mind, and he wanted to counterattack, disregarding all else, to exchange for a hope of survival. But it was too late. How could Fang Yuan give him the chance to struggle before his death? Immortal killer move, Wisdom Grasp. Fang Yuan lightly pushed his palm. A great thief ghost hand flew out and entered Wan Lianghan's body. Then, the great thief ghost hand flew back with its fist clenched as if holding onto something. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I have already taken your life. Wan Lianghan's eyes were wide open. He was already dead. Brother Lianghan. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang shouted in shock, grief and anger. Wan Xiao stared furiously, while Wan Hao Guang's expression was also furious, with tears flowing down his face. It was not easy to raise a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Wan Lianghan's death was a heavy loss to Wan clan. Fang Yuan had already achieved half his target by killing Wan Lianghan. The other half would depend on the subsequent actions of these 2 Wan clan Gu immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan did not really care about the profits he could gain from killing 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. He was going after the entire Western Desert Gu immortal world after all. He activated transformation path methods to weaken his aura. This guy has suddenly become weak. So he was not that strong. Maybe, the killer move he used to kill Brother Lianghan has huge repercussions. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang pleasantly found Fang Yuan's aura had weakened. His soul beast army was also spread everywhere, no longer united like before. But shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan took Wan Lianghan's corpse and hid behind the protection of the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang clenched their teeth in hatred, but realized that they were unable to kill Fang Yuan. If they continued to drag this, they might also die here. Thereupon, they removed the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Wan Xiao was heavily injured by Fang Yuan during this time and fell unconscious. Wan Haoguang tightly held on to Wan Xiao and ran off rapidly. Fang Yuan controlled the Soul Beast army and acted like he was going to give chase. He then looked at Wan Haoguang in satisfaction as he disappeared in the cloud layer. I should also leave. Fang Yuan did not stay behind. He looked towards the direction of Wan Clan's headquarters and smiled lightly as he disappeared after putting away the Soul Beast army. When Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong rushed to the place, he looked dazedly at the empty desert. There were only traces left behind that proved there had been a huge battle previously. Fang Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought. This Swan Bujin. It seems I am late by a bit, the enemies won. While he was thinking, there was a commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using Swan Bujin's identity to publicize this battle. Gu Immortals discussed heatedly. The Western Desert Gu immortal world was even more shaken now. What kind of person is this Swan Bujin? He actually has the protection of 4 immemorial soul beasts, and his wisdom path methods are so sinister. No wonder Fang Clan recruited him. Western Desert's righteous path has another peak rank 7 expert. The great era is truly coming. Not only with the frequent occurrences of earth trenches, but all kinds of monstrous characters are also appearing. Fang Gong only realized this change in Treasure Yellow Heaven after he received Fang Dichang's message. Fang Gong let out a sigh of relief but was slightly puzzled. So the victor was Swan Bujin. But why has he not returned yet? Fang Dichang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all, and joined our clan only recently. Now, he killed Wan Lianghan, who was a Western Desert Righteous Path Gu immortal and a member of a super force. Adding on our Fang clan situation, he is worried our Fang clan will give him up to protect ourselves. So he is staying outside and took the initiative to publicize the battle. Fang Gong immediately understood from this explanation. Humph, you wisdom. Path Gu immortals simply like to overthink situations. Swan Bujin is putting pressure on my Fang clan by doing this, but his worries are not wrong. Wan Lianghan was killed by him. Our Fang clan and Wan clan's relationship is now almost completely broken. Sigh. The newly stabilized situation has crumbled apart. Fang clan's situation has become much more difficult. What do you think we should choose? Give Swan Bujin up to maintain the relationship with Wan clan? Or give up on Wan clan and protect Swan Bujin? Right now, it is clear to me that Swan Bujin does not truly want to join our Fang clan. He is only cooperating with us for his own gains. However, Wan clan is also nothing good. They triggered a loss of their own initiative this time. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely later on. Fang Dichang said heavily. I think it is more beneficial to protect Swan Bujin. Swan Bujin is prideful. It is normal for him to not feel united with us. He has sufficient strength to support his arrogance. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts already surpass our imagination. He also revealed 2 wisdom path killer moves in this battle. Both are sinister and dangerous. If the enemy is even a little careless, they will fall to his vicious methods. This time, it was Wan clan who found trouble with our side first. If we show weakness, other forces will believe we don't have any strength and they will want to cause trouble. The result we achieved from using the theft path killer move will also disappear because of this. At such a critical time, my Fang clan should preserve our strong momentum and protect Swan Bujin. Swan Bujin might not be united with us, but he is a qualified ally. We have the history of a successful cooperation and the foundation for cooperation. Our clan even owes him remuneration, which can allow us to use him further. What the other righteous path forces don't hope to see is him reinforcing our clan. Fang Dichang was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. His analysis immediately made Fang Gong see the situation clearly. Fang Gong nodded, saying with a heavy voice, "You are correct. Protecting Swan Bujin is indeed much more beneficial than easing the situation with Wan clan. But if we do this, Wan clan will definitely retaliate heavily and our Fang clan will face an even greater suppression." Fang Dichang sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do about this. Divine Being Palace's information has been leaked. Didn't we already predict such a situation? The current plan is still to quickly refine Divine Being Palace. Our Fang clan can completely resolve this crisis with this immortal Gu house. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast was completely defenseless against Fang Yuan's attacks. After a while, it lowered its head. It was forcibly subdued by Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxia was standing beside Fang Yuan. In this recent period of time, it was thanks to him taking charge of this place that there was a continuous supply of soul beasts. After defeating Wan clan's 3 immortals, Fang Yuan did not return to Fang Clan. Instead, he directly came here to help Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia was in the process of taking in soul beasts when he encountered problematic immemorial soul beasts that he could not deal with. Fang Yuan arrived to help him clear the obstacles. All right, let's go to the next area. Fang Yuan was speaking when his expression changed slightly. Fang Clan had sent a message. Lord Sect Leader, what is Fang Clan's response? Ing Wuxia was alert and asked with concern. Fang Clan's response would also concern the progress in Green Ghost Desert. Everything is going as I planned. Fang Yuan smiled. He looked towards the direction of Fang Clan's headquarters with a deep gaze. Chapter 1802 Fang Clan's Suppor 1 Clan Headquarters. Father, you died a pitiful death. Weeping sounds echoed in the discussion hall, reverberating in the ears of the Gu Immortals present in the hall. A young man, wearing mourning clothes, was crying. This person was Wan Jueqing, a rank 6 Gu Immortal who was Wan Lianghan's son. Wan Jueqing was kneeling on the ground and bawling. No one was able to persuade him to stop. The Wan Clan Gu Immortals in the hall had frowns on their faces. They were silent, and their expressions were dark. Wan Clan's second Supreme Elder had an amiable personality. He said with a sigh. The situation actually ended up like this. We sent 3 rank 7 experts, but they all lost. This is unbelievable. Wan Clan's Immortals all had deep feelings regarding this. If not for Fang Yuan revealing the whole battle in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these Wan Clan Immortals might only be able to accept the result after some hesitation. In fact, Wan Lianghan had set off only after he had received approval from most of the Wan Clan Immortals. 3 Gu Immortals of the same rank as well as an immortal battlefield. The situation should have been in their grasp, but who could have imagined they would encounter such a tough enemy? The silent first Supreme Elder finally spoke. Swan Bujin killed our clan's Gu Immortal. We cannot forgive him. Wan Jueqing, did your father leave you his inheritance? Wan Jueqing did not dare to act recklessly towards First Supreme Elder's inquiry. He held back his tears and said, Father taught me everything about his inheritance, killer moves, and Gu recipes. But there is not even one immortal Gu left behind. First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not normal. Swan Bujin was a rank 7. Wan Lianghan was also the same, but the former could kill the latter instantly without the latter being able to retaliate. Normally speaking, there were rarely such direct results when Gu Immortals of the same rank fought. Usually, life and death battles would fall into a deadlock. During such times, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in any immortal battlefield, the other side would hardly be able to stop them. An immortal battlefield's value was that it did not allow enemies to escape freely. Wan Clan's 3 Immortals brought out the immortal battlefield to make sure Fang Yuan could not escape. But they did not expect Fang Yuan to not even try to escape. Instead, the immortal battlefield became useless, and he killed Wan Lianghan while fighting off the other 2 Wan Clan Gu Immortals. This was truly an ironic result to Wan Clan. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder felt regret now. If he had known this would happen, he would have lent his immortal Gu house to Wan Lianghan. But he had his own difficulties. He was only a rank 7 and not like the rank 8 leaders of other Righteous Path forces. Because of this, the immortal Gu house was required to guard their headquarters. He, however, did not know his arrangement was actually rational and correct. Were Fang Yuan to see the immortal Gu house, he would definitely plunder it. Thus, the first Supreme Elder's arrangement reduced Wan Clan's losses instead. First Supreme Elder sighed in his head before saying to Wan Jueqing, Wan Lianghan's death was a mistake on our part. Wan Lianghan will be honored, and any Gu materials required to refine his immortal Gu will be provided for free from the clan's treasury. I just hope these immortal Gu were destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Thank you, esteemed elders. Wan Jueqing kowtowed multiple times towards the First Supreme Elder and the other Wan Clan Gu Immortals. This was what he hoped to achieve by crying in the first place. He succeeded now. He was the youngest here, so kowtowing was not inappropriate. First Supreme Elder continued, but with a gloomy and chilling voice. Swan Bujin is Fang Clan's member. We will pressure Fang Clan to hand him over. From this battle, we can be certain Swan Bujin is definitely Old Man Lai Shun's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The bloody debt that Old Man Lai Shun owes us will be paid by him. Many Wan Clan Gu Immortals' eyes shined brightly. They could only do this. Back then, Old Man Lai Shun had been the pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. Placing this crime on Fang Yuan was to give the Western Desert Righteous Path forces an excuse to go against Fang Clan. Earlier, this had only been an excuse. Wan Clan wanted to capture Swan Bujin so that Fang Clan would have no way to extricate themselves. The plan did not work, but Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder still insisted on it as the truth. Lack of evidence? I will create evidence myself. Although it was shameless, every super force wanted to deal with Fang Clan, and this plan would make use of their worry regarding Fang Clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Yuan clan's Gu immortal died in the battle, and it was even publicized. They could not let this go. Yuan clan had no option but to continue with this excuse. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh. The situation might not be that bad. Fang clan might have already decided to give up on Swan Bujin. Even if they give him up, Fang clan won't be able to escape the crime of sheltering a demonic path, Gu immortal. However, bad news arrived in Yuan clan the next day. Fang clan declared their stand. They were going to protect Fang Yuan and prove Fang Yuan's true origin was related to Zheng Jingshun. Yuan clan immediately objected and brought out all kinds of evidence. Fang Dichong did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidences. Instead, he tossed out even more undeniable evidence. Laughable. You can forge evidence. Can I not do the same? Western Desert's two super forces argued intensely over the claims that Swan Bujin was Zheng Jingshun's inheritor or Old Man Lishan's inheritor. One side said they had proof. The other side said theirs were more reliable. One side threw out a piece of evidence, while the other side threw out two. But the main person who was being thrown in the whirlpool of politics, Fang Yuan, was leisurely subduing immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert with a content spirit. Naturally, he kept his attention on the progress of the situation. It was actually quite amusing. Fang Yuan himself was not anxious at all. He did not bring out any evidence to prove himself. But Fang clan and Yuan clan, however, were extremely agitated, bringing out any evidence they could find, or forging some if they could not. The two super forces vied with each other in testifying for and against a demon, even airing extreme confidence in their own claims. Were they to truly know Fang Yuan's identity, who knew how their mentality would change? Fang clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into the icy depths, but Yuan clan would also be scared. This was the demon Fang Yuan. Even Heavenly Court, as well as the whole of Southern Border's righteous path, were helpless against him. Over these days, Fang Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts, he also took out time to absorb Wan Lianghan's wisdom path inheritance. Wan Lianghan was instantly killed by Fang Yuan. The difference in their strength was so great that he simply did not have the time to destroy his immortal Gu. Fang Yuan obtained 3 immortal Gu from him, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 wisdom path immortal Gu was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu had the shape of a snail. It was dark and occasionally shined with a trace of purple light. It looked quite silly. Fang Yuan had already seen the power of this immortal Gu. Activating this Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu could instantly form obstacles in a large range around the Gu immortal. It consumed immortal essence as well as a large amount of will. There were also a lot of killer moves with Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu as the core. One killer move was quite outstanding that even Fang Yuan was surprised. This killer move directly sent the obstacles created by the Wisdom Obstacle immortal Gu into the enemy's mind. With the giant obstacles, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would have trouble colliding with each other and thus would make it difficult for them to think. Usually, when this move succeeds, it would immediately make the enemy turn stupid. They would feel like there was a boulder in their mind, unable to solve any problems. This move was outstanding, but it had to first touch the enemy and pierce into the enemy's brain. So there were several other killer moves that were specially targeted towards the brain. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was well-versed in Wisdom Path and had many methods protecting his mind. Wan Lianghan's killer moves had almost no hope in getting past these hurdles. Moreover, he was struck by Fang Yuan's distracting thoughts generation and lost the initiative. He clearly had killer moves, but could not use them and lost most of his ability. Thinking back about the battle, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. He had put his 2 killer moves to test in actual battle, and their effects were excellent. One was distracting thoughts generation. It was a Wisdom Path killer move that also had the essence of Soul Path. When activating the killer move, Fang Yuan could hide its aura by relying on the 4 immemorial soul beasts. It would be problematic if the killer move's aura was exposed and the enemy sensed it. This was because distracting thoughts generation required a certain amount of time before its strength could accumulate to a decent level. The other move was Wisdom Grasp. It was a Wisdom Path killer move which Fang Yuan deduced after referencing Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole Immortal Gu while Wisdom Grasp stole lives, instantly killing enemies. This move was only rank 7, so it had very poor effect against rank 8 Gu Immortals, but was perfect for an opponent like Wan Lianghan. Fang Yuan had added some Transformation Path Gu Worms into Wisdom Grasp to disguise it as Great Thief Ghost Hand. In the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Fang Yuan had displayed Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fang Gong. He also subdued immemorial soul beasts under the cooperation of Fang Dichong. So the methods Fang Yuan revealed did not stun Fang Clan. They instead highlighted his value. At the same time, he also cleverly exposed his weakness. Fang Yuan clearly had methods to directly manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use any in the fight. Therefore, Fang clan had a misconception that they still had Xuanbu Jin in their grasp. Trying their best to protect him was a natural thing. From a simple perspective, this battle was only a battle between Fang Yuan and 3-1 clan Immortals. But in truth, it was Fang Yuan who manipulated the present situation and intensified the conflicts between the two sides. He was influencing the two super forces Fang clan and Yuan clan, while also controlling the situation of the entire Western Desert. Fang Yuan's true goal was after the battle. By implementing this plan, his future gains would be beyond imagination. These immortal Gu-like wisdom obstacles were just appetizers before the banquet. Unconsciously, at this point, Fang Yuan no longer emphasized on trifling gains or losses. Physically in the situation, rampaging everywhere unhindered. Mentally in the situation, ambitions soaring above the horizons. Unconsciously, I have already reached this level. Those heroes and conquerors who ruled their eras, were they also like this? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert looked even more dark and gloomy at night. Dark clouds filled the sky, not letting even a trace of starlight pass. Fang Yuan was sitting on the head of a ferocious, immemorial soul beast, and beside him were uncountable soul beasts. Under Fang Yuan's control, the large army silently charged forward towards the boundless darkness. Chapter 1803 Dragonman cloned Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Red Heaven. A large formation was making loud noises. Variant human Gu Immortals were fully prepared for combat with Bai Ning Bing at their lead. Whoosh! There was the sound of enormous tidal waves, and an immemorial year beast rushed out of the formation that was shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig. Lady White Rabbit shouted excitedly. Great! The year essence pool lacks this species of year beast. Fairy Meowing also added spiritedly. There was nothing to say. The battle started immediately. The Immortals controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and battled the Immemorial Year Pig. The Immemorial Year Pig had a sturdy body, but Myriad Year Flying Warship was also incomparably firm. Both sides were evenly matched. The battle caused a storm just from its aftermath. If it were an ordinary Immortal Aperture, the Gu Immortal would definitely suffer heavy losses. But Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime accumulations of many Gu Immortals, but even then, his Sovereign Immortal Aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. This mini Red Heaven was specially left empty by Fang Yuan, reserved as a battlefield. Currently, the Mini 5 region's development was flourishing. 7 of the Mini 9 heavens also had some resources. Mini Red Heaven was completely empty. Dream realms were stored in Mini Green Heaven, and Mini Yellow Heaven only had a small segment of a gold fragment current. The Mini 5 regions still had a lot of unoccupied land. It could be estimated that the Mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long period of time. Normally speaking, when a Gu Immortal advances to rank 8 and gains a Grotto-heaven, they would actively develop the sky because there would be no free space left on the land. But Fang Yuan was a special case and could not be assessed by common sense. The battle of the rank 8 Immortal Gu House and the immemorial Desolate Beast lasted for a few days before the latter lost and gave in. Fang Yuan's main body was sweeping through Green Ghost Desert, while inside his immortal aperture, his subordinates were using Myriad Year Flying Warship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fang Yuan was intentionally making these rank 7 Gu Immortals get familiar with Myriad Year Flying Warship so that they could participate in battles of rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was using the Immemorial Year Beast fishing formation to attract Immemorial Year Beasts in an attempt to complete his 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan had started on the plan of 12 Zodiac battle formation in his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation, gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as cores for the formation. 12 Zodiac battle formation was specialized in offense, and it could move freely after the formation was complete. During inactive times, these immemorial year beasts could be sealed, becoming like statues, unmoving and not requiring food. But during battle, the seal would be released. They would make up the battle formation and attack the enemy. There were many advantages of this formation. One was it saved a lot on food expenditure. In his previous life, Fang Yuan saw this point and had intended to use this method to ease the pressure on his immortal aperture management. But in this life, Fang Yuan was very affluent. Saving the food expenditure became secondary, and what Fang Yuan prioritized now was the strong offensive prowess of this formation. Only immemorial year beasts were qualified to be the cores of the 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan would be unable to construct the 12 Zodiac battle formation if he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts. This showed that the 12 Zodiac battle formation could definitely suppress the methods of ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. However, It was not as easy as it seemed to gather 12 different species of immemorial year beast. It depended not only on strength, but also luck. In his previous life, Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy to spare on this, and his luck was also bad. So he was not able to gather the complete battle formation even by the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The River of Time had a lot of year beasts, but the species of these year beasts were not allocated evenly. Instead, a certain species of year beasts would have a huge increase in its population during a certain period of time. Fang Yuan also was not completely sure if he could gather them all in this life. But in this life, the manpower, resources, time, and energy put into this project along with the increase in his luck was much more than his previous life. This was a fact. Time continued to pass. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. Many secretly thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan, but were afraid of alerting him. Western Desert's righteous path forces were confronting each other. Fang Clan and Yuan Clan's argument was continuing without an end. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but hidden undercurrents were surging. In Northern Plains, Grotto-heaven was trying hard to unite the whole Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but there was little progress. In the previous life, Grotto-heaven took in Fang Yuan blessed sect, which made the Northern Plains Gu immortals realize their sincerity, greatly reducing the hostile intentions. But in this life, Fang Yuan blessed land was already completely taken by Fang Yuan. In Eastern Sea, it was tranquil as always. There were some disturbances occasionally, but they were nothing major. The most sensational issue would be the matter of ascending Heaven Plain, but this matter was already settled. In Central Continent, because of the defeat in Fang Yuan blessed land, Heavenly Court was recuperating. Fairy Ziwei wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but she was helpless because Fang Yuan was wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion. Even if he took action, he would do it in disguise, making it hard for others to distinguish reality from rumors. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions entered a temporary peaceful period. Fang Yuan did not waste even a second of his time. He used this rare peaceful period to constantly process his gains and strengthen himself. Time Cutting Edge was one step closer to perfection. He could already use all 5 colored lights of 5 restriction profound light chi at the same time after this period of painstaking training. But he was still some distance left from becoming completely proficient. The progress of his soul path cultivation was also highly satisfactory. Fang Yuan's soul had already passed 10 million man soul level, reaching 100 million man soul. This was the limit of a human. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable appeared, in the long and endless history of humanity, even if there were shocking talents and geniuses, they could not progress beyond 100 million man soul. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but when their strength was compared, the sharpness of their nails, and the robustness of their souls, they were far inferior to other beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's limits. Gu Master could possess strength to suppress fierce beasts by using Gu worms, grow nails sharper than those of fierce beasts, and naturally, have the foundation to possess even more robust souls. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to innovate this method of breaking through the limits. Fang Yuan naturally had a grasp of this method after inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Cultivating beyond the limit of a human soul was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was already condensed to the limit and could interfere with the real world, it was still fragile. But when the soul reached Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shaking change in its battle strength. Fang Yuan would be able to match most desolate beasts with just his soul. The one who had reached the peak in this was Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had used just his soul to fight against the heavenly and human calamities. His awe-inspiring demonic might have left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan, making him feel desire towards reaching this level. But I still have things to do before I break through to Desolate Soul. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's split soul was put inside the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. The formation began to work. Its light dyed all the surroundings bright red like blazing fire. After the experience of failing several times before, Fang Yuan's movements were smooth. Concentrate. We are going to add the main immortal material next. Fang Yuan commanded. Fang Yuan Land Spirit, who was helping as an assistant, nodded immediately, helping Fang Yuan control the formation. The space inside the formation formed into partitioned secret rooms that were specially meant to store immortal materials. At this moment, one secret room opened, and the immortal material inside immediately entered the formation. This immortal material was called Prospering Spring Light. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed in the form of a flower. The flower bloomed open. Its pure white petals were adorned with bright red specks along with blotches of bright green. The flower was lifelike and delicate, and was bursting with vitality. The moment the Prospering Spring Light entered the fire, It melted into pure white light that poured over Fang Yuan's split soul. The light fully covered the soul. The fire continued to burn the soul. Gu materials were thrown in one after the other. At the same time, several immortal Gu outside the formation were ceaselessly activated. Hairy Man Gu Immortals were assisting with all their strength. Some were dealing with the immortal materials, some were controlling the fire, and some were inspecting the wastage. This was a group Gu refinement. The expenditure was much higher than refining Gu alone, but the difficulty of the Gu refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was alone and did not have this treatment. In this life, he annexed Langya's sect. The refinement path capability he grasped had already surpassed Heavenly Court. How many refinement path Gu Immortals could Heavenly Court awaken? Even if there were refinement path great experts hibernating in the immortal graveyard, there would be very few who might possess refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Naturally, Heavenly Court's treasuries were extremely rich. They far surpassed Fang Yuan in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan had swallowed the lifetime accumulations of so many Gu Immortals, he could not hold a candle to Heavenly Court. The refinement was going well. Fang Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted. Next is False Pearl. False Pearl was not a pearl, but a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any gem. It was also a rank 8 material like Prospering Spring Light, and was this refinement's main material. The False Pearl quickly integrated into the fire. Fang Yuan called out, "Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She was already standing in a formation core. She lightly swung her arm. Blood flew out of the injury on her hand. The blood entered the raging fire. The crimson fire immediately turned into a bewitching blood-red color. Moreover, dense blood qi spread into the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately gathered this blood qi and constantly removed it. If this was not done, this blood qi could heavily interfere with the next process of refinement. The blood fire reduced in size the more it burned, and soon it shrunk to the size of a fist. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. The other Gu Immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was a crucial step. Release the raging wave rising dragon fire. Fang Yuan sent the command. The raging wave rising dragon fire could act on its own. The moment it was released, it sought to fly away from the formation. But how was it possible? The long hair refinement path formation firmly blocked it and forced it to collide with the blood fire. The two fires were quite distinct from each other, but they soon merged with each other, forming a large lump of colorful fire. The mixed fires similarly reduced in size the more it burned, while also emitting dense, suffocating smoke. The smoke settled down and covered the fire, forming a pitch-black sphere. From outside, one could vaguely see the bright fire in the center of the smoke sphere. Boom. The smoke sphere lasted for about an hour when it suddenly exploded. Countless gusts of smoke flew around chaotically like dragons. Airwaves surged, and people could hear a sound like that of a dragon roar. A Dragonman Gu master walked out of the smoke and revealed himself. He was muscular and handsome. He had a tall nose bridge and firm lips. He looked like a peerless hero. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of dragon eyes like topaz. There was also a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his head. Seeing him, Langya Land's spirit laughing loudly. Success! We succeeded. Indeed, this young rank 1 Gu master was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Chapter 1804 Breaking Through to Desolate Soul inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The soul path formation was already arranged properly. This formation was floating in the air with a radius of about 3 li. The formation was letting out a dark and gloomy radiance. It looked like a huge pancake with thick sides and a thin center. Eerie wind blew up everywhere in the formation, sharply lowering the temperature inside, but everything was normal outside the formation. Fang Yuan inspected the formation several times with his divine sense before feeling satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move. It is much more stable than the killer move, and it can be controlled much more smoothly and exquisitely. This was a unique soul cultivation technique recorded in Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It allowed the human soul to break through the limit and reach the desolate soul level. On the basis of this soul cultivation killer move and his formation path attainment, Fang Yuan improved and perfected it. Everything was ready. Fang Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was being grasped by Fang Yuan's soul, and when the soul reached the center of the formation, it crushed the soul core. The soul core was already processed beforehand and was further weakened sharply by the formation. The soul core shattered and turned into fog that floated out. The formation operated rapidly, making the fog shroud Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul completely. For the next several hours, this fog continued to thin before completely disappearing. Fang Yuan's 100 million man soul was still in its original shape, the same as his sovereign immortal body's appearance, solid and lifelike. The feelings Fang Yuan had inside it, however, was greatly different from before. So this is Desolate Soul? Fang Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly sense that although there was not much change in his shape, a vast strength was surging on the inside. This strength could not even be imagined by his previous state. 100 million-man soul could interfere with the real world but would be in danger even if it was attacked by ordinary wild beasts. But the Desolate Soul's strength was like heaven and earth compared to 100 million-man soul. Let's test it in real battle. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation excitedly. Fang Yuan had already made preparations. A desolate beast was confined not far away. The desolate beast had just obtained its freedom when it saw the bluish-black soul that had the physique of an adult fly towards it. It roared ferociously and opened its mouth as it charged at Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul suddenly flew up at the last moment, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying to its head. He then raised his right leg and swung it down like an axe. Boom! A loud sound resounded as the hill-sized desolate beast was knocked down, heavily injured. Again, Fang Yuan's soul chased after it, punching and kicking. The desolate beast lacked intelligence, and adding on its large size, it could only take the beatings passively while Fang Yuan dodged its attacks. The desolate soul's attacks hit all its targets. After taking the beating for a while, this desolate beast whimpered and fled, losing its will to fight. Fang Yuan's soul did not give chase. He would arrange for people to catch it afterwards. A light excitement lingered in the thoughts of Fang Yuan's soul. I really possess the strength of a desolate beast. Adding on my combat techniques, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to Desolate Soul, I am unable to fly and have to rely on goo worms. Fang Yuan's soul could fly around in the battle because the soul contained various immortal goo as well as immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly, but some could not. In the records of Shadow Sect's true inheritance, when a human soul broke through to Desolate Soul, it could not fly, because humans were innately unable to fly. A Featherman's soul was different. It could fly, but Feathermen were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul, who had reached the peak of soul cultivation, could not fly and had to stand on the ground in the Battle of Etion Mountain. The number of soul path Dao marks on the soul has increased sharply. It actually broke through 10,000 Dao marks. Previously, Fang Yuan's soul had few soul path Dao marks, even though it was cultivated to 100 million-man soul. This was because Fang Yuan had used the two sacred lands of soul cultivation, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. If he had used other soul cultivation methods, he would have to increase the Dao marks on his soul to accumulate the same level of foundation. The physical body was a carrier of Dao marks. The soul was also the same. It was not only soul path that could add Dao marks on the soul, other paths could also do it. Like time path. Southern Border Rank 8 Gu Immortal Xia Cha had arranged a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web formed from time path Dao marks. This layer of defense had caused many difficulties for Fang Yuan when he soul searched her in the previous life. Breaking through the limit and forming a desolate soul, Fang Yuan could now continue cultivating his soul. The journey would be much longer and broader than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fang Yuan's desolate soul started cultivating. The time path clone was focused on deductions, while Fang Yuan's main body continued to research on the Dragonman clone. Despite this clone being created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragonman clone's soul originally had the appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body and had 30 million-man soul foundation. At present, however, its appearance had changed greatly. It looked the same as the Dragonman's body, with dragon tail, horns, scales, and vertical dragon pupils. Moreover, the soul path Dao marks on the soul were already reduced to single digits, and the soul foundation was only at a few dozen man soul. This was the result of Fang Yuan's refinement, and it was also what he wanted to achieve. The split souls all possessed human souls. When entering a Dragonman body, it could only be possessed by the human soul, and the entity could not be considered a Dragonman completely. Fang Yuan created the Dragonman clone to strive for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Be they transformation path killer moves or soul possession, they could not give such assurance like the clone. After painstaking refinement, Fang Yuan refined the Dragonman body with a matching Dragonman soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete Dragonman. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone was only a half-finished product. The Pure Dream clone's physical body did not have any issues, but its soul was Fang Yuan's human soul. Although the Pure Dream clone was a human, it did not match Fang Yuan's split soul. A long period of adaptation was required, and some soul path methods would have to be used before Fang Yuan's split soul could completely turn into the appearance of its physical body. Only then could they truly match each other. In fact, when Fang Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body, it did not match his soul. After a long period of cultivation and using soul path methods to adjust his soul, he reached his current perfectly matching state. Dragonmen were variant humans. There was naturally unique points about their physical bodies. Rockmen had abundant earth path Dao marks. Snowmen were proficient in ice and snow path. Hairy men possessed refinement path Dao marks. Mermen were water path, and dragonmen possessed enslavement path Dao marks from birth. Dragonmen had an incomparable talent in enslavement path. They were natural kings who could rule over other life forms much more easily than other races. The influence of the enslavement path Dao marks brings an enormous benefit in not only the external matters, but also to the internal structure of dragonmen. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, with the enslavement path Dao marks, the dragonman societal structure would be much tighter than other races. This tightness was not because of external causes, but was innate to dragonmen. In Fang Yuan's point of view, the influence brought by enslavement path Dao marks to the internal structure was much more significant to the dragonmen than its external influence. The dragonmen would be united unlike other races, especially like the internal fighting and internal friction of humanity. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in battles of attrition. The cost of cultivating enslavement path was high, but if it was accomplished to a certain level, one could fight many by themselves, winning against stronger enemies. Some paths had high individual battle strength like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But only few paths possessed the special characteristics of fighting one as many in order to win against stronger enemies. For instance, there was formation path. When Fang Yuan was immortal and fought in the imperial court contest, he used enslavement path methods. And he had used formation path methods to capture southern border immortals not long ago. Fang Yuan suddenly realized one point. No wonder, in the previous life, Dragon Palace could enslave Di Zongsheng. This Immortal Gu house should be an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was not too clear about the inner details regarding Dragon Palace. Even now, he did not understand how Bai Ningbing suddenly became the owner of Dragon Palace. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragonman clone is of no use, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragonman clone only had rank 1 Gu master cultivation. The next step was to raise it to Gu immortal level. Its path was most likely going to be enslavement path. Fang Yuan had already sealed the pure dream clone's aperture, albeit with difficulty. The split soul was cultivating continuously, actively transforming to match the physical body. These two split souls might have some soul path cultivation, but it would only be at superficial level and never be to the extent of the main body's soul. Because the Dao marks of different paths would conflict and interfere with each other. I will cultivate for a bit longer, then it will be time to attack. Fang Yuan's gaze shined like blazing fire. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was still the one in charge. In Central Great Hall, a message came that slightly eased her furrowed brows. Good. Old Ancestor Shui who has accepted Prince Fengxian's proposal and will receive our financial help. Longevity Heaven wanted to unite the whole Northern Plains Gu immortal world, and they showed great determination. Thus they had big clashes with lone immortals and demonic path members. Fairy Ziwei thus made a plan and boldly sent back Prince Fengxian to Northern Plains to persuade Old Ancestor Shuehu. Old Ancestor Shuehu was not willing at first and had been firm in his stance, but under his wife's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to collaborating with Heavenly Court. Although our current collaboration is limited, it won't be the same in the future. Fairy Ziwei smiled confidently, looking at the entire world situation. There was important progress in Northern Plains while Heavenly Court was also stirring up trouble from behind the scenes to create conflict in Western Desert's righteous path. Central Continent was free of any particular event. Eastern Seas, several large forces divided ascending Heaven Plain between themselves. But in the dark, Heavenly Court was putting full efforts in searching for Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border, Fairy Ziwei's smile disappeared. The situation was not optimistic in Southern Border. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei was unable to stop it. At the same time, the Southern Alliance was formed. The Alliance leader position was empty, but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being constructed everywhere. Both of these situations were bad news to Heavenly Court. There is also Fang Yuan. He captured so many Southern Border Gu immortals and extorted countless immortal materials. He also has the whole of Langya Sect's refinement path Gu immortals under him. Fairy Ziwei was paying close attention to any news regarding Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had gone into hiding and was unable to be found. Fairy Ziwei felt a huge pressure. She would rather have Fang Yuan cause chaos everywhere and run amok. Currently, she did not even hear a trace of any rumor regarding Fang Yuan's recent situation. What is Fang Yuan doing? How much has his strength increased? When and where will he appear again? The final question did not trouble Fairy Ziwei for long. Approximately half a month later, She obtained some battle information. Fang Yuan had suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought the Fearsome. He was not alone. He brought a ship-shaped rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Chapter 1805 First Battle in the River of Time. Immortal Gu House. Myriad Year flying warship was moving in the River of Time. Fang Yuan was standing proudly on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a black robe, his hair was long and black, and he was gazing at the endless waves in the River of Time with his dark abyss-like eyes. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu house, looking at Fang Yuan, who was releasing rank 7 aura. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while some realized, no wonder Fang Yuan could rampage till now. If I had rank 8 cultivation, I would have already begun ruling an area and proclaimed it to the world, but he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. There were some who sighed. Both sides have yet to clash, but Fang Yuan has already started to mislead the enemy. This is a confrontation between information and tactics. This battle has already started since Myriad Year flying warship appeared in the River of Time. Fang Yuan had his own plan. If he could keep his rank 8 cultivation a secret, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, the secret of the sovereign immortal body would no longer be hidden. In the previous life, this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to still be undiscovered. As for the secret of my rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Fang Yuan estimated inwardly. Let it be exposed then. Fang Yuan felt it was time for it to be known. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Fang Yuan was cautious and careful all along and paid close attention to the ink effect, he would not hesitate when it was time to make a move. Advancing or retreating, attacking or defending, Fang Yuan was well-versed and experienced in this. A pavilion was floating in the River of Time. It was not covered on all 4 sides. It was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass. The pillars were gray-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels. It was the most elegant decoration in there. It was the rank 7 Immortal Gu house present and past pavilion. 4 Central Continent Time Path Gu Immortals were standing inside the pavilion. They were the Fearsome. They had detected Myriad Year flying warship the moment it appeared. The Fearsome immediately reported this information to Fairy Ziwei without daring to delay a second. Fang Yuan has finally appeared. Yes, we did not waste our time by waiting here for so long. He is still a rank 7, but has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. What Immortal Gu house is this? I have never heard about it. From the looks of it, it should be a time path Immortal Gu house, right? The Fearsome did not attack immediately. As far as they were concerned, present and past pavilion was specialized in investigating within the River of Time. They were still very far away from Fang Yuan at this moment. They discovered Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan could not see them. They were only at rank 7 in the end. It was only because they cultivated time path that the Supreme Heavenly Court noticed them and stationed them here. Moreover, the Fearsome were not Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Their next course of action would depend on Fairy Ziwei's arrangements and commands. Myriad Year flying warship carried Fang Yuan while floating slowly. Fang Yuan was looking at all directions from the bow, as if he was searching for something. Looks like Fang Yuan is searching for Red Lotus True Inheritance. He did not discover us indeed. Lady Ziwei has not sent a command yet. Inside present and past pavilion, the Fearsome were tightly observing Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei was first happy then puzzled. She was happy that Fang Yuan had finally appeared. It was less scary when he appeared. The worst was him hiding and doing things secretly. In truth, every day that Fang Yuan did not appear would increase. The mental pressure on Fairy Ziwei, wondering what evil scheme Fang Yuan was plotting. But now that Fang Yuan appeared, Fairy Ziwei finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, come. Let me see how much you have grown. I will make good use of this chance to kill you. Killing intent spread inside Fairy Ziwei. As for that rank 8 Immortal Gu house, is it your reliance and source of confidence, Fang Yuan? Fairy Ziwei also was somewhat bewildered. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house had appeared with no prior signs. According to common sense, even a superforce would not be able to hide the construction of an Immortal Gu house, and there would be many traces left behind. Because there were too many things to gather and prepare. The construction process of an Immortal Gu house would make quite a bit of commotion and would be discovered by others. Fang Yuan naturally was not exempted from this. But his accumulation process had happened in his previous life, so Fairy Ziwei could not sense it. How could Fang Yuan suddenly have a time path Immortal Gu house? And it is a rank 8-1. What abilities and powers does this ship-shaped Immortal Gu house have? Thoughts were constantly colliding in Fairy Ziwei's mind. Central Great Hall was quickly pervaded with purple chi. She rapidly deduced, and soon came to a decision. She estimated this Immortal Gu house had limited strength even though it was at rank 8 level. Because it had appeared too suddenly, and there was no records of such a ship in the history, it was likely a hasty and experimental work of Fang Yuan. Moreover, whether it was strong or weak, Heavenly Court would still need to probe it and stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus true inheritances. Fairy Ziwei quickly commanded Qing Yi to hurry to the location of present and past pavilion with Eternal Yacht. An accurate and clear map of the surroundings appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with present and past pavilion, they will pincer attack Fang Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Ziwei's gaze shone sharply. Previously, present and past pavilion was monitoring the river of time, while Eternal Yacht was moving everywhere in search of Red Lotus true inheritance. Currently, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Ziwei's command. The Four Xuanzi also quickly received Fairy Ziwei's command. We need to move. Based on Fang Yuan's speed and direction, he will soon escape present and past pavilion's detection range. We will attack first and delay Fang Yuan, luring him to this area. Then Eternal Yacht will sneak attack them from behind. Move out. The Four Xuanzi controlled present and past pavilion to make the River of Time send out waves. The water waves moved towards Myriad Year flying warship like countless soldiers. They finally made a move. Inside Myriad Year flying warship, a variant human Gu Immortal said softly and excitedly. Fang Yuan had intentionally appeared near present and past pavilion to lure them into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so naughty. He clearly discovered present and past pavilion already, but is acting like he did not. The enemy has taken the bait. Lady White Rabbit's long eyebrows fluttered. Her eyes were glistening brightly like shiny crystals, having learned another sneaky move. Fang Yuan gasped lightly, his brows slightly furrowed as he sensed the anomaly in the river. The slight changes in his expression were seen clearly by the Four Xuanzi. Fang Yuan discovered something. He is controlling that rank 8 Immortal Gu house to move towards us. Relax, we are very far away from him. So fast. Myriad Year flying warship's speed greatly shocked the Four Xuanzi. They were still calm and leisurely at the previous moment, but right now, their expression changed, their minds and bodies shook. Myriad Year flying warship was piercing through the waves like a swordfish, charging extremely quickly towards present and past pavilion. Increase the intensity. The eldest among the Four Xuanzi, Shang Xuanzi, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out dazzling light. Tall waves that were dozens of feet high submerged Myriad Year flying warship like a tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad Year flying warship was covered in a silver-white light. Every time the waves collided with it, its speed increased even more, charging forward like an unmatched sword. The Four Xuanzi's expressions turned pale, their eyes showing horror. Fang Yuan's charge was too quick and too fierce. They felt extremely uneasy now. Zhong Xuanzi shouted, "Quick, use that move." The radiance around present and past pavilion turned brighter. It was like a vast light pillar that shot towards the sky. Under present and past pavilion's influence, the water around Myriad Year flying warship experienced a strange change, turning into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool spun quickly and was barely able to immobilize Myriad Year flying warship. The Four Xuanzi finally let out a sigh of relief. We finally immobilized it. This Immortal Gu house is so fast, it crossed such a large distance in just a few breaths of time. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's probe what abilities it has. The whirlpool rotated even faster, waves changed, turning into the shape of sawteeth. Countless sawteeth moved around Myriad Year flying warship, biting and sawing at Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship was trapped in the center of the whirlpool, but Fang Yuan's expression was cold and uncaring. Sun Guozi revealed a frightened expression. Such a sturdy Immortal Gu house, the sawtooth whirlpool, is actually unable to break its defensive light. Xia Xuanzi patted Sun Guozi's shoulder and comforted. Relax, it has not even been 10 breaths of time. It will definitely crumble apart once it is bitten and sawed for a longer time. Although he said this, the Four Xuanzi were inwardly astonished. They were deeply aware of the power that this sawtooth whirlpool killer move had. This move was the strongest offensive method of present and past pavilion. Ordinary Gu Immortals would be cut into pieces in a blink of an eye. Even the Four Xuanzi could not last 3 breaths of time. Even present and past pavilion would be unstable if it entered the whirlpool, and a large amount of its Gu worms would immediately die. But Myriad Year flying warship was completely intact, and even looked like it was doing quite well. The Four Xuanzi felt a chill rising up their backs. It is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house after all. Where has Eternal Yacht reached now? No, the situation is bad. Sun Guozi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked ahead. They saw the water surrounding Myriad Year flying warship change rapidly. The original sawtooth whirlpool transformed into rapids that shone in a silver-white color. The rapids moved under myriad-year flying warship and enlarged by over 10 times within a few seconds. Present and past pavilion has methods to control the river water. How could our myriad-year flying warship not have them? The variant human Gu Immortals laughed loudly inside the ship. Kill. Fang Yuan gave an indifferent command. Boom. Like a torrential waterfall or a flash flood, the rapids around myriad-year flying warship surged and expanded as it moved forward. Myriad-year flying warship was pushed forward by the rapids, easily breaking past the ruined Sawtooth whirlpool and charging towards the four Xuanzi with surging momentum. The four Xuanzi took in breaths of cold air. The Sawtooth whirlpool that they had put their hopes in had only held back myriad-year flying warship for less than 50 breaths of time. Chapter 1806 Wei At A Loss. It is coming. Block it. Increase the power of present and past pavilion to the maximum. With chaotic thoughts, for Xuanzi exerted present and past pavilion to its limits. The screen in the pavilion emitted dense smoke, and the light pillar that shot out was almost solid. Myriad-year flying warship neared present and past pavilion. Ram into it. Fang Yuan sneered, standing arrogantly on the bow of the boat. But at the next moment, present and past pavilion retaliated with all its strength, sharply slowing down myriad-year flying warship's charging momentum. Killer move, slow down. Fang Yuan was familiar with this move. Under his command, the silver light around myriad-year flying warship suddenly concentrated. Swoosh. With a light sound, present and past pavilion's killer move was broken, myriad-year flying warship speed was restored, and it collided with present and past pavilion. Present and past pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had destroyed it by himself back then, and now, it collided with the sturdier and faster myriad-year flying warship. It shattered immediately. The pavilion roof was sent flying, the pillars crumbled, the screens were shattered, the pavilion base was reduced to fragments. The four Xuanzi coughed out a large amount of blood and fell down into the river of time. Without the protection of present and past pavilion, the four Xuanzi lost the ability to retaliate against Fang Yuan. In just a short while, they were all killed by Fang Yuan. They were at rank 7, and like Lu Hao, had not joined Heavenly Court, so they still had their own immortal apertures. Their immortal Gu, however, were all detonated. Fang Yuan had just collected their corpses as well as the scattered immortal Gu when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi was standing on Eternal Yacht. His expression immediately changed when he saw the four Xuanzi's corpses on the deck of myriad-year flying warship. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your life. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled. Here comes another one seeking death. There was no exchange of words. The rapids under myriad-year flying warship surged and rushed towards Eternal Yacht. Its violent and sharp movement immediately caused a disturbance among the Gu Immortals in Eternal Yacht. Bursting veins bulged on Qing Ye's forehead. He rubbed it, but still sent out a wise command. We will avoid it. Don't fight head-on with this rank 8 immortal Gu house. The four Xuanzi were dead, but the battle details had already been sent. Fairy Ziwei and Qing Yi knew much information about myriad-year flying warship. However, would be it easy for Eternal Yacht to escape? Myriad-year flying warship's speed rose, breaking the limits it showed before. Although this immortal Gu house was called a warship, it had the shape of a boat. It moved like a silver comet now, rapidly surfing along the river of time. Eternal Yacht had the form of a multi-storied ship. It was much larger than myriad-year flying warship, but it was not fast. How could it be able to dodge? Boom. With a huge sound, Eternal Yacht shook as a large hole was smashed in its front hull from which the inside could be seen clearly. Fang Yuan's myriad-year flying warship had directly pierced through Eternal Yacht. How is this possible? We had already activated the strongest defensive method of Eternal Yacht, but it could not block even one attack. The fact was so horrifying that Qing Yi was staring with wide eyes. Lord, that damned Fang Yuan is charging over again. The Gu Immortals inside Eternal Yacht shouted in fright. They had just spoken when myriad-year flying warship smashed into Eternal Yacht again. Eternal Yacht shook intensely. Qing Yi lost his balance and staggered. His battle intent was shaking. How could he beat this? Eternal Yacht's Gu worms suffered enormous damage. The entire place would directly collapse after another few collisions. Many Gu Immortals were pale with cold sweat all over their faces. Fortunately, they heard Qing Ye's command at this time. Retreat. Eternal Yacht turned around and retreated decisively. Can you escape? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad-year flying warship collided into Eternal Yacht time after time. Eternal Yacht used its killer moves to retaliate, but Fang Yuan had already prepared restraining methods. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as Heavenly Court did not have any huge change, Fang Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the start. Therefore, When Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qin Yi fell into the river of time, Fang Yuan's side was not surprised. Kill him. Without needing Fang Yuan's command, many Gu immortals inside the warship shouted simultaneously. Killing intent surged. Myriad year flying warship submerged into the river and rammed at Qin Yi like a vicious shark. Qin Yi put all his strength in activating defensive methods. But as a dark path Gu immortal, he was greatly suppressed in the river of time. Boom. Myriad year flying warship directly destroyed the dark shield and sent him flying. Qin Yi coughed out a large amount of blood and tried to move to the surface while enduring the intense pain. The river surface was right in his sight when he made a horrifying discovery. Myriad year flying warship was already waiting for him. Boom. There was another huge sound. Myriad year flying warship directly slammed down on Qin Ye's head with its base. A large part of Qin Ye's skull caved in. The enormous force transmitted through his whole body, shattering his spine, rib bones, and other parts. Gurgle gurgle. A large amount of water of the river of time entered through his mouth. The huge collision slammed him down to the depths of the river like a ball. Still not dead. Fang Yuan was stunned at Qin Ye's stubborn vitality. Then, we just have to do it again. The eyes of the Rockman tribe, first Supreme Elder, were bloodshot with killing intent. Taking advantage of the enemy when he was weakened, Myriad year flying warship was like a killer launching a deadly pursuit. Boom. With the third collision, Qin Yi was heavily injured once again. From his right shoulder to his chest, most of his body was smashed into pulp and his organs were completely destroyed. Qin Yi stared rigidly at Myriad year flying warship. He wanted to struggle, but had no strength left. Finally, he lost his life, becoming a floating corpse. He is dead. He really died. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal. We really killed him. The variant human Gu immortals cheered in joy, even by Ning Bing. He Lulan and the rest were visibly moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. A battle merit like killing a rank 8 Gu immortal was simply too rare. Despite using many external influences, this battle merit was enough for them to boast about it their whole lives. Fang Yuan collected Qin Ye's corpse. It was a pity his soul had already dispersed. This Qin Yi is quite a fierce person. He actually destroyed his own soul at the end. But this physical body is also an excellent immortal material, and it will help me research Phantom Path. Heavenly Court grasped the supreme profundities of Phantom Path. Precisely so, after the Heavenly Court members contributed their immortal aperture, they could obtain a Phantom Aperture and leave Heavenly Court to fight outside. Once a Heavenly Court Gu immortal died, the Phantom Aperture would automatically dissipate along with the Gu worms. Even the Dao marks would disappear. In short, even if one won against a Heavenly Court Gu immortal, they would reap few benefits. But after annexing Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit had informed Fang Yuan that the corpses of Heavenly Court Gu immortals would retain the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fang Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path mysteries from these corpses, he might be able to decipher Heavenly Court's Phantom Path method and even have a hold on Heavenly Court. Even if he could not do anything to Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan could use this Phantom Path method on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fang Yuan could control Ing Wu Xie and the rest even more strictly. This was the best weapon to ensure loyalty. Myriad year flying warship continued to sweep through the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was joyous. Their long training was finally paying off. In this battle, they destroyed 2 immortal Gu houses and over 10 Gu immortals. Present and past pavilion had the 4 Xuanzi, while there were even more Gu immortals in Eternal Yacht. Immortal Gu houses were developed from immortal formations. They needed to be jointly controlled by many Gu immortals for them to be flexible and comprehensive. Some immortal Gu houses had extremely strict requirements on the amount of Gu immortals. There could not be one more or one less. Very few immortal Gu houses could be controlled by just one person. None of these Gu immortals managed to escape with their lives. They were all gathered, corpses put to one side, and their souls suppressed. The battle ended, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he patrolled around the river while waiting to see if there would be reinforcements from Heavenly Court. Lady White Rabbit, Fang Yuan, Shizong, and other Gu immortals discussed. They were still excited, and their topic of discussion was mostly centered on the rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi. Speaking of which, Qin Yi was quite unlucky. Eternal Yacht was destroyed, and he was highly restricted in the River of Time. It was quite amazing for him to be able to display 20 to 30% of his skills. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world. Because of this, time path methods were extremely easy to use here, and their might was also amplified. But other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and so on were greatly suppressed. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's expression was pale, and her gaze was somewhat dazed. She obtained the latest battle information. Fang Yuan controlled the rank 8 Immortal Gu house, and destroyed both present and past pavilion and eternal yacht. Even Qing Yi was killed. Fairy Wei felt a deep sense of disbelief. She was still planning on giving commands. Even if they could not kill Fang Yuan, they could drive him off. But the two greatest sources of battle strength that she relied on were eliminated so soon. This battle was decided way too quickly. This does not make any sense. Present and past pavilion and eternal yacht might only be at rank 7, but they were both outstanding among their peers. Their structure was highly ingenious, and they possessed plenty of comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Wei would not have mobilized the two Immortal Gu houses to besiege Fang Yuan. So what was the problem? Reviewing the battle information, Fang Yuan's mysterious Immortal Gu house might be at rank 8, but has limited methods. Besides controlling the water of the River of Time to speed up itself, its strongest aspect was physical toughness. Myriad year-flying warship's fighting method could be described in one word: collision. If 2 words were used, hard collision. If 3 words, sped-up collision. This battle tactic was clearly extremely straightforward and simple, but why did it succeed? That was because during the fight, the methods of present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, especially the defensive measures, were instantly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fairy Wei stood up from her seat. She was unable to keep sitting. A thin layer of cold sweat had appeared on her forehead. Looks like Fang Yuan has truly been reborn. He has an extremely deep understanding of present and past pavilion and eternal yacht. He also prepared the most effective methods against their killer moves. Thus, they appeared fragile and looked like they did not even have strength to retaliate. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Fairy Wei, who already had heavy doubts before, was now certain Fang Yuan had been reborn. What do we do? Fang Yuan has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house now, and can move around the River of Time, while my side's 3 Immortal Gu houses are still in the construction process. Should I halt the construction? Since he has been reborn, he is probably familiar with these 3 Immortal Gu houses. If I halt the construction and switch to other Immortal Gu houses, would it be too late? Fang Yuan definitely entered the River of Time to search for Red Lotus true inheritances. If he succeeds, it will be extremely bad. The consequences will be much worse than the defeat in Langya Blessed Land. At this instant, the ever-so-resourceful Fairy Wei was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 1807 Public Sentiment. Fang Yuan and the rest returned to southern border following a tributary of the River of Time. Despite the Immortals being in an excellent condition with high spirits, it was still necessary to rest and reorganize after the battle. The gains this time are quite good. Fang Yuan inspected the corpses. Besides rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi, most of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Heavenly Court, so they had not contributed their immortal apertures. Most of the Gu worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still there. There was also 1 or 2 Immortal Gu that were luckily preserved after the 2 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan would need to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any issues. If there were no issues, he would annex them. Naturally, there was a portion of immortal apertures that Fang Yuan could not annex because of inadequate attainment levels. In fact, there was a portion of such people among the southern border immortal captives. These battle spoils are only a bonus. The true value of this battle is that I have shrugged off my passive situation. I am now taking the initiative to fight Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had grasped the timing of this battle well. If he had battled earlier, he would not have the Immortal Gu House myriad year flying warship and would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation. This was undesirable, because once his rank 8 cultivation was exposed, Heavenly Court would notice Fang Yuan had not underwent the tribulation, and as such, the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If he delayed this battle, Heavenly Court would not have just these 2 Immortal Gu houses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had encountered 4-time path Immortal Gu houses. By destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Heavenly Court fell into a very passive state. Heavenly Court was afraid Fang Yuan would obtain Red Lotus true inheritances, so they would definitely send reinforcements to the River of Time to stop Fang Yuan. After Lord Huangshi passed, Heavenly Court lacked Time Path rank 8 experts, so they were forced to substitute with Qing Yi and Time Path Immortal Gu houses. Like this, it would give Fang Yuan another chance to attack. It would be just like how Fang Yuan destroyed Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. But even if Heavenly Court knew of this, they would do their best to stop Fang Yuan no matter how big of a price they had to pay. In the previous life, Heavenly Court guarded the River of Time like a fortress. But in this life, the River of Time has already become a place Heavenly Court must salvage. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken Heavenly Court and make them bleed. Fang Yuan was almost sure of Heavenly Court's response. Just like Heavenly Court had the strategical advantage of possessing Fate Gu, which forced the 4 regions Gu Immortals to make a long campaign to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan relied on the smokescreen that was Red Lotus True Inheritance to force Heavenly Court to send reinforcements to the River of Time. It is just that my rebirth secret cannot be hidden any longer. In the Battle of Langya, Fairy Ziwei had already been suspicious. And in this period of time, Fang Yuan captured the southern border Immortals and also started a slaughter in the River of Time. If Fairy Ziwei was still not sure that Fang Yuan had been reborn, she would not be Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan would never underestimate Fairy Ziwei. He was very familiar with her. Often, the one who understood you the most was not your friend but your enemy. Sure enough, after a few days, Fairy Ziwei publicized in Treasure Yellow Heaven that Fang Yuan had reborn and possessed a rank 8-time path Immortal Gu house. The moment this was released, news spread everywhere. Fang Yuan's influence went up a level and the whole world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fang Yuan has already grown to be a demonic path overlord, a person who is a giant pillar of the demonic path. Fang Yuan already has that reverse flow river killer move and can reflect attacks of rank 8 Gu Immortals, being in an impregnable position. Now, he has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Isn't this too fast? It is like this Immortal Gu house jumped out from the ground out of nowhere. Since he was reborn, the appearance of this Immortal Gu house cannot be considered sudden. Don't forget that he annexed Langya blessed land, which has a deep foundation. The discussions naturally involved Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court seems to be quite weak. They don't have any effective methods against Fang Yuan. The mighty Heavenly Court was defeated again and again, so they publicized Fang Yuan's details. It is not that Heavenly Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, even a rank 8 demonic immortal would not be as high profile as Fang Yuan. That's right. Demonic path Gu Immortals have always been alone. If they offend or provoke the righteous path, many forces would collaborate, gather information using information path, deduce their position with wisdom path, and hunt them down. It is like how the southern border Immortals chased after Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan? He can actually guard against Heavenly Court's deductions. He also has fixed immortal travel to move everywhere he wants, and is hard to catch. His formation path attainment is also extremely high. He can see through the ambush of formations. He even used a time path formation to ambush and capture the pursuing team of southern border. He also annexed Langya blessed land. His refinement path attainment level is at least at great Grandmaster level. The discussions became much more in-depth, and the Gu Immortals astonishingly discovered Fang Yuan was so versatile. He cultivated so many paths, such a horrifying talent shocked the world. I understand now, he is a monster. Many people took sharp breaths. Most Gu Immortals, even rank 8s, cultivated one path primarily. Who could cultivate so many paths like Fang Yuan? Cultivating multiple paths would divide their time, energy, and resources. The Gu Immortals would often accomplish nothing in the end. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of specializing in one path, but he could do nothing about it. Before this, he battled alone and was always pressured by his enemies. Could he do without cultivating Wisdom Path? Could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate Soul Path? Could he capture the southern border Immortals without Formation Path? We can't say that. Even if Fang Yuan's aptitude was worse, as long as he continuously rebirths with Spring Autumn Cicada, he can use the time to accumulate different foundations. Right, with Spring Autumn Cicada, even if he fails, he has the opportunity to rebirth countless times. The experience of failures will still accumulate. Even an idiot will succeed after failing so many times. Spring Autumn Cicada. It is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu. It has such an amazing power. On the list of mystical Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised even higher. The current ranking of such a mystical Gu is too low. Because of Fang Yuan, Spring Autumn Cicada's ranking should indeed be raised, but I feel we should not overestimate Spring Autumn Cicada. It is after all only a Gu worm. There are many methods to restrict it. To a great extent, the reason why Fang Yuan is so amazing is because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed, the combination of an otherworldly demon and Spring Autumn Cicada is truly too perfect. Besides an otherworldly demon, it will be very difficult for others to change their lives greatly by using Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan observed the discussions, and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle in the River of Time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He even posted a speech. Heavenly Court, my counterattack has just begun. Wait until I get Red Lotus True Inheritance in the River of Time. I will completely destroy your Fate Gu. In the previous life, you successfully restored Fate Gu. That was because the depths of your foundation surpassed my expectation. There were too few people understanding the situation in the other 4 regions. Many rank 8 experts were even secretly restrained by you. There were also many Gu immortals who were living naively, not knowing the fatal threat of fake Gu. All of you, just you wait. The moment this speech was posted, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions fell into temporary silence. Shortly afterwards, the public sentiment erupted like a volcano and poured like a flood. Oh heavens, Fang Yuan is directly provoking Heavenly Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Years? Even throughout history, such cases only appeared a few times. Few people can do this, and even fewer people can pose a threat to Heavenly Court. Although Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation, he can already match rank 8. He has annexed Langya blessed land, and has a large number of variant human Gu immortal subordinates, as well as a rank 8 immortal Gu house. The even more terrifying thing is he seems to possess precise information about Red Lotus true inheritance. If he really obtains the Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Terrifying. If this continues, Fang Yuan will become a new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the common people are innocent. Is there going to be a Demon Venerable wreaking havoc again? We cannot lightly make an enemy out of Fang Yuan. Look at this video properly. All the killer moves of Heavenly Court's 2 immortal Gu houses were broken by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had clearly experienced them in the previous life and found the countermeasures in this life. The combination of Spring Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is too unreasonable. The discussions gradually started to contain fear. Fear towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Gu Immortal mostly felt wariness, hatred, and envy towards Fang Yuan. But now, fear began to gradually take over the other emotions. The Gu Immortals already knew Fang Yuan could not be provoked easily, but now, Fang Yuan could not be provoked even more. Even a colossal super force like Heavenly Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, was repeatedly wrecked by Fang Yuan, and their prestige was ruthlessly stepped on. Even now, they had no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Southern border, Wu clan. Wu Yang's gaze was gloomy. Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court, Qi clan. Qi Chuyu's expression was ashen. He finally realized the possibility. The traitor has not been found. Maybe, this is the information revealed in the previous life. If I did transactions with Fang Yuan in the previous life as well, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu felt stunned himself. Western Desert, Tang clan. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were in a secret discussion. This demon Fang Yuan is becoming increasingly stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, Heavenly Court will definitely eliminate us. We have already collaborated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is so strong now that we cannot stop this connection. We will have to be even more careful. If he truly becomes a demon venerable in the future, it will also be an excellent opportunity for our Tang clan to grow. Shi clan. Shi clan's first Supreme Elder, who was cultivating in a secret room, laughed. Interesting. Heavenly Court wants the whole world to go against Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan also expressed the weakness of Heavenly Court and its hidden threat, hoping that Gu Immortals of the 4 regions would jointly attack Heavenly Court. Forget about him. For now, I will continue my closed cultivation. After my cultivation progresses further, let's see how the heroes of the world will act in front of my sword. Chapter 1808 Plotting, Pursuing Dao Heavenly Court, Immortal Graveyard. An inexplicable change was occurring. A lump of fire appeared. It was very small at first, but after a while, the fire expanded rapidly, dyeing the sky of the immortal graveyard red. This fire illuminated the surroundings, attracting Fairy Ziwei and other Heavenly Court members' attention. Fairy Ziwei immediately rushed to the entrance of the immortal graveyard and saw that the fire had grown even brighter. There were even specks of silver light in the fire, like countless diamonds adorning a red curtain. The fire dissipated and an aged Gu immortal wearing a large crimson robe walked out from the depths of the immortal graveyard. The diamond-like lights gathered together, and inside the gentle light was an old man who slowly moved forward in a wooden wheelchair. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shone happily. She recognized these 2 elderly Gu immortals. That crimson-robed elderly man was Li Huang, a fire path grade expert. And the elderly man on the wooden wheelchair was Gu Lu Ru, a time path grade expert. Junior Ziwei pays respects to both seniors. Fairy Ziwei bowed as she greeted. Gu Lu Ru nodded without speaking. He was sickly pale and thin as a skeleton. He had a rough life experience, and the lower half of his body was paralyzed with no cure available. Thus he had a cold and detached disposition. Li Huang spoke. We did not wake up for no reason. Heavenly Court must need our strength. How is the situation now? Fairy Ziwei felt ashamed as she informed the 2 of them about the current situation. Fang Yuan? I did not think such a demon would appear in the world. Humph. Throughout the ages, there has always been chaos and disorder during the coming of a great era. But this demon is too savage in his rampage. The fundamental cause is that he is the seed planted by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Li Huang snorted coldly. His expression was of anger and dissatisfaction. Gu Lu Ru's expression was cold like ice as he said, "Fortunately, the overall situation is still in our control. When Fate Gu is restored in a few years, Heavenly Court will be in an invincible position. By then, even if Fang Yuan is stronger, he won't be able to make a huge impact." He then said to Fairy Ziwei, "You are a wisdom path Gu Immortal. It is right for you to lead Heavenly Court. If you have any tasks for us old-timers, there is no need to hold back." Joy appeared on Fairy Ziwei's face. "Seniors, you have just woken up. You should first rest and recover your battle strength by equipping yourselves with Immortal Gu. We have lost control over the River of Time and are currently constructing Time Path Immortal Gu houses without regard for the costs. We also need to lay down the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation in the River of Time. Seniors, it would be great if you could guard the River of Time." Gu Lu Ru and Li Huang glanced at each other, before the former nodded while the latter laughed. "So be it. Let us deal with this little demon Venerable." Based on just battle strength, Li Huang was stronger than Gu Lu Ru, but Fairy Ziwei was more excited about Gu Lu Ru's appearance. This Time Path Great Expert had woken up at just the right time, filling up the gap of Heavenly Court in the Time Path aspect and relieving Fairy Ziwei's urgent issue. But Fang Yuan has been reborn. Does he know about the awakening of these seniors? Fairy Ziwei frowned again when she thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could rebirth. It was extremely troublesome to deal with such an enemy. It would always make others doubt their decisions. Fairy Ziwei did not know that in the previous life, only Li Huang had woken up. Gu Lu Ru had woken up in the final period when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court. At that time, Gu Lu Ru fought He Fan to a deadlock. He was finally killed by Lu Lu Lu's sneak attack. Fang Yuan had made an early attack, destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, also killing Qin Yi. The ink effect caused Gu Lu Ru to awaken in advance. This rank 8 Great Expert would definitely be a huge obstruction to Fang Yuan in an environment like the River of Time. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's divine sense covered this marsh. There was highly fertile silt here. There was also a clear knee-deep river above the layer of silt. This was the resource point Fang Yuan had just constructed. The marsh was vast and boundless. A bud of the desolate plant Extreme Marsh Flower, as big as a house, could be seen every few kilometers. When the Extreme Marsh Flower bloomed, it looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. Strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistils of the Extreme Marsh Flowers. Extreme Marsh Flower mist was the food of Regret Gu. Feeding Regret Gu was slightly troublesome as its food was hard to store. The Extreme Marsh Flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to construct a corresponding resource point in the Immortal Aperture. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had constructed this marsh, but that was after obtaining Regret Gu. In this life, he was extremely wealthy, so he constructed it in advance. Although he had not obtained Regret Gu yet, it was a preparation for the future. When he obtained Regret Gu, there would be no need to worry about its food. Fang Yuan solved the food issue of even Regret Gu, which he had yet to obtain in advance. He was already able to self-sufficiently provide food for all his Immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had even created a resource point for the rank 8 Immortal Gu edition that he plundered from Bashir Ba. He marked a special sea area in Mini-Eastern Sea, in which he introduced another whole new group of water spiders to produce sufficient food for the rank 8 Immortal Gu edition. Naturally, these water spiders were extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan had already annexed most of the immortal apertures of the Southern Border captives and had even searched their souls until there was nothing left, but Southern Border's righteous path did not know this and accepted Fang Yuan's extortion obediently. It was like how Heavenly Court did not know the true inheritance left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable to Fang Yuan did not have the direct method to destroy Fate Gu, but they still feared for the worst and used all their strength to redeem the situation in the River of Time. There was a famous phrase on Earth about the art of war. The highest form of generalship is to cut down the enemy's plans. The next best is to cut them off from allies. The next in order is to cut down the enemy's army in the field. And the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. These were wise words. When people were young, they only cared about fighting. But after growing up, they would gradually realize fighting was only a third-rate method to reach one's target and get benefits. There was high risk in an intense battle, and the benefits are also not fixed. Often, there would be damage to both sides. This method could only be used when there was no other choice. Fang Yuan leaned towards planning and plotting when he did things. He was not a brute, but when there was a necessity to fight, he would pick up his blade with no fear or cowardice. Naturally, there was a fundamental difference between the Gu Master world and Earth. Through cultivation, An individual's strength could surpass the collective force of a group or organization. Therefore, a person like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could exist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only used one method: kill, 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 slaughter everything, destroy heaven, decimate earth. Heads roll and blood flow. He did not counter the enemy's plans, nor did he cut them off from allies, but he still obtained supreme success. Why? Because he cultivated his own Tao. This was his understanding of heaven and earth. It was his understanding towards himself. Every person he killed would further increase his perseverance towards improving himself and deepen his understanding of heaven and earth. Both of these fueled the growth of his soul path attainment level, and the growth in his attainment level greatly increased his strength. If this was earth and someone did this, they would be seeking death. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was already more than 100 years old when he suddenly comprehended this principle. From then on, he started to think, what was his Tao? Or rather, what kind of path could he create? Even now, he did not have a perfect answer to this question. Over 400 years had passed since then. He had reborn several times and was still trying to find out the answer. He only had a vague and blurry direction. He moved and rolled about in the darkness. And in this darkness, there were too many hardships, dangers, and ferocious beasts that wanted to swallow him whole. Fang Yuan was clear. Among these ferocious beasts, Heavenly Court was currently the biggest and the strongest one. He needed to exert all his strength to have a chance of contending with this ferocious beast, escaping from its hunt, and to continue walking on his path. Both Fang Yuan and Fairy Ziwei had repeatedly exposed information about each other, hoping to borrow the strength of other Gu Immortals to deal with the other. There was no winner in this fight. It was like the fight between a lion and a tiger, the bloody smell attracting countless hyenas. He seemed to have an impressive reputation, but there were turbulent undercurrents surging in the dark, many people thinking of ways to deal with him and Spring Autumn Cicada. No one liked the presence of such a threat. Spring Autumn Cicada was not all-powerful. It was only a rank 7 Gu, and there were too many ways to restrain it. Even Langya Blessed Land had many methods to subdue Spring Autumn Cicada. In truth, Fang Yuan was rather surprised at Heavenly Court not having any effective methods against Spring Autumn Cicada. The little demon Venerable title seemed to show unlimited prospects, but it concealed deep killing intent. This was reminding the world that if Fang Yuan was not killed and he grew up to be a demon venerable, the future would be bleak for everyone. Fang Yuan might have obtained victory in the River of Time and gotten hold of the initiative. But he was clear that this was only a small strategical victory, and it could not put a dent on Heavenly Court's overall strategy. Just like the game of chess, he only made a single good move, and although he turned from passive to active, which was worth celebrating, Heavenly Court still had the overall control of the game. And this Heavenly Court, that had countless years of accumulation, was the chess piece that was placed by primordial origin Immortal Venerable over 3 million years ago. With Heavenly Court's foundation, the ink effect should appear again, and some powerful characters might awaken in the immortal graveyard. The most important thing is still to use every second and do everything I can to increase my strength. Fang Yuan did not become prideful due to victory. His joy lasted a very short moment before he dived into cultivating once again. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was making full use of every second. Soul cultivation progressed smoothly. Fang Yuan's soul stably progressed from 1 Desolate Soul to 3 Desolate Soul, 5 Desolate Soul, 8 Desolate Soul, and finally, broke through to 10 Desolate Soul. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was already practiced to the point of proficiency. Fang Yuan even modified it. Although this modification was rather small, it allowed Fang Yuan to alter the method and suit his habits so that he would have ease when activating it. Fang Yuan began to practice other killer moves, like Ba Shi Ba's consecutive hit method. In this period of time, he went out frequently and used Jade Flow Pearl to make early moves, obtaining many resources from newly formed earth trenches. Among them, rank 7 Earth Vein Immortal Gu was one significant harvest. Chapter 1809. Seeing Heavenly Cour. This Earth Vein Immortal Gu looked like an earthworm, but when it was held, it was quite heavy and did not give a slippery or cold feeling. Instead, it was warm and gentle. It was exquisite and translucent like brown amber. With this rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could construct the 5 Regional Limit Formation. Regarding the 5 Regional Limit Formations modification, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone had smoothly completed it. There was the support of the Light of Wisdom, as well as Fang Yuan's Formation Path and Rule Path Foundation being deep enough. The new 5 Regional Limit Formation added Earth Vein Immortal Gu, as well as Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. With the Formation Spirit, Fang Yuan would have a powerful assistant to help him control the whole formation and notice any signs of disturbance. With Formation Flag, Fang Yuan could move the whole formation directly from his immortal aperture to the outside, or move back the formation from the outside 5 regions to his immortal aperture. The immemorial year beast fishing formation was activated all the time, and the progress was stable. The year essence pool already had over 20 immemorial year beasts, with as many as 7 species. Over half the species were gathered, but Fang Yuan was unsure if all the species could be gathered. This depended on luck. To strengthen his luck, Fang Yuan commanded Hairy-Man Gu Immortals to begin refining Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had an enormous amount of Immortal Gu, already passing 100, but he did not have many Luck Path Immortal Gu. Since he had the Luck Path True Inheritance, once Luck Path Immortal Gu were refined, he could immediately put the inherited methods to use. Moreover, Heavenly Court's foundation in Luck Path was shallow. Thus, the effect of raising his strength in terms of Luck Path would show obvious yield. As for Luck Path Immortal materials, although they were rare and hard to gather, Fang Yuan had the southern border righteous path to extort materials from. The moment these Luck Path Immortal materials were gathered, Fang Yuan made the Hairy-Man Gu Immortals start the Gu refinement. Because they were not advancing the ranks of the Immortal Gu and were only refining rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could bear the losses even if the refinement failed. He had enough foundation currently and was extremely wealthy, an enormous difference compared to his previous life at the same time period. As for the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction Profound Light Qi could be put aside now. Although he did not practice time cutting edge, Fang Yuan had gained many new insights. He had a clearer understanding of the true essence of this move now. This move was like an eraser. It could use time path power to erase the enemy, but also consume the user at the same time. The flaw of memory erasing by this move could not be removed. This was determined by the structure of time cutting edge. Once this flaw was removed, the whole killer moves framework would be overturned. If that happened, time cutting edge's extremely powerful offensive characteristic would also disappear completely. Fang Yuan had no choice but to accept this flaw. The main body made a lot of progress. His clone's progress was even bigger. The pure dream clone soul was gradually transforming and matching the body. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone had already advanced to become a rank 6 Dragonman Gu Immortal and possessed a high-grade blessed land. Fang Yuan began to spare more time towards exploring dream realms. Over this period of time, he and Qi Chuyu had carried out many transactions, and there were already a lot of dream realms in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's soul left the body and entered a Qi Path dream realm. His vision changed, and at the next moment, he was standing on top of a hill. Fog filled his sight, and chilling wind blew around him. He looked at himself. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal and was in a miserable state. His body was filled with injuries with some wounds still bleeding. What is this? Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, there was a rustle of wind behind him. The fog dissipated and 3 Inkman Gu Immortals appeared. Wei Yushu, where do you think you're going? Die! 3 killer moves slashed towards Fang Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with his Gu worms when he already fell into a life and death situation. Boom. At the next moment, his body exploded into pieces, dying miserably. Fang Yuan exited the dream realm and returned to reality. I did not expect I would encounter such an obstacle immediately after entering the dream realm, and even dying. He inspected the injuries on his soul. What was beyond his expectation was that there were only light injuries on his soul, which could be healed with 100 Guts Gu. Looks like after my soul advanced to Desolate Soul, the soul's quality changed and can bear stronger backlash from dream realms. Fang Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same dream. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his Gu worms. He only had one immortal Gu. It had the shape of a cockroach and was gray-white, like the texture of a stone, but was quite light. It gave a cold and slightly rough feeling to the touch. Fang Yuan quickly found the details of this Gu in his memories. This is Qi Flow Gu, a rank 6 Qi Flow Immortal Gu. Besides this, there were a large number of rank 5 Qi Path Mortal Gu. There were also 3 immortal materials, Black Iron Qi, Orchid Vitality Qi, and Moving Dragon Qi. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Qi Flow Gu only has support characteristics. How can I block the pursuing troops with just these mortal Gu? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout sounded from behind him. Wei Yushu, where do you think you're going? Die! Bam! Fang Yuan was once again cut into pieces. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan pondered while treating his injuries. Based on the current situation, it is obvious that I need to activate immortal killer moves to be able to resist the 3 pursuing troops. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was low, but he had plenty of resources. Even without Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Shadow Sect's True Inheritance contained many inheritances and had records of a lot of Qi Path killer moves. Lang Yu's sect also had many in its collection. Even if he did not have these, just based on the enormous number of Chi Path Immortal Gu recipes in Lang Yu's sect and his refinement path attainment level, Fang Yuan could refine immortal killer moves. On top of this rich theoretical foundation, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and soon thought of a killer move that could resolve the first obstacle of the dream realm. However, he was a stranger to Chi Path killer moves. Therefore, he began to practice them. Naturally, he did not have Chi Flow Immortal Gu, but he could more or less imitate its moves and practice them. When he returned to the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally had confidence. After trying several times, Fang Yuan activated the killer move successfully. His whole body was covered in a pitch-black armor. The pursuing 3 Gu Immortals could no longer kill him instantly. Wei At, you dare to retaliate. A mere slave has such guts. You offended your master. You deserve to die. Kill him. Mash him into pulp. The 3 Inkman Gu Immortals shouted as they surrounded and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was able to resist for a while before he was killed by the 3. Coming out of the dream realm, Fang Yuan summarized his experience. Looks like I need to prioritize escape instead of fighting them. In the next attempt, he did not use the previous moves, but instead changed to a movement immortal killer move. He failed once, but succeeded in the next attempt. This success brought Fang Yuan to the second stage of the dream realm. GUH. Before he had time to size up his surroundings, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured, and the immortal materials have been expended greatly. Fang Yuan's mind sank slightly. Although he had only Chi Flow Immortal Gu, he could use this Immortal Gu as the core and use the 3 immortal materials as supplementary to activate immortal killer moves. Black Iron Chi could transform into a dark full-body armor. Orchid Vitality Chi could heal him. Moving Dragon Chi was used for movement. In the first stage of the dream realm, Fang Yuan had escaped the pursuit of the 3 Gu Immortals by using Moving Dragon Chi. Currently, Fang Yuan had entered the second stage and immediately discovered that Moving Dragon Chi was expended by over half. Iron Chi was expended by half, while Orchid Vitality Chi was intact with no expenditure. This situation is not good. Let's heal first. Fang Yuan silently prepared and activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. As immortal essence was transferred to activate the killer move, Orchid Vitality Chi was instantly expended by a small portion. Fang Yuan gulped and his cheeks suddenly puffed up. He opened his mouth and breathed out. The smell of his breath was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a dense light green fog that quickly covered his whole body. When the fog disappeared after a while, Fang Yuan's injuries were mostly recovered. Where should I go now? Fang Yuan felt troubled. Currently, he was in a cave which looked like it might be in a mountain or underground. The cave was long and had many paths that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan had just walked a few steps when he saw an Inkman Gu Immortal coming from the front. This Inkman Gu Immortal saw Fang Yuan and was dazed at first before shouting in joy. Wei At, so you were here. Ha ha ha. This is great. You actually ran into me. This merit is mine. The saying is not wrong. Arriving at the right time is better than arriving early. Fang Yuan was also surprised. This Inkman Gu Immortal was not one of the 3 Gu Immortals in the first stage. He was someone new. More importantly, he was not a rank 6, but a rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Gu Immortal pounced towards Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan be his opponent? All his bones were broken as he fell limply on the ground. The Inkman Gu Immortal sneered while looking down at Fang Yuan. Wei At, weren't you so wild? You never expected to fall in my hands, right? Ha ha ha. To tell the truth, even I had not expected this. You lived so extravagantly and were doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away. You really brought it upon yourself. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul returned to reality with injuries. This means even if I am captured and am not killed, it is considered a failure. Looks like this dream realm is an escape dream realm. In that situation, there is indeed no way to contend against a ranked 7 Gu Immortal. Again, Fang Yuan entered the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times and failed repeatedly. He discovered there were many Inkman Gu Immortals chasing after him, 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals and 3 rank 7s. They were all Inkman Gu Immortals. Adding on the information revealed by that rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan had a rough guess about the time period of the dream realm. It was not the remote antiquity era, but olden antiquity era. Variant humans were still powerful. There were many Gu Immortals chasing him, and they all had plentiful methods. Fang Yuan failed again and again, but he was not discouraged, and soon, he found an opportunity to escape. Inside this mountain cave tunnel, there were several Chi Path immortal materials. One of them, Autumn Scale Concealment Chi, was the biggest help to him. Finally, Fang Yuan used the experience from his failed attempts and collected the immortal materials to activate a killer move. He smoothly passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fang Yuan discovered to his surprise that the dream realm progressed automatically, and he could not interfere at all. He was collapsed on the ground. In front of him was a beautiful female, Inkman Immortal. Her body was overflowing with rank 8 aura, and her gaze towards Fang Yuan contained anger, hatred, as well as love and pity. Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a kid who did not even know about cultivation. I taught you step by step and raised you into a Gu immortal. Was it my protection and indulgence that allowed you to have such guts? Tell me, why did you betray me? Have I, Princess Yitong, mistreated you? You lived in luxury and peace. You only needed to serve me, and I have never treated you cruelly. The rank 8 female Inkman Immortal asked sharply. Wei Yushu smiled sadly. But, even if I lived a much better life, I was still only your slave. The female Inkman Immortal was furious. What is bad about becoming my slave? Many Inkmen want to live your life, but don't get such a chance. Wei Yushu was dazed for a moment before he spoke slowly. I did not think it was bad before, but when I heard there was a heavenly court in this world where humans live. So, you want to run to heavenly court? The female Inkman Immortal sneered. You are too naive. You actually believe in the temptation of these devils? Wei Yushu closed his eyes. His voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, but I want to believe it. The female Inkman Immortal's gaze turned slightly dazed, and her anger slowly dissipated. She recalled the beautiful memories of the past, how she had spoiled this foreign race's slave, but those days would never return. She said regretfully, Yushu, I have pardoned your mistakes many times, but I cannot do it this time. If I pardon you anymore, it will damage the dignity of my race. If I had not personally come out, you would have actually escaped. My effort in raising you is not in vain after all. The truth is, this place is very close to the sphere of influence under Heavenly Court. These words seemed to have injected a gust of strength in Wei Yushu. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman Immortal. He begged, I don't have any wish before my death, but I only have one thought. Please let me climb out of this cave and take one glance at Heavenly Court. The female Inkman Immortal was silent for a while before sighing. All right. She moved to the side. Wei Yushu used his bloodied hands to slowly crawl out with all his strength. He was breathing roughly, his sweat and blood mixed together. It was a short distance, but he had to spend a good while to move to the cave entrance. This cave entrance was located at the middle part of the mountain. It could see far and wide. He looked ahead with hope. However, he only saw dense mist. It is really unfortunate, but mist is a common occurrence around mountains. The female Inkman Immortal walked from behind. But even if there was no mist, you won't see Heavenly Court. I said this is only a place near the sphere of influence under Heavenly Court, but it is only a barren land. Wei Yushu, however, seemed to have obtained utmost satisfaction. He lied on the ground powerlessly with no strength left to raise his head again. But his eyes shone brightly. No, I saw it. I saw Heavenly Court. You, the female Inkman Immortal, was visibly moved. The moment he finished saying this, Wei Yushu's last breath was used up. He died. The female Inkman Immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead at the direction of Heavenly Court in silence. Her expression carried an unprecedented solemnness. Heavenly Court. Chapter 1810 Extorting Dream Realms. Fang Yuan was an audience throughout the whole third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm. When this third stage was complete, the whole Chi Path Dream Realm also disappeared. Fang Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the beginning and easy at the end. I had to accumulate experience by going through so many failures in the first two stages. Even Unravel Dream was not too useful. But at the last stage, I directly passed it without having to do anything. This was the most comfortable experience for Fang Yuan, being an audience. If he could observe every dream realm like this, how wonderful would it be? This dream realm's time period was not the remote antiquity era but olden antiquity era. Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly complicated. Even though he was Heavenly Court's archenemy, he had to admit the greatness of Heavenly Court. But shortly afterwards, only a chilly light remained in his eyes. No matter how great they are, as long as they block my path, I can only use all my strength to destroy them. With the successful exploration of this dream realm, Fang Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The progress was quite big since Fang Yuan had no attainment in Chi Path previously. No wonder that Wei Yushu could receive constant special treatment from the Inkman Princess. One of the main reasons must be his talent in Chi Path. Fang Yuan's biggest realization from this exploration was not related to the dream realm or Heavenly Court, but his soul. Desolate soul. After forming a desolate soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was a human soul, the injuries from this exploration would definitely be much heavier. Although Guts Gu could heal the injuries, it was bound to affect the efficiency of the exploration. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps when I use pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the injuries on the soul will be even lighter than now. Just like how Fang Yuan cultivated inside Luo Po Valley using Luo Po Wind. Once Fang Yuan's soul was inside a physical body, the power of Luo Po Wind would fall sharply. If Fang Yuan used a pure dream reality seeker physique body to carry his soul to explore dream realms, his soul should be tightly protected by the physical body. A normal body could not block the power of dream realms. But the pure dream reality seeker physique body was different. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not know the way to enter dreams with the pure dream reality seeker physique body. If he directly sent the pure dream reality seeker physique body into a dream realm, it would move freely inside without any disturbance from the dream realm. But at the same time, it was unable to immerse in the dream, let alone explore the dream realm. Next, let's explore this ice and snow path dream realm. Fang Yuan moved his gaze. Fang Yuan had already stored many dream realms inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The Chi Path dream realm just now was the biggest, and it was gone now. This ice and snow path dream realm took the place as the biggest dream realm. Besides this dream realm, there were also dream realms of Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have Desolate Soul. My efficiency in exploring dream realms is greatly increased. I felt these dream realms were enough before, but it looks somewhat insufficient now. Moreover, the dream realms are of different types. This is a petty act by Qi Chuyu. Fang Yuan knew clearly. Although Qi Chuyu continued to transact with Fang Yuan, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could distinguish the types of dream realm roughly. So, when he transacted with Fang Yuan, he was controlling the goods, giving Fang Yuan scattered dream realms of different paths. There was not even one human path dream realm that Fang Yuan truly wanted. There were also not many dream realms of Chi Path or Ice and Snow Path. Yet, these dream realms were all useful to Fang Yuan, or even Time Path dream realms or Refinement Path dream realms, as long as they were not dream realms which he had already explored before in the previous life. After all, Fang Yuan's highest attainment level was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There was still space to advance. Fang Yuan did not refuse any of these dream realms, as these dream realms could increase his attainment levels. Moreover, there was no disadvantage in increasing the attainment levels of all his paths. It was even a good thing, as he would not need to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures of related paths in the future. While Fang Yuan was exploring dream realms, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals had succeeded in their Gu refinement. Lord Fang Yuan, we have refined this immortal Gu. Sixth Hair handed over an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu resembled a water droplet that flickered with dazzling lights like a blue diamond. It was smooth and cold when touched. This was ranked 6-time Anchor Immortal Gu. Although Fang Yuan prioritized refining Luck Path Immortal Gu, Time Anchor Immortal Gu was also on the list of Gu to be refined. The number of Immortal Gu Fang Yuan possessed surpassed 100, but he had enough resources and wealth to raise them, so the more Immortal Gu he had, the better. He had come in touch with Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago. It was once the Immortal Gu of Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Subai Man. It could anchor onto a certain period in time. Subai Man died and Time Anchor Immortal Gu was acquired by Shadow Sect, but was destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Now, Fang Yuan had ordered Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine it. Time Anchor Immortal Gu could coordinate with Spring Autumn Cicada to form a killer move that could let Fang Yuan rebirth to a specific period of time. This killer move was very valuable. For instance, Fang Yuan could mark this current time and continue to explore dream realms without regard for anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to this time again and continue exploring other dream realms. His attainment levels in the paths would remain. Fang Yuan could use this move to continuously increase his attainment levels. Unfortunately, I cannot use Spring-Autumn Success if I use this killer move. Without a 100% success rate, there will be a chance of failure, and if I bump into it, it will be akin to suicide. I will end up as the biggest joke. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level might be at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, and he had the Light of Wisdom, but the problem here did not originate from himself. If I am not wrong, since Fate Gu is injured and not destroyed, it can restrict the effectiveness of the killer move made by merging Time Anchor Immortal Gu into Spring-Autumn Success. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth was using a loophole of this world. This would disrupt events and change the past, influencing the balance of the world. Heavens would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fang Yuan, just using Time Anchor with Spring-Autumn Cicada was just enough to use this loophole. Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole, but the hole was too small for him to use the both together. Looks like only when Fate Gu is completely destroyed can Time Anchor effectively merge with Spring-Autumn Success. The killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were similar. Even if the killer moves could link to form an even greater might, it did not show a good result when put into practice. The Dragonman clone had already passed one heavenly tribulation and a dozen earthly calamities. His cultivation was rising sharply. To quicken Dragonman clone's cultivation, Fang Yuan used Time Path Killer move to hasten the rate of time of the Dragonman clone's immortal aperture to the limit. Before each calamity and tribulation, Fang Yuan would deduce the details, thus being well prepared for it. Because of Fang Yuan's powerful strength, these calamities and tribulations possessed no threat and were like firework ceremonies that increased the down marks of Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. Fang Yuan had time path methods, and more importantly, he had exposing heavenly secret, which made the calamities and tribulations sent by heavens will ineffective. With the help of his robust strength, these calamities and tribulations were impotent. At present, Fang Yuan could not only increase a Gu master's cultivation level, he could even rapidly increase the cultivation level of a Gu immortal. But this method could not be advocated, because the cost was quite high. The Time Path Killer move to accelerate the immortal aperture's time flow was a rank 8 killer move and expended a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence. Exposing Heavenly Secret was also not a killer move that could be activated by ordinary Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Adding on the expenses to undergo each tribulation, it only could produce at most a ranked 7 Dragonman clone. The investment was not proportional to the yield. If not for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would be reluctant to develop the Dragonman clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were constructed everywhere, and Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals began to protest, asking for Fang Yuan to first release some captives to show his sincerity. Thereupon, Fang Yuan released Yang. Yi Clan was dumbstruck after obtaining Yang. Because Fang Yuan had only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were absent. Just a body was the same as a corpse. What use could it have? Southern Border's Righteous Path were furious but were helpless against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan persuaded them. The body is only the first step. It shows my sincerity. It is your turn to show sincerity now. Southern Border's Righteous Path felt that the future was bleak. If Fang Yuan were to disassemble the captives and extort them, how much could he extort and how long would this extortion last? Thereupon, they began to make a din. Fang Yuan's attitude changed to become tough and indifferent, directly threatening every clan. If you want me to release the captives, I will release them to your enemies. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Gu immortals through indescribable ways and make sure he or she would never be able to raise their head in the future. Fang Yuan had done this in the previous life. He was even more at ease and familiar with this process this time. Southern Border's Righteous Path shamefully gave in. They could do nothing, especially Ba clan and Xia clan. These pitiful clans had their first supreme elders captured by Fang Yuan. The other clans had also lost important battle strengths of theirs. If they did not save the captives, they would lose the support of their people. Fang Yuan then demanded Southern Border's Righteous Path to use Dream Realms as the chips to exchange for the captives. Southern Border's Righteous Path was not willing at first since Dream Realms represented the future, but Fang Yuan guaranteed, I am not asking for a lot and won't empty this place. I will even leave behind most of them for Southern Border's Righteous Path. To show even more sincerity, he was willing to release the body of a Gu immortal captive for every Dream Realm exchange. The Southern Border Righteous Path forces were helpless and could only accept this proposal. Chi Chuyu felt a chill inside. He knew this was Fang Yuan's retaliation and also a warning. Thereupon, the extortion of Southern Border's Righteous Path entered the next stage. Fang Yuan did not go back on his promise. He released a captive's body every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms. These Dream Realms were much larger than the ones he secretly transacted with Chi Chuyu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had carefully chosen their paths as well. Fairy Ziwei was extremely worried and tried many ways to ruin these transactions, but none of them succeeded. It is time for another battle. Fang Yuan calculated the time and rode Myriad Year, flying warship, into the River of Time. He took the initiative to start the second battle in the River of Time, but he did not know that this time, the Time Path Great Expert, Gu Lu Ru, was waiting for him. Chapter 1811 Daybreak, Sword River of Time. Not long after Fang Yuan entered with Myriad Year flying warship, Gu Lu Ru intercepted him. You are Fang Yuan? I am Heavenly Court's Gu Lu Ru. I came to take your life. Gu Lu Ru was sitting in the wooden wheelchair. His face was sickly pale, but his eyes were ice cold. The moment he finished speaking, lumps of gray-white light shot towards Fang Yuan like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. These gray-white lights were completely blocked by Myriad Year flying warship. But Myriad Year flying warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is a Time Path Great Expert. His Time Path Killer move is amplified in the River of Time. Heavenly Court's foundation is indeed unfathomable. It hasn't even been that long, but an old timer has already appeared. The Immortals inside myriad-year flying warship were stunned. I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. Fang Yuan sneered. He was slightly surprised at first, but he recognized this person a moment later. In the previous life's war, when Longevity Heaven invaded Heavenly Court, Bing Sai Chuan had given all the information of the battle situation in Heavenly Court to Fang Yuan in order to gain his trust. And Gu Lu Ru had awakened and participated in that battle. Therefore, Fang Yuan was able to quickly recognize Gu Lu Ru and even knew about all his methods. Immediately, Fang Yuan fought Gu Lu Ru with myriad-year flying warship. The battle ensued, causing astonishing waves in the surroundings. Gu Lu Ru's moves were exquisite with many concealed moves within them. He was clearly a time path great expert, but used a style similar to Wisdom Path. In fact, his main cultivation path was Time Path, but he also cultivated Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan felt like he was facing a powerful chess player. If he was even a bit careless, he would be dragged into the other's rhythm and fall into countless traps. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew about Gu Lu Ru's battle style. Myriad-year flying warship ran amok and destroyed Gu Lu Ru's arrangements. The long battle showed no results. Gu Lu Ru chose to retreat. Didn't you come to take my life? Fang Yuan shouted coldly from the bow of the ship while giving chase. Gu Lu Ru sneered. I am not in a hurry, so what are you in a hurry for? Fang Yuan, you are indeed a demon whose name causes a commotion in the world. You have some skills. By the time I return, I will have already deciphered your tiny ship and will then take your life. Although half of his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a compact Immortal Gu house. The two wheels moved rapidly on the surface of the river, bringing Gu Lu Ru away at an extremely fast speed. Lord Fang Yuan, let us activate Torrential Charge. A variant human Gu Immortal suggested. The killer move Torrential Charge could change the flow of the surrounding water of the River of Time and help myriad-year flying warship move with an astonishing speed. There is no hurry. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with light for a moment before rejecting the suggestion. Use Daybreak's sword instead. No one had the guts to go against his order. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as a blinding white light shot out. From the silver-white light bubbled the water of the River of Time, from which countless strands of silver light emerged. The silver rays quickly condensed and took shape, transforming into many sharp sword-like blades that shot out violently. What? Gu Lu Ru had naturally been paying attention to Fang Yuan's movements and immediately discovered this. Thoughts surged and clashed in his mind as he rapidly deduced. This is the first time Fang Yuan has revealed this time path killer move. Truly wondrous. It actually uses the water of the River of Time to extract traces of the sharpest power of time path. Although they are shaped like swords, they are essentially time path down marks. If I am hit by this, I won't leave unharmed. Gu Lu Ru's mind jolted slightly, inwardly astonished at the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level and Fang Yuan had further elevated it by ingeniously using the River of Time, thus increasing its might far beyond ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon's talents are terrifying. Not only can he use Reverse Flow River, he has even begun researching the River of Time. Gu Lu Ru's wariness towards Fang Yuan deepened by another level, and his killing intent surged. I can't let this demon live. I must use all my strength to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will be a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver swords shot towards Gu Lu Ru. Gu Lu Ru was soon injured. His defensive killer move was unable to block the sharp swords. Kill him. Some variant human Gu Immortals shouted, their morale surging. After they killed Heavenly Court's rank 8 the previous time, their confidence had soared, and they even treated Gu Lu Ru as prey. With their rank 7 cultivation levels, they had hunted down a rank 8 great expert of Heavenly Court. This sense of achievement and stimulation shook both their bodies and minds. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he ridiculed Gu Lu Ru. Didn't you want to take my life? Now it looks like your own aged life is on the line. Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly but did not reply, only escaping rapidly. His wheelchair was already riddled with marks. Fang Yuan laughed, scared like a stray dog. You have brought shame to Heavenly Court's reputation. The sharp swords were exquisitely controlled by him, cutting Gu Lu Ru's robe and flesh. Gu Lu Ru was silent. Fang Yuan jeered. Looks like there are only rubbish like you in Heavenly Court, so much for it being the #1 force in the world. It seems Heavenly Court is nothing much after all. Gu Lu Ru heard Fang Yuan disgracing Heavenly Court and could not endure anymore. Shut up. Is Heavenly Court's greatness something a petty demon like you can understand? Swoosh. Before he even finished speaking, a sword brushed past his head, cutting away most of his hair along with skin. Bright red blood spilled out continuously. Gu Lu Ru cried out in pain and slammed the wheelchair, which burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase. He can't last for long. That's right, his immortal Gu was destroyed by Daybreak's sword, so his wheelchair is starting to break. Many of Fang Yuan's subordinates shouted. Their morale was at an all-time high at this moment. Indeed, Gu Lu Ru's wheelchair was constantly crumbling, leaving behind a large amount of fragmented Gu worm corpses in its path. But Fang Yuan restrained his expression and smiled indifferently. Stop. The Immortals were surprised, but they did not dare to disobey him, and immediately combined their strength to stop Myriad Year flying warship. Gu Lu Ru, who was running for his life, saw this scene. His whole body shook as a stifled feeling rose up in his chest, but he was unable to vent it. Fang Yuan smiled and commented leisurely while sizing up the empty space above the river in front. What a great time path Gu formation. I wonder which heavenly court member is specially waiting for me. You are talking to me, Li Huang. Li Huang's voice was transmitted, and at the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu immortal subordinates of Fang Yuan were stupefied at this sight. Some variant human Gu immortals only managed to react after a while. So this was a trap. That old man acted so well. We almost fell into the trap. If it were not for the wise and mighty Lord Fang Yuan, we might be in a terrible situation. Gu Lu Ru slowly flew over with a dark face. To play this trick, he had intentionally given up on an immortal Gu and even got injured. Blood flowed wildly, but they were actually self-inflicted injuries. But who could have thought his mutilation plan became a show that Fang Yuan watched with leisure? Li Huang said with a deep voice. Looks like you are familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fang Yuan admitted openly. Indeed, I suffered a lot because of this in the previous life. So what if you recognize it? Your life ends here. Gu Lu Ru sneered. As his voice landed, two immortal Gu houses appeared on the left and right of Fang Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant and grand. The orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The immortal Gu house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Another immortal Gu house was a huge lever that was white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. It was Shark Flow Lever. Fang Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion. An eternal yacht. Heavenly Court was still reconstructing them. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow levers constructions had already begun long ago. They were completed recently and were sent to take part in this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fang Yuan's retreat route. Gu Lu Ru moved and once again installed Myriad Year flying warship. Shark Flow Lever drew a beautiful arc in the periphery of the battlefield and picked up Li Huang before joining the battlefield. A large battle ensued, causing the river to surge and set off countless violent waves. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such strong defense. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were stunned. Myriad Year flying warship displayed extremely powerful defense, causing all the killer moves of Heavenly Court's side to be ineffective. It showed a stance of standing on the spot and letting the attacks hit it. After another while of fighting, Fang Yuan laughed brightly. Gu Lu Ru, I have seen through your moves. Saying so, Myriad Year flying warship slammed at the weak point. Not good. Gu Lu Ru's expression changed. At the next moment, his time path killer move that was hindering Myriad Year flying warship broke loudly. The backlash caused him to cough out blood. Stop him. Shark Flow Lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform used their killer moves. Charge through. Fang Yuan instructed lightly. Explosions burst out as Myriad Year flying warship charged out of the battlefield with an unreasonable momentum. Don't chase. Gu Lu Ru quickly stopped Li Huang, who wanted to give chase. He said with a dark expression and heavy voice. This immortal Gu house is worthy of being at rank 8 level. We can't stop it. Damn it. Li Huang clenched his fists. He felt quite stifled. He was a fire path Gu immortal and could only fight in the river of time with Shark Flow Lever. If Fang Yuan had fallen into the trap, he would have a platform to display his might. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not give him this chance. However, what made Li Huang even more depressed had yet to come. Fang Yuan saw Heavenly Court did not give chase and immediately brought Myriad Year flying warship to a stop, smiling. Friends, my Myriad Year flying warship still has a move called Myriad Year Hunting. Please appraise it. Heavenly Court's side was quickly on guard. They smelled a strange fragrance coming from Myriad Year flying warship. Not long later, countless beast roars resounded from every direction and were approaching closer. These are year beasts, ancient year beasts, and even immemorial year beasts. There are too many year beasts. They seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru felt their hearts shaking at this sight. It turned out Fang Yuan's rank 8 immortal Gu house was not just about collision. It still had such a terrifying killer move. Chapter 18:12 Second Battle in the River of Time. Inside Myriad Year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest felt their hearts throbbing. The scene was too grand. The Year Beast army was charging towards them from all directions with a great momentum. Such an amazing killer move. No wonder this move was never used inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Too many Year Beasts are lured in. If it was used inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would definitely lead to a great catastrophe. Heavenly Court side was also shaken. Myriad Year Flying Warship. Gu Lu Ru mumbled this name with a serious expression. Li Huang was also solemn as he spoke. This is already a beast tide now. Its power is actually so great. Even a legendary character like him was highly impressed at such a majestic sight. Fang Yuan showed a slight smile. He had derived Myriad Year hunting from immemorial Year Beast fishing formation and developed it to its limit. With years flow like water Immortal Gu as the core and the amplification from the river of time, it resulted in an extraordinary power. Countless beasts roared in the beast tide. Boom boom boom. Heavenly Court attacked the Year Beast tsunami with all kinds of killer moves. Waves after waves of Year Beasts were killed. Heavenly Court's 2-time path Immortal Gu houses were both of rank 7 level and could match rank 8 battle strength. They had no issue in dealing with most of the Year Beasts. But the problem was, what was the use in simply killing these Year Beasts? As long as Myriad Year flying warships still existed, there would be an endless flow of Year Beasts. This was an enslavement path battle tactic to consume Heavenly Court's battle strength. The explosive killer moves that Heavenly Court's people used expended a lot of immortal essence. If we fight with these Year Beasts, we will be falling into Fang Yuan's scheme. We need to destroy Myriad Year flying warship, and this will all end. A rank 7 Gu immortal inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform suggested. The moment he had finished speaking, a Gu immortal beside him spoke. But we already know how sturdy Myriad Year flying warship is. How can we adopt the tactic of attacking directly? The rank 7 Gu immortal was speechless. Immediately after, he heard shouting in his surroundings. Careful! Fang Yuan is coming over again. Myriad Year flying warship's speed rose, but instead of retreating, it charged directly into Shark Flow Lever. Such audacity! Li Huang, who was inside Shark Flow Lever, shouted. Fang Yuan actually dared to come back. He clearly looked down on them. Immediately, Heavenly Court's 2 Immortal Gu houses and Time Path Great Expert Gu Lu Ru surrounded and attacked Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship took the waves of attacks firmly as countless silver swords shone around it, and then shot out like a rainstorm. Both sides went at each other. The intensity of the battle reached an extreme level immediately. Not good. Fang Yuan is trying to delay us so that this Year Beast army can surround us. Gu Lu Ru saw Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang smiled coldly. As long as we wholeheartedly concentrate on breaking through the siege, so what if there are even more of these Year Beasts? Gu Lu Ru sighed. Don't forget we still have the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation behind us. Li Huang was stumped. He had forgotten about that in this moment of urgency. After being reminded, his mind jolted as he cursed. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is truly insidious and vicious. Heavenly Court had constructed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation painstakingly. It could slowly drift along the surface of the River of Time. There were a large number of Gu Immortals garrisoned inside, controlling their respective formation course. If this large formation was destroyed, Heavenly Court's losses would not only be a lot of Immortal Gu, but also these rank 7 Gu Immortals. Moreover, they probably would not be able to construct another River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation within a short period of time. Heavenly Court's situation was quite awkward. They wanted to use the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but it was seen through by Fang Yuan. Now, this formation instead became Heavenly Court's weakness and was used by Fang Yuan. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation could float, but its speed was very slow. There was no chance of it escaping the current battle. Let's first slowly recall the Gu Immortals inside the formation. Gu Lu Ru said after a while of thinking. Li Huang, however, said at almost the same time. Kill Fang Yuan. Everything will be settled once we kill this source of evil. The 2 Gu Immortals glanced at each other. At this crucial moment, they had different thoughts. Roar. Because of Fang Yuan, the frontmost Year Beasts reached the battlefield. At the lead were 3 immemorial Year Beasts. These immemorial Year Beasts had a tough physique. They endured Heavenly Court's bombardment and charged right into the battlefield of Immortal Gu houses. Seeking death, Li Huang shouted in fury. He controlled the huge sharks in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite at them. At the same time, he also activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move. Within a dozen breaths of time, 2 immemorial Year Beasts were beaten to death one after the other. Foolish clowns. Li Huang's killing intent was leaking when he heard Gu Lu Ru's shout. Help me quickly. Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial Year Beasts, while Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year flying warship and brought the battle to a temporary deadlock. But soon after, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak's sword and bombarded the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. This formation was strong inside and weak outside. It was originally meant to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after this vicious attack by Fang Yuan, it immediately became unstable with many areas crumbling apart. The Gu Immortals inside the formation cores lost their lives immediately. With myriad year-flying warships, extremely tough defense, Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were unable to do any harm to it. They were forced to block Fang Yuan's attacks to defend the retreating Gu Immortals inside the large formation. As such, Fang Yuan gained the initiative. He could casually attack anywhere he wanted. Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a miserable state, unable to cope with the attacks from all directions. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly detoured and attacked myriad year-flying warship from the back. But Fang Yuan had no fear. If it were him alone, he might not be able to pay attention to all sides, but he had many experienced Gu Immortal subordinates inside the vessel to help him. And to get the battle merit of killing another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Fang Yuan stood on the bow of the boat from the beginning. Regardless of how dangerous and chaotic it was outside, suddenly, he saw a gap in Gu Lu Ru's defense and activated a killer move. Spring Scissors. Spring Scissors flew out. It was not targeted towards Gu Lu Ru. Instead, it dodged his obstruction, and snip, beheaded a female immortal. Gu Lu Ru's heart jumped with fright. Isn't this Xia Cha's trump card method? Fang Yuan has already grasped it and even modified it to suit his rank 7 cultivation. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he activated Summer Fan, which was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang was unable to pay attention to both sides and could only look on as wind howled and blew even more holes in the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation, instantly destroying several immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, I want to kill them, can you stop me? Fang Yuan laughed loudly and mockingly. Li Huang's eyes burned with anger as he shouted, Scoundrel, I will grind your bones to ashes. Boom, an immemorial year beast rammed into myriad year flying warship, slightly tilting the rank 8 immortal Gu house. Heavenly Court's side was stumped. Almost at an instant, the 2 rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out Fang Yuan can only lure in the year beast tide and not control them. It even seems like these year beasts' target is myriad year flying warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru had the urge to cough blood. They had fought wholeheartedly for so long, but it turned out they were actually blocking the enemy for Fang Yuan. No wonder Fang Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, instead charging over to pester them. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. He had already done his best in the current situation, using year's flow like water to attract year beasts and incite a year beast tide. This was the power of Time Path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be Enslavement Path's power. Year beasts continued to come in from all around, making the battlefield extremely cramped. Previously, Heavenly Court was still bombarding this year beast tide and had slightly slowed them down. But because of Fang Yuan attacking River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation constantly and killing many rank 7 Gu Immortals, Heavenly Court side had no time to attend to the beast tide. Die, Fang Yuan. Get lost, Li Huang shouted. But Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship to cling onto Shark Flow Lever or 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. The year beast target was myriad year flying warship, but because of this, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform also met with calamity. Don't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you now. Come on, attack me. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Even Gu Lu Ru's breathing hastened as he looked rigidly at Fang Yuan with a deep cold gaze filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal Gu houses soon did not even have space to move. If someone looked from afar, they could only see year beasts rushing to the battlefield in the center. These year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were packed so tightly that they looked like a sphere of ants. And the sphere was getting tighter and denser along with getting increasingly larger. The 3 immortal Gu houses in the middle of the sphere seemed to have turned into meat grinders. Even an immemorial year beast would be ground to death within a dozen seconds. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru attacked furiously. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was already destroyed completely. Heavenly Court's efforts this time had all gone to waste. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru had already tried their best to save any Gu immortal they could, but most of them still died miserably at Fang Yuan's hands. Let's leave now, otherwise there will be no survivors. Gu Lu Ru called out. Without the large formation hindering Fang Yuan rampaged in the battlefield with myriad year flying warship. No one was able to stop him. Heavenly Court's battle tactics had failed completely. Fang Yuan, just wait. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. You will die by my hands sooner or later, Li Huang said with clenched teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, and he already felt extreme hatred, anger, and disgust because of Fang Yuan's actions. This demon was truly insidious and crafty. Li Huang, I think you are the one who is arrogant. Myriad Year flying warship suddenly erupted. The killer moved torrential charge activated under it. At its surroundings were Daybreak's swords. The silver swords pierced into the torrent and exploded with an unimaginable speed. These two moves can be combined. Li Huang cried out in shock, caught off guard. Myriad Year flying warship directly collided into the damaged shark flow lever. Bam! Amidst the loud sound, shark flow lever was directly destroyed, the remaining huge sharks dying on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Myriad Year flying warship destroyed shark flow lever and collided straight into Li Huang with its remaining momentum. Li Huang's Verdant Sunflame Cloak shook intensely. It was like a prairie fire, but after the collision, it immediately weakened to become a small flame. Li Huang, it is time for your death. Fang Yuan's eyes shone sharply as he used both Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8. Li Huang stared with his eyes wide open as he felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to breathe as he focused everything on defense. But when he took on the killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan revealed their previous state. They were only at rank 7. Fang Yuan, you deceived me. Li Huang roared. His attention was completely on Fang Yuan. Immediately after, Myriad Year flying warship followed. Li Huang's eyes almost popped out as his sight became filled with the large silver figure of Myriad Year flying warship. Boom. Li Huang's flame cloak was completely extinguished. His chest caved in, from which blood, mixed with pieces of organs, spurted out like a fountain. Whoosh. Countless silver swords attacked at the next second. They were as densely packed as bees. They pierced deep into Li Huang's body and exited out from all directions. Li Huang's body was moved around in all directions by Daybreak swords, shaking intensely in the process. The sharp light in his pupils dissipated rapidly. Before death, his final thought was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here. Retreat. Gulu shouted with teary eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his whole face looked malevolent. Li Huang might be stronger than Gulu, but in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he was definitely more disadvantaged. It was not that Gulu did not think of going to save him, but Fang Yuan had prepared for so long. How could he give him the chance to rescue? The tightly packed year beasts were also a huge hindrance. Gulu controlled 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and left the battlefield rapidly. Fang Yuan gave chase with surging killing intent. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, this will be your final resting place. Gulu gave a muffled groan as he concentrated on escaping. He imprinted this disgrace deep in his heart. Righteous is falling while demonic is rising. Sigh. The most sensible option now is to preserve our strength and fight again in the future. Fang Yuan, you can continue to be arrogant for the time being. Chapter 1813 Fearsome beast tide fast winds and ferocious waves surged in the river of time. Myriad Year flying warship continually shot out Daybreak flying swords like a storm raging towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, many Central Continent Gu Immortals were resolved for death as they said to Gulu, Lord, please leave first. Gulu hesitated. These people continued. Central Continent can do without us, but it cannot lose you. This situation is too dangerous. We will all be killed if we try to escape together. Moreover, Heavenly Court has also sent the command. Fairy Ziwei had already sent the command for 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to block Myriad Year flying warship while Gulu escaped. Gulu heaved a sigh. I didn't expect the situation to escalate to this. Everyone, your sacrifices won't be in vain. He jumped out of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and dived into the river of time, escaping rapidly. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately turned Myriad Year flying warship around to give chase, but 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform blocked him without regard for itself. Fang Yuan was blocked by 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and was unable to get rid of it within a short period. He could only watch as Gulu entered a tributary of the river of time and escaped to the outside world. In that case, you can all go die. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he concentrated the attacks on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. By now, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was already an exhausted force. Under Myriad Year flying warship's violent and repeated collisions, it completely broke into pieces. Over 10 Gu Immortals fell into the river, and under the extreme chaos, the bloodthirsty year beasts in the surroundings attacked these Gu Immortals. You beasts get lost. Fang Yuan shouted as he maneuvered Myriad Year flying warship to retrieve these battle spoils. But there were too many year beasts. Waves after waves of the beast tide collided into Myriad Year flying warship. During this short delay, Many of the Gu immortals were swallowed by the berserk year beasts without leaving behind even a piece of flesh. Boom. A giant immemorial year ox crashed into the side of Myriad Year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad Year flying warship was almost overturned and was only able to break away after a while. The warship's shape had already deformed with 2 large holes on it. It was the result of the ox horns colliding into it. Fang Yuan's subordinates were flustered. Repair it quickly. So many Gu worms were destroyed. This immemorial year beast has extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan was surprised and sized his surroundings carefully. Year beasts were everywhere in the surroundings. Some flew, some ran on the water, while some moved underwater, with all of them having Myriad Year flying warship as their target. In this period of time, 8 immemorial year beasts had surrounded Fang Yuan, some still afar, while some near. That immemorial year ox just now had smooth skin and hair that shone with golden luster. Its hooves stood stably on the surface of the water. Even the chaotic year beast army could not move it. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Didn't his 12 zodiac battle formation lack an immemorial year ox? Even if he already had an immemorial year ox, Fang Yuan would think of replacing it. The ancient battle formation's might was completely related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts in the formation, and this immemorial year ox was outstanding among immemorial year beasts. But this is not the time to subdue it. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile as he commanded, "Retreat." Myriad Year flying warship began to escape as well. But no matter where it ran to, year beasts would block its path. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog blocked the path. Its body was agile with strong muscles, its eyes shone emitted lightning, and its fur was glossy golden. Myriad Year flying warship repeatedly activated Daybreak's swords, but when they hit its body, they immediately broke, only managing to cut its fur. Woof. The immemorial year dog jumped with such force that it immediately neared the bow of the boat. It opened its mouth, revealing its blade-like sharp silver teeth. Crack. The bow of Myriad Year flying warship was directly bit into pieces. Leave quickly. This dog has time path immortal Gu on it. Fang Yuan's expression was chilly. Immemorial year dog was also a species he lacked, but under this chaotic situation, he simply did not want to fight against these year beasts which he had no information on. Fortunately, the year beasts were also fighting and suppressing each other. There was only one immemorial year dog with the most abundant immemorial year monkeys. Fang Yuan cleverly turned Myriad Year flying warship towards these immemorial year monkeys. Then Myriad Year flying warship moved through the gaps between the year beasts like a flash of silver lightning. The immemorial year dog was stopped by these immemorial year monkeys. After escaping like this all the way, they finally arrived in front of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad Year flying warship had to struggle to pass through the tributary and return to the outside world. A large amount of year beasts actually gave chase without giving up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared, and it ran into Myriad Year flying warship like a flash of golden lightning. Oh no. Fang Yuan, stop it. It is all up to you. The Immortals' expression changed. Myriad Year flying warship was strong outside and weak inside. If the immemorial year rat ran amok inside, the whole immortal Gu house might be destroyed by it. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan also did not care about concealing his strength. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation and appeared in front of the immemorial year rat. He activated the true rank 8 level spring scissors. It flew nimbly in the narrow space and snipped the immemorial year rat. This immemorial year beast was very small, only the size of an adult fist, and was like an extremely hard golden wart. Spring scissors sniped its body but produced clanging sounds like striking a hard stone, even producing yellow sparks. Fang Yuan was already using all his strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shone brightly as it saw a time path immortal Gu. It bit the immortal Gu and made its escape. It was extremely fast, disappearing from Fang Yuan's sight within a blink of an eye. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal Gu was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fang Yuan laughed happily, even rejoicing slightly as he said, "This is my disguise. Although it is a time path immortal Gu, it is not the real years flow like water." Fang Yuan had personally deduced the Myriad Year hunting killer move. How could he not be aware of its enormous flaw? Therefore, he had been prepared and had arranged a bait in Myriad Year flying warship. When Myriad Year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, they would throw out this bait and cause a fight among the immemorial year beasts, thus creating a chance to escape. This method might not fool Heavenly Court's Gu immortals, but immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence and were not like Heavenly Court's rank 8 great experts. Sure enough, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong attraction. They abandoned Myriad Year flying warship and surrounded this small golden rat. Myriad Year Flying Warship was finally able to get rid of this terrifying year beast tide. After confirming it was safe, Fang Yuan immediately moved the rank 8 Immortal Gu house into his immortal aperture. There were bumps and scratches all around Myriad Year Flying Warship. Its sharp bow was chewed down, and there were large holes on its sides. There were also several claw marks on the deck that looked like they were cut by a giant blade. Countless Mortal Gu used in Myriad Year Flying Warship had died. Many Immortal Gu were also injured, especially Precaution Immortal Gu. Its injuries were the heaviest since it was the core of Myriad Year Flying Warship's defense. Even Year's Flow like Water Immortal Gu had some damage. It appeared like Myriad Year Flying Warship still maintained its framework and looked intact, but if it were to be entangled for a while longer, it would be unrecognizable and the losses would be heavy. The River of Time was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. An inestimable scale of living beings lived here. There was no lack of powerful beings among these time path living beings. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to deal with them within a short period of time. The ones that left Fang Yuan the deepest impression were the 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. But this is all within my calculations. The immemorial year beasts that attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship have all been marked. I can easily go find them later and subdue them. I need to take the risk if I want to finish the 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 Zodiac battle formation required 12 different species of immemorial year beasts: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, money, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, at every set interval of time, a certain kind of immemorial year beast would be more commonly seen than others, becoming the strongest year species of that time period and suppressing other groups. However, in the next dozen years, this species of year beast would fall down from the strongest to the weakest, heavily pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But the year beasts that could survive these attacks would often be the strongest within the same level. They could not survive if they were not strong. Just like the immemorial year ox, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Fang Yuan just encountered, they were the best evidence. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to gather because of their high quantity. But some species, because their whole group was at the lowest point, were not only rare, but also had very powerful individual strength. Myriad Year Flying Warship's recovery was not a difficult issue. Although countless Mortal Gu were lost, Fang Yuan had enough of them. Injuries of Immortal Gu were the most troublesome, but Fang Yuan had the Gu as before formation. Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was too robust. He could restore these Immortal Gu. It is just that those Central Continent Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are all completely empty. Looks like Fairy Zi Wei has learned her lesson. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures inside those Central Continent Rank 7 corpses were empty and barren. All their resources were moved out before the battle. After the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Zi Wei was afraid these resources would only nourish Fang Yuan, their enemy. Fang Yuan did not care about it. To him, these resources would only be icing on the cake and were not important. Next, I need to repair Myriad Year Flying Warship, then go to the River of Time and capture the lacking immemorial year beasts. Then I will explore Dream Realms. There is already a large pile of Dream Realms extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan was pressed for time and kept track of it closely. Not long later, it would be time for the 5 Xiang's public Grotto-heaven to open and for the ancient bet to end. I can only do my best. Fang Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Zi Wei sighed bitterly in Heavenly Court. She was filled with worries. They had lost miserably in the River of Time once again. What should they do now? The methods and strength revealed by Myriad Year Flying Warship made even her feel a sense of helplessness. She knew Fang Yuan's strategy. It was to bait them inside the River of Time. But this matter was related to Red Lotus' true inheritance. Heavenly Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a bloody pit, we need to clench our teeth and jump into it. Heavenly Court has never been afraid of sacrificing. Fairy Zi Wei's eyes shone sharply before her brows furrowed once again. But we need to modify the time path Immortal Gu houses and make them prioritize speed. In the future, we will prioritize on disturbing Fang Yuan. It will be a great achievement as long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance. Immemorial White Heaven. A plain white cloud carried 6 Qi Clan Gu Immortals inside as it flew rapidly in the sky. Be careful. This is Immemorial White Heaven. There are often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around. Currently, this route is quite safe, but we need to stay alert. After getting into that Grotto-heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form this time. The rise and prosperity of Qi Clan is in sight. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals conversed in secret as they held in their excitement and joy. Even though they did not understand the use of heaven form, it did not mean that they would underestimate the power of this move. because this was half an inheritance left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, their vision changed. The serene white heaven suddenly flipped like a pancake, turning into a huge and dark space. This dark space was like a huge ball that enveloped all 6 immortals of Qi clan. Threads of silver light weaved like strings of a web, moving in all directions from the top to the bottom of the dark space. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who is it who ambushed us? Quickly come out. Qi clan's Gu immortals were deeply shocked. After a momentary panic, they shouted angrily. Thus, a rank 8 immortal Gu house carrying a Gu immortal appeared in a casual manner. This immortal Gu house looked like a small boat. The front was sharp and long, shining with silver light. At the bow of the boat, a Gu immortal stood with his arms behind his back. He wore a white robe and stood silently as he smiled towards these Qi clan Gu immortals. This Gu immortal had a handsome face, to the point of being beautiful. His black hair was long and reached his waist. This was a delicate-looking young man with peerless appearance at first glance. But the 6 Qi clan Gu immortals were completely stunned when they saw this person in this house. Qi Kai was the 2nd supreme elder of Qi clan. He was the bravest among them, but at this moment, only shock was shown on his face. Qi Jin was the 3rd supreme elder of Qi clan. He was like the other Qi clan Gu immortals, having a pale expression. His heart was thumping. A cold chill was spreading through his 4 limbs. Qi clan's 1st supreme elder Qi Fa was usually composed, but at this moment, he panicked and said in a shivering voice, Fang Yuan, why are you here? Why are you finding trouble with us? Fang Yuan's appearance alone shocked these Qi clan Gu immortals to the point of being dumbstruck. Their morale was completely extinguished as it fell to rock bottom. A person's reputation provides shelter like the shadow of a tree. Fang Yuan's current demonic reputation far surpassed the previous life. Earlier during the 2nd battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan had announced the results of the battle to the world. Heavenly Court lost time and again. They experienced a severe defeat this time. Li Huang died tragically. By stepping on Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan's demonic reputation was causing tremors in the entire world now. Most of the Qi clan Gu immortals were so scared their bodies went limp. Fang Yuan was a great demon of this era. Why was he here to deal with Qi clan? And even setting an ambush? Lord Fang Yuan, my Qi clan is a secluded clan that has never caused any problems for you or schemed against you. Is there any misunderstanding between us? We are willing to compensate and appease you. Qi clan's 1st supreme elder Qi Fa said. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, everyone. As long as you submit to me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you give heaven form to me then? Hearing this, the Qi clan Gu immortals felt like their mood had sunk to the abyss. Oh no, Fang Yuan knows our greatest secret. How did he find out? He is an otherworldly demon. He has been reborn using spring Autumn Cicada. The ancient bed is here. The goal of our Qi clan for thousands of years is about to reach its end. Should we give it up now? I cannot accept it. Qi clan's Gu immortals had pained and complex expressions. They were fearful, they were angry, they were anxious, they felt hatred, and they were helpless. The strongest Qi clan Gu immortal was merely rank 7. They had spent a great effort to enter immemorial white heaven to begin with. How could they fight Fang Yuan? They were meat on the chopping block. Simply pitiful. Why don't we risk it all? Qi Kai gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his arms shivered. Risk what? Can we even win? You know about Fang Yuan's battle results as well. We will just be giving up our lives. Qi Jin said with deep helplessness. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He threatened. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you do not submit, you can go die. What do we do? Qi clan's Gu immortals panicked. They were not sure of what to do. Everyone looked towards Qi Fa. As the 1st supreme elder of Qi clan, Qi Fa had the highest authority. He was a skinny old man, but had great spirits. His back was straight like a long spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he lowered his back as he gave up. He cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan with a pleasing expression. Lord Fang Yuan, our Qi clan submits to you. Ha ha, a wise person understands their circumstances. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. A bright light flashed in his eyes. None of the Qi clan Gu immortals dared to look at him. You have all made a wise decision. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were waiting inside myriad-year flying warship. After witnessing this, they sighed to themselves. The battle in Langya blessed land and the 2 battles inside the River of Time. They allowed Fang Yuan to step on Heavenly Court and gain immense reputation in the world. His demonic might was awe-inspiring. His name alone was able to make rank 7 Gu immortals surrender without putting up a fight. Qi Fa added. Heaven form belongs to you, Lord, but I would like to speak of the details regarding it, if Lord would allow us to. Fang Yuan looked at this Qi clan 1st supreme elder deeply in the eyes as he smiled nonchalantly. No need for that. I am not afraid to tell you that I obtained heaven form in the previous life. I killed many of you afterwards and took Chi-Si Grotto-heaven. Of course, some of you surrendered to me. After pausing, Fang Yuan continued, I am much clearer of the secrets involving heaven form than all of you. Fang Yuan's words were like a hammer that pounded into the Chi Clan Gu Immortals' hearts. They were dumbfounded, but also in disbelief. Fang Yuan did not care if they believed him. He used his methods on each of them and took away all of their Gu worms. He was very clear on what immortal Gu these Chi Clan Gu Immortals possessed. After that, these Chi Clan Gu Immortals were kept on the deck of myriad-year flying warship, as they stood in a daze and with pale expressions. After putting these Chi Clan Gu Immortals under control, Fang Yuan retracted his immortal battlefield, Yama Web. Yama Web Battlefield was modified from Yama Battlefield. It achieved Fang Yuan's intended goal, combining the power of Time Path into it. It was now stronger and more stable. Myriad-year flying warship had been repaired long ago. It flew rapidly towards the crucial location. After a while, the Immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared out of nowhere. The gatehouse had a tall roof and 2 statues at the side of the gate. There was a huge plaque above the gate, writing the words, 5 Xiang's bed entrance. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of bronze. It radiated a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became solid and clearer. After the gatehouse formed fully, a huge area of clouds gathered to hold up this gatehouse. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked. They were seeing this for the first time. Chi Clan's 6 Gu Immortals had complex expressions. A trace of hope was still lingering in the eyes of Chi Fa and the rest. At this time, the doors started to shine in 5 colors, representing the strength of the 5 Xiangs. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn bright red. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at He Lu Lan. Go. He Lu Lan was expressionless as she moved out of myriad-year flying warship, flying towards the gatehouse. Fang Yuan waved his hand as an immortal killer move was used on her. He Lu Lan's body shook as she landed before the gatehouse. The red light surrounded her and faded away rapidly, acknowledging He Lu Lan's identity. Impossible. Oh heaven, what is going on? Her bloodline was recognized. Is she really a descendant of Shuexiang Shui clan? Chi Clan's 6 Gu Immortals were deeply astounded. They could not believe it. Fang Yuan turned around to look at them as he smiled, instructing the Rockman Gu Immortals, go. Several Rockman Gu Immortals were hit by Fang Yuan's killer move. Their auras changed profoundly. They passed the inspection of the yellow light and obtained the rights to enter the 5 Xiang's Grotto-heaven. Seeing this, the 6 Gu Immortals from Chi Clan shook intensely. Some were even shaking so intensely like they would fall. Earlier, He Lu Lan was a human. She had a possibility of having Shuexiang's bloodline. But these variant human Rockmen? There were only male Rockmen. They could not have children with other races. However, the gatehouse acknowledged them. The cruel fact stabbed into these Chi Clan Gu Immortals' hearts like a sharp sword. They finally abandoned all hope. They had to admit that this was the work of Fang Yuan's method. Chi Clan's first supreme elder Chi Fa had a bitter expression. He surrendered to Fang Yuan earlier because he did not want to die, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Xiang's agreement and heaven form to coax Fang Yuan and find a chance to escape. But now it seemed like it was impossible. Fang Yuan's preparations were too ample. He came here prepared. All the different signs showed that he was not lying earlier. In the previous life, I'm afraid that Fang Yuan really obtained heaven form. He has spring Autumn Cicada. He can start over again countless times. This is too absurd. Who can stop him? The ancient bet, to think that an outsider would benefit from it. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals felt deep rage. Some were furious at Heavenly Court's weakness, while some were dealt a huge impact. They were completely dejected. They had very intense emotions, and it was only understandable. They had arrived here with deep hopes and excitement. But abruptly, Fang Yuan ambushed them and took them as prisoners. The treasure that Chi Clan had worked hard to get for so long, heaven form, was now in the hands of an outsider. The contrast was too big. It was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Chi Clan's Gu Immortals as she felt some sympathy for them. Humph, Fang Yuan wants that treasure. How can they even compete? Bai Ning Bing had a cold expression. She has the clearest understanding of Fang Yuan's methods. Next, several Gu Immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the bloodline test. Fang Yuan did not let Chi Clan's Gu Immortals in. They were still restrained on the deck. They watched as their places were taken by Lady White Rabbit followed by Fairy Miao Yin, obtaining Chi Xiang's acceptance. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing went together. They also got in. As for myriad-year flying warship and these Chi Clan captives, he kept them inside his immortal aperture. As their field of vision changed, Bai Ning Bing focused and looked around, thinking, this is 5 Xiang's Grotto-heaven? As she thought about that, An unknown source of information appeared in her heart. She understood the arrangements of the 5 xiangs immediately. This is a public grotto-heaven. The heaven-surveying 5 xiangs had once donated a portion of their grotto-heavens, each to form this place. The entire grotto-heaven has 5 segments. They are not directly connected to each other. Only the most central mountain range is shared among the 5. The treasure of this bed is at the center of the grotto-heaven. As long as a Gu immortal is acknowledged by the gatehouse and is teleported inside here, they can go after the treasure. Along the way, the heaven-surveying 5 xiangs have also set up some resources. Stronger experts can try to take them away, but it is recommended that they do not take everything, so as to allow the resources to grow again in the future. Bai Ningbing looked towards Fang Yuan, hesitating for a moment before deciding to inform him. But Fang Yuan looked ahead as he waved his hand. I've already gotten the information, no need to tell me. Bai Ningbing nodded as she stopped talking. In the previous life, Fang Yuan faced a hurdle at the gatehouse. Not only was familiar face seen through, causing him to be pushed outside, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move that succeeded in allowing him to enter the 5 xiangs grotto-heaven under disguise. After entering 5 xiangs grotto-heaven, the information was not provided to him. He had only learned about it after Bai Ningbing told him. But this time, after Fang Yuan's modifications and deductions, he conceptualized an immortal killer move that could not only be used on himself, but also other people. So now, once he stepped into 5 xiangs grotto-heaven, the information immediately appeared in his mind, telling him of the situation. Let's go to the peak at the center. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing traveled together. In the previous life, he had to rush against time because Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were also here. He needed to compete with them over heaven form. But now, Fang Yuan chose to act in advance and kick his competitors out of the competition. This entire 5 xiangs grotto-heaven was his. Even though the situation was calm now and he could relax and collect resources along the way, slowly taking it down, Fang Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, the immortal Gu house that contained heaven form might seem rough, but it was the control area of this grotto-heaven. Once he gains control over the immortal Gu house, it would help with the movement of resources later on. While flying, Bai Ningbing was shocked to realize that 5 xiangs grotto-heaven had a lot of resource points. Ice mirror snow lotus, 100 years profound ice, 1,000 years profound ice, mystical frost water, heaven craft divine jade, jade frost antelopes. Even though there are no large or giant resource points, and all of these are just small or mid-sized ones, these resource points are so closely packed and each have a huge amount stored up. Since this place only opens up once 100 years, it has naturally accumulated many resources. Bai Ningbing felt envious internally. There was no question about it. These resources would all end up in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained them, she could expand her foundation rapidly. Her assets would increase by multiple times. She would become rich instantly. But for Fang Yuan, this was just icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Fang and Bai safely arrived at the central mountain range. In the previous life, Qi Clan's Gu Immortals made arrangements here and created a beast tide. They lured 2 immemorial desolate beasts to stop Fang and Bai, obstructing them and creating trouble for their advancement. But now, they were all captured in advance. Trapped inside myriad-year flying warship, they were already unable to decide their own life and death. There was nothing special about the immortal Gu house palace at the top of the mountain range. Fang Yuan lost his interest quickly. In front of the palace, there were many Gu immortals gathered already. They were all Fang Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before him. After paying respects to Fang Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Fang Yuan looked around. There was no surprise or anything amiss. He nodded as he led the immortals into the hall. Heaven form was at the center of this hall. It was shaped like a one-legged white crane. It was covered in pure snow-white feathers that had no dust or dirt on it. Its long beak was red in color. It was craning its neck and hanging its head. Its wings were tucked in as its eyes were shut tight, as if it was sleeping. Rank 9 aura. Bing Yuan and the rest gasped and breathed in deeply as surprise and joy showed on their faces. Fang Yuan led the immortals as they sat around the heaven form flying crane, instilling their wills into it. The gatehouse was the bloodline inspector for the 5 xiangs, but they did not do anything to this heaven form killer move. Thus, anyone could instill their will into it. All sorts of wills gushed in as they obtained the information left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable the moment they entered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable told them that he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he captured it, but found that heaven form held deep mysteries. He could not refine it immediately even with his great strength. Thus, he designed the killer move heaven form and left this half-inheritance to a lucky person in the future. After the 5 xiangs found this inheritance, they did not back off. The ancient bet was thus created. The immortals understood the origin of this killer move. They gasped and sighed in admiration. Fang Yuan had heard this in his previous life. He felt no emotions, but he gained a new understanding of the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has killer moves like Ghostly Concealment, Divine Concealment, Heaven Form, and others. They are able to exist indefinitely and would not break apart. In my previous life, I thought that this was the style of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I noticed that all the Immortal and Demon Venerables had similar methods. This was true for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, and Limitless Demon Venerable. These killer moves and methods all have vast power. They are able to exist for a long time. Normally, they stay hidden without making any waves, but once they are used, the effects are simply shocking. If only one or two Venerables have such methods, that could be considered their specialty. But if all the Venerables were like this, then it is not something regarding a path or a person, it is about attainment level. Every Venerable had Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. This was a publicly recognized fact. Then this means Master attainment level generates intuition. Grandmaster attainment level allows mimicking of other paths. Great Grandmaster attainment level allows the use of natural Dao marks. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level allows killer moves to last indefinitely and operate on their own. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly. Even though he was just guessing, he felt like his hypothesis was likely to be true. Even though there was no description of this in the true inheritance that he obtained, with Fang Yuan having two paths at quasi-supreme attainment, he had the ability to take a peek at the heights of a Supreme Grandmaster. Hours later, Fang Yuan successfully took down the last bit of heavens while inside heaven form. This lump of heavens had used a tactic of showing weakness in the previous life to deceive the Qi Clan Gu Immortals. They suffered a huge loss, while Fang Yuan benefited from it overall. This time, Fang Yuan controlled even more wills here. He exterminated this stubborn heaven's will. No unexpected mishaps happened during this process. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was afraid that Bai Ningbing would betray him. But this time, he had more subordinates here. Those variant human Gu Immortals were very loyal to Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's leadership talent. He was skilled at politics. After defeating Heavenly Court multiple times, his personal charm and grand aura surged overwhelmingly. He did not need to use any enslavement path methods to achieve this. The variant human Gu Immortals were very obedient, while Shadow Sex Immortals did not dare to defy Fang Yuan. Even though they were just refining heaven form and had to exterminate the remaining heaven's will, there was also a large number of sturdy Gu Immortal wills that were inside the killer move. These wills were accumulated in the last thousands of years by the wills of the descendants of the five Xiangs. Without exterminating these wills, Fang Yuan would not be able to use heaven form. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared for it. He modified several killer moves, including the one that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core, which had become his main method here. In my previous life, I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone. The effect was ordinary. Now that I have a killer move, I will gain control of heaven form rapidly. Fang Yuan stored away heaven form, but he did not keep the Immortal Gu house. He directed the Gu Immortals to control the Immortal Gu house and relocate all of the resources here. Five Xiang's Grotto-heaven had once devoured a 9 heavens fragment. It no longer faced any calamities and tribulations, but Fang Yuan could also not annex it now. After making the arrangements, Fang Yuan led the remaining Immortals out of the Grotto-heaven. They went towards the direction of Qi Si Grotto-heaven. Within Qi Si Grotto-heaven, there was a rank 6 Qi Clan Gu Immortal guarding it. But even the first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder had surrendered. This Qi Clan Gu Immortal became stunned before he let Fang Yuan inside. After the Qi Clan Gu Immortals saw Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move, they no longer had hope. Their expressions turned pale. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to attack Qi Si Grotto-heaven. She was even attacked by unlimited Qi Si. But this time, the heavenly spirit in Qi Si Grotto-heaven had not woken up yet. It was still sleeping. Lord Fang Yuan, how do you want us to move these resources? The variant human Gu Immortals asked. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals looked at each other as someone said anxiously, "We are willing to defend this place for Lord Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "No need. Watch as I annex it." His Qi Path attainment level was Grandmaster long ago. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year Flying Battleship and entered the River of Time. He captured his required immemorial year beasts. In this long process of searching, he stayed inside the ship as he explored dream realms, letting his subordinates handle the matters outside. He only took action when it was time to fight. Thus, he saved a lot of time. He could succeed in many dream realm explorations. Fang Yuan's attainment level in many paths had risen, especially Qi Path. It rose to Great Grandmaster. With this attainment level, he could annex Qi-Si Grotto-heaven. During the process of annexing, the heavenly spirit of Qi-Si heavenly spirit was rudely awakened, but Fang Yuan was prepared and quickly suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded the Qi clan descendants for being unfilial. While Qi clan's Gu Immortals had defeated expressions, they were in deep despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Fang Yuan, fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. He gained a vast amount of Qi path resources that could not be calculated at the moment. His greatest gain was unlimited Qi-Si. This killer move was the trump card of Qi-Si Grotto-heaven. It was the key that allowed them to defend against tribulations. Unlimited Qi-Si used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi, and others. There were countless Qi path immortal materials, like Metal Qi, Water Qi, Fire Qi, and others, and also special ones like Luck Qi, Divine Qi. There was a variety of different types of Qi. In the previous life, Fang Yuan dismantled this killer move, but now that he had great Grandmaster attainment level in Qi path, his foundation was deep enough, he decided not to destroy it. And worth mentioning was that Qi-Si Grotto-heaven gave Fang Yuan 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's Qi path foundation grew immensely. It was truly reaching the heavens in one step. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, many white heaven, the Dragonman clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. Before him stood a fawn. The fawn lowered its head before the Dragonman clone, stretching out its tiny pink tongue and licking the Dragonman clone's palm. Master, the fawn spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary fawn, of course. It was created from the obsession of Qi-Xiang fusing with the heavenly power of the Grotto-heaven, resulting in this Qi-Si heavenly spirit. Qi-Si heavenly spirit had the appearance of a snow-white fawn. Its eyes were golden in color, extremely dazzling. But on the fawn's back, near the right side, there was a deep wound that exposed the bones. It extended towards its stomach, leaving behind a dense amount of Dao marks. Dragonman clone sighed. Your injuries are severe, my methods might not work. This was the injury the fawn sustained when it used unlimited Qi-Si against Qi-Si Grotto-heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ningbing attacked Qi-Si Grotto-heaven, the heavenly spirit had fallen asleep due to its injuries. It was rudely awakened. The fawn was a heavenly spirit. It was a special existence created from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. To heal the fawn, wisdom path methods were the most appropriate. Thus, Fang Yuan tried, but had no success. Even though Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were stronger, he did not dare to use them rashly. It was not that he was helpless against one wound, but these methods were too powerful and uncontrollable. They were harmful to the heavenly spirit fawn. Very likely, the treatment might kill this Qi-Si heavenly spirit. If the treatment kills Qi-Si heavenly spirit, what was the point of wasting effort in trying to save it? For now, Fang Yuan could not heal this fawn, but this heavenly spirit did not mind that. It was in fact quite happy. After Qi-Si Grotto-heaven got annexed, it did not die. It still existed. Every life form would have basic survival instincts. Heavenly spirits were the same. They were inclined to finding a master and preserving the Grotto-heaven. Of course, they would only submit to masters who fulfilled their conditions, or if methods like bloodlight spirit suppression were used. Fang Yuan was thinking about the mystery of land spirits and heavenly spirits. The Gu world had countless mysteries. The more Fang Yuan interacted with them, the more he realized how little he knew. When ordinary Gu Immortals annex apertures, even if land spirits existed, they would die when the annexation is completed. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule. There had to be a reason for it. But Shadow Sect had no records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hid the details. Or maybe Shadow Sect's true inheritance was not everything that Spectral Soul had. Or maybe even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no idea that the sovereign immortal aperture would end up like this. It was like how Fang Yuan could only understand the general concept behind an unknown immortal Gu that he just refined. Even though he had such strong refinement path attainment, he could not comprehend it entirely. A newly created and unprecedented Gu was especially so. Only by using it could the Gu Immortal learn more things about it. Right now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had many land spirits and heavenly spirits. Land spirits were more abundant. Among them, Langya land spirit was the most unique. He was made from 2 obsessions. There were also a snake, star Cour, black hound. Land spirits in all sorts of forms were scattered in different locations over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were all useful assistants in managing the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own territories. Fang Yuan did not kill these heavenly spirits and land spirits. He preserved them. Now was not the time. In the future, he was going to understand the logic behind their existence. This was also why he wanted to save Qi-Si heavenly spirit. After Qi-Si Grotto-heaven was assimilated, Fang Yuan placed it in many white heaven. There were evident changes to the sovereign immortal aperture now. All sorts of chi were growing and interacting. Mini White Heaven had the most evident signs. Countless white clouds were forming and spreading. The other 8 mini heavens were the same. They all had their own colors. These clouds were still like thin fog. They had not grown into cloud soil of their respective colors. But this was just the start. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, for the following period of time, different chi would appear in all parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. These chi were of different types of varieties. Most were mortal gu materials. But after a while, after enough mortal level chi are accumulated, they would start producing chi path immortal materials. And after an even longer time, these chi path immortal materials would stabilize and create a special connection with the environment. That would be the initial formation of a resource point. If it develops well, these tiny resource points might grow into small, mid, and large-sized resource points. Of course, without human interference, the chances of the sovereign immortal aperture generating a large-sized resource point was simply too small. It was negligible. All these changes were due to the addition of 1,000,000 chi path down marks. These chi path down marks were the accumulation of chi si Grotto-heaven. Now that Fang Yuan annexed it, these chi path down marks spread out and became distributed all over the mini 5 regions and 9 heavens. Each time he annexed an immortal aperture, he would gain down marks. The environment of the immortal aperture would change slightly. Like in the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, gaining transformation path down marks. This caused the entire sovereign immortal aperture to produce a larger variety of living beings. For example, the ordinary foxes in many northern plains would reproduce and have a greater chance of becoming red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or others, even becoming mutated beasts like autumn water fox or flowing light fox. After annexing Xia Cha Grotto-heaven, he gained a bunch of time path down marks. The tributary of the river of time became wider. Fang Yuan could control the upper and lower limit of the rate of time to a greater extent as a result. Very evidently, randomly annexing apertures was not a good thing, because the increase in down marks would cause the environment to change dramatically. Without wisdom path methods to absorb these changes, the Gu Immortals' development inside the immortal aperture would be ruined. They would lose all their assets. The living habitat of the immortal aperture world was always a tight chain. If one small species of grass became extinct, it could lead to a crisis for countless species higher up in the food chain. In comparison, the annexing of immortal apertures would cause huge environmental shifts. The reason why Fang Yuan gained from it was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big and vast. It made these influences negligible when spread out. Most Gu Immortals had tiny immortal apertures compared to this sovereign immortal aperture. When the same volume of water is stored in a bottle and a vat, the bottle would be full while the vat is only filled to a negligible amount. Other than that, Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment, along with other paths that allowed him to easily deal with all the changes that happened. It was still okay when I annexed Xia Cha Grotto-heaven, but after annexing Chi Si Grotto-heaven, the gain of 1,000,000 chi path down marks has made an evident change to the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Cha did not pass any myriad tribulations. She only had 70,000 time path down marks. In the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, which had over 100,000 transformation path down marks. And this was because Beast Calamity Immortal had gone through one myriad tribulation before dying, the Beast Calamity. Grotto-heaven that he left behind did not pass a second myriad tribulation. Qi Xiang was very strong in the past. After all, the 5 Xiangs were united and dominated the 2 heavens. Their reputation was high in the 5 regions. They were incredibly famous. After Qi Xiang died, Qi Si Grotto-heaven was left behind. It did not devour any fragment of the 9 heavens. It still had to face endless calamities and tribulations. Difficulties led to wealth. After thousands of years, Qi Si Grotto-heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations. Each one gave around 100,000 down marks. Along with Qi Xiang's accumulations in his life, there were over 1,000,000 chi path down marks. This was a shocking achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals were fearful of them. They could only pass with great difficulty. But Qi Si Grotto-heaven had survived for such a long time, mainly by relying on unlimited Qi Si. The heavenly spirit controlled this move, and with sufficient rank 8 immortal essence, Qi Si Grotto-heaven managed to pass each time. Of course, this move is incredible. It not only consumes immortal essence, but also different types of Qi. By expending Qi, the immortal essence expenditure could be reduced, while also increasing this move's power. For the last thousands of years, Qi Clan's Gu Immortals had been going all over the world collecting these types of Qi. Compared to it, Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven was just a child. Even though Langya Blessed Land had an even longer history, it had purposely fallen to a blessed land. It did not have to face myriad tribulations. The strongest tribulations it faced were grand tribulations, so it gained much fewer Dao marks. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land also used killer moves to influence the contents of the calamities and tribulations, allowing it to gain a large number of Water Path Dao marks. These Water Path Dao marks worked with the Refinement Path Dao marks, creating Refinement Water. In order to create a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Langya Blessed Land had expended a vast number of Refinement Path and Water Path Dao marks. If I did not annex this Chi-Si Grotto-heaven, with the heavenly spirit fawn's injuries, it would not be able to survive much longer. With a few more myriad tribulations, this Grotto-heaven would be destroyed. Thus, one could not say that Langya Land Spirit's decision was wrong. If Langya Blessed Land was kept as a Grotto-heaven, even if it obtained 10 times the number of Refinement Path Dao marks, it would not exist until today. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he was trying his best to assimilate Chi-Si Grotto-heaven entirely. On the other hand, he started practicing Chi Path killer moves. The consecutive hit method that Ba Shi possessed was given up after Fang Yuan tried it. The most important thing now were Chi Path killer moves, especially unlimited Chi-Si. The power of unlimited Chi-Si was truly tremendous. It helped Chi-Si Grotto-heaven pass so many myriad tribulations. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked foundation and time. He also needed resources, so he dismantled the killer move Unlimited Chi-Si. But now, as a Chi Path Great Grandmaster who annexed Chi-Si Grotto-heaven, this Unlimited Chi-Si killer move was usable by him. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was much faster than in the previous life as well. This gave Fang Yuan even more time to practice his killer moves. Fang Yuan's Chi Path foundation soared to a peak. After he turns it into battle strength, he would definitely gain a huge amount of strength that would surpass his current state. If my Chi Path battle strength is formed, it will surpass Time Path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks. It is truly not a joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace. I will be able to fight for it against multiple rank 8 Gu Immortals, forcefully taking away this immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He had made his plans long ago. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan practiced his Chi Path killer moves. Several Immortal Gu moved in the sky, while a large number of Mortal Gu flew around them like a tornado in the sky. Large amounts of astral winds were mixing into them. As rank 8 Immortal Essence was injected, these Gu worms' auras started to merge. But after a long time, the killer move was not activated. Sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan barely controlled the situation. The killer move finally succeeded. It was unleashed. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A gray-white cloth robe appeared on the Dragonman clone's body. It looked like normal clothing, but upon closer inspection, one could see that every thread on this cloth was made of astral chi. This was a rank 7 killer move, but after the amplification of Fang Yuan's 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, its power had risen by 1,000 times. After inspecting it, Fang Yuan saw that while this robe was thin, it had incredibly shocking defense. It has rank 8 power without doubt. It is even stronger than Winter Coat. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks was truly not a joke. Even through mere amplification, a rank 7 killer move could have the power of rank 8. And most importantly, the expended Immortal Essence is at the level of rank 7. After one myriad tribulation, a Gu Immortal will gain 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the larger the number of Dao marks obtained. Theoretically, after 3 myriad tribulations, a Gu Immortal can become venerable. They would have at least 300,000 Dao marks. 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks is on the level of something only rank 9s can possess. The Cour Immortal Gu of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is only rank 7. After the Chi Path Dao mark amplification, it has reached the level of rank 8 peak. If the Cour Immortal Gu is rank 8, after the Chi Path Dao mark amplification, would it have rank 9 power? Fang Yuan had a thought as bright light shined in his eyes. He recalled the battle in his previous life and all the methods left by the Venerables. At the same time, his main body also made deductions. Soon, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone shook his head. The possibility was small. Most likely, rank 9 killer moves need rank 9 Immortal Gu. Dao mark amplification cannot reach this extent. Or more accurately, I cannot break through to that level using just 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Maybe if I have 10 times the Dao marks, the quantity will induce a qualitative change and reach rank 9 perhaps. Fang Yuan was not certain. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, When he looked up towards the level of a rank 9, it was still shrouded in complete mystery. In a purely theoretical situation, each venerable would start with at least 300,000 Dao marks. But from what Fang Yuan learned from Langya Land Spirit, as well as his own experiences, each venerable was an absolute monster. They could not be looked at with logic or common sense. Just limitless demon venerable alone. When he was a Gu master, he already possessed Gu immortal level Dao marks. At that rate, when he became venerable, how many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan could not imagine it. As for the other venerables, when they just became a venerable, would they have merely 300,000 Dao marks? Fang Yuan smiled. The possibility was close to zero. In this world, there were no invincible Gu worms, only invincible Gu immortal. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerable, how could they dominate the world and gain the reputation of invincibility? Right now, Fang Yuan was already one of the greatest experts in the world. He was at the peak. He could look down on most of the people in this world. There were few who could fight him evenly in a one-on-one battle. However, whenever he looked up, he could still see those 10 giant mountains above his head, concealed within the clouds. They were the 10 strongest people in history. Each was a legend of legends. Throughout the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, even the extremely talented individuals who were dazzling like the stars paled in comparison to them. Their tiny light was forever shrouded by these 10 shadows. Fang Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because he had relied on these predecessors, especially the venerables. Just looking at the sovereign immortal aperture alone, this belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Even today, when cultivating, Fang Yuan would often sigh in admiration towards the heaven-defying advantage that the sovereign immortal aperture gave him. For example, the annexing of Qi Grotto-heaven. Under normal situations, who could annex it? Almost nobody, unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive now. Because immortal apertures could only annex smaller ones, the big and small here referred to foundation. In this world, only primordial origin immortal venerable had the Qi path foundation to annex Qi Grotto-heaven, which had 1,000,000 Qi path Dao marks. And if the Grotto-heaven was dissected and annexed piece by piece, the losses would be severe. Each time a Grotto-heaven was cut apart, it would suffer immense damage. The Qi path Dao marks that were weaved like a web would suffer huge losses. And because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals could not truly gain many of these Dao marks. If Qi Grotto-heaven was dissected to a certain extent, the winds of assimilation would start blowing due to its severe damage. The remaining portions of the Grotto-heaven would be destroyed in this case. But the sovereign immortal aperture could devour larger apertures. Originally, Fang Yuan had no foundation in Qi path, but he was able to annex Qi Grotto-heaven. This was not like a snake devouring an elephant. It was an ant devouring an elephant. The most scary was that with non-conflicting Dao marks, Fang Yuan could perfectly absorb his gains. He could assimilate every single Dao mark without any bit of wastage. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder the heavenly Dao could not condone its existence. In order to stop spectral soul, it nurtured the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan, plotting endlessly and sending him back 500 years to stop Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it showed how scary spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he could gain a deeper understanding of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's terrifying power. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Using the foundation of these venerables, Fang Yuan became the current generation demon overlord. But with every step he took, he increasingly felt the difference between him and a venerable. It was too vast to calculate. Fang Yuan felt no dejection whenever he looked up at them. All he felt was admiration. He had never been arrogant nor proud. He respected each of these predecessors. One could only learn from capable people. Mixed in with his admiration were traces of indescribable excitement. Even as strong as these 10 venerables, none of them could attain eternal life. They died one by one. Then, can I truly succeed? The possibility was as slim as none. In fact, as long as Fate Gu still existed, it would not allow any life form to gain eternal life. This was already confirmed within the legends of Renzu. That is why it is interesting to pursue it. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan's main body continued to train his Qi path killer moves. As for the Dragonman clone, after testing Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, he flew away and looked into Treasure Yellow Heaven. He wanted to purchase many Qi path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Many Qi path killer moves needed to use these Qi path immortal materials. For example, the Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier needed a large amount of astral Qi. Using the Dao marks inside immortal materials to unleash killer moves was not a rare thing. Grandmaster formation path Gu Immortals were able to use immortal materials to set up formations. Long ago, water path killer moves also used a large number of water path immortal materials in huge quantities. But afterwards, due to the absurd cost involved, Gu Immortals chose to use Gu worms instead. They abandoned this method. This trait was most evident in Chi path. No matter how low their Chi path attainment level was, a Gu master, Gu Immortal, would always be able to use Gu materials in place of Gu worms to unleash killer moves. The reason was that Chi path materials were the most mobile and simple to use. Water path materials were slightly less useful, while the Dao marks of earth and rocks were much harder to use. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He was very rich now and had abundant wealth. He searched and bought Chi path immortal materials and treasure, Yellow Heaven. He did not ask for Chi path immortal materials from southern borders Gu Immortals. In terms of his Chi path battle strength, he wanted to keep it a secret for now. Profound Yin Chi, Minor Sun Chi, Astral Chi, Domination Chi. I'll buy all of them. Blood Chi. The Dragonman clone looked as he pondered. Even though Blood Path was detested greatly, would any righteous path force not research it secretly? Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Blood Path Gu materials were very popular. These Blood Chi were just mortal materials, but the quantity was huge. If it were any other type of Chi, Fang Yuan would not want these mortal materials. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce it. But Blood Chi was different. Not only did this Chi contain Chi path Dao marks, it also had Blood path Dao marks. Therefore, it was considered a Blood path mortal material. And Blood path had a terrifying advantage. If the quantity was high enough, it could be treated as an immortal material. Such a huge quantity sold. This can be seen as an immortal material. The Dragonman clone thought of this as he hesitated no more, immediately buying it. Central Continent. What? There is no more Blood Chi. Gu Yu Fangzheng looked into Treasure Yellow Heaven with disbelief. You had such a huge quantity last time. The Gu Immortals who sold the Blood Chi in Treasure Yellow Heaven shook his head. A few hours ago, an incredibly affluent Gu Immortal swept the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, buying all of the Chi path immortal materials available. You also know that these Blood Chi can be accumulated and used together. That is why this happened. Gu Yu Fangzheng was stunned. Sweeping the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven's market and buying all of the available Chi path immortal materials, what sort of wealth could allow one to do that? Gu Yu Fangzheng had already become an immortal for some time. He knew deeply that wealth was a form of representation of strength. If a Gu Immortal had immense wealth, it would mean that they own a large amount of resources. With such a foundation, it would help them advance smoothly in their cultivation journey. Maybe it is not a person, but a superforce's action. Gu Yu Fangzheng muttered to himself. His divine sense went to many more stalls, but there were no gains as expected. There was no Blood Chi left in the market. But Gu Yu Fangzheng cultivated Blood Path. He needed Blood Chi. After his divine sense left Treasure Yellow Heaven, Gu Yu Fangzheng started to think. Do I ask the sect for Blood Chi? He quickly dispelled that thought. He decided to collect it himself. Blood Chi was very easy to obtain. One could get a bunch from killing mortal beasts and using blood path methods to extract them. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, there would be an endless supply of immortal material Blood Chi. Precisely because blood path resources were easily obtainable, blood path was incredibly threatening. The righteous path of the 5 regions prohibited it. If it were other immortal materials, Fangzheng might get help from the sect, but this was just Blood Chi, and Fangzheng did not need a lot. In Fangzheng's case, it was just a little troublesome to obtain the Blood Chi that he needed. He only had to spend some time. Thinking about this, Fangzheng informed Fan Shilu of his plan. Because of his unique identity, he could not leave Fei He Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned about it, he gave Fangzheng a mission. Perfect timing. There is a golden mountain ox at the northwest area wreaking havoc. Go and settle that issue. Kill or enslave it. If you can capture it alive, you will get double the sect contribution points. Fangzheng's heart shook. The golden mountain ox was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. But soon, he felt a little excitement in his heart as he agreed. Fangzheng was no longer the young lad from before. He had gone through many hurdles in Langya blessed land. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. He did not head to the Golden Mountain Ox immediately. He went to the Information Tower of Immortal Crane Sect. White Crane Information Tower was an Immortal Gu house with 9 floors. It was situated at a secluded area on the mountainside of Fei He Mountain. It was covered in deep fog and lush greenery. Fangzheng flew over on a crane. Even though he cultivated Blood Path, he had been tutored in Immortal Crane Sect and was the disciple of Lord Sky Crane. He was familiar with the manipulation of flying cranes. When he was in Langya blessed land, he had participated in the huge war of 3 continents. He did not have a chance to subdue cranes, but he still retained his interest in them. But due to a twist of fate, he was saved by Fang Gu and returned to Immortal Crane sect. Because Heavenly Court decided to nurture him, he became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level, he even became a supreme elder of Immortal Crane sect. Fang Zheng easily obtained a crane for himself as a movement tool. Before White Crane Information Tower, there were no guards. Only 2 desolate beast cranes were resting here. If anything happened, these cranes would appear and act as guardians. Fang Zheng rode on his crane as he got near White Crane Information Tower. The flying crane below him started shivering as its vocalizations became jittery. Fang Zheng could not help but sigh. This flying crane is a rank 5 mutated beast. When I was in Immortal Crane sect in the past, I felt that it was incredibly powerful, but now, it is nothing special. The difference between immortal and mortal is truly too great. After Fang Zheng landed in front of White Crane Information Tower, his crane almost fell down from fear. Fang Zheng sighed as he kept it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a supreme elder. White Crane Information Tower was open to him. Without question, Fang Zheng stepped in. Every floor of the information tower had a large number of information path mortal Gu. If Fang Zheng wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to exchange for it using sect contribution points. The information tower itself could store information, but Immortal Crane sect would not do that. Because if the tower got destroyed, the information would also be ruined. This information tower was an Immortal Gu house that only managed one aspect. It was like Heavenly Court's Immortal Gu houses. It only had the power of information path. If it were a complete Immortal Gu house, having both offense and defense, it would not need 2 desolate beast white cranes to defend it. Fang Zheng had no foundation in information path. He could not see the mysteries of this tower. But he could guess that this tower had some sort of arrangement towards preserving, transporting, and destroying these Gu worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to collect and update information. Most types of intelligence could be found in it. Of course, true secrets could only be obtained by the higher-ups. Even though Fang Zheng was a supreme elder, he could not become a higher-up of Immortal Crane sect. Because of his special identity, he was excluded by the rest of them. In the past, Fang Zheng was still ignorant and innocent, but after these years, he had understood these politics. He did not feel proud for having this understanding. Instead, he only had a bitter smile. He could now understand the circumstances that Fang Yuan faced back in Qingmao Mountain. With Fang Yuan's situation back then, he was not welcomed by the higher-ups. In order to get stronger, he could only use schemes and robbery. The truth is, since the creation of Immortal Crane sect, haven't they been doing this all along? They occupy lots of resources. Many of these resource points were once owned by Demonic Path or Lone Immortals. And even though Heavenly Court is known for righteousness, that is not entirely true. Looking at history, all of its territory was snatched away from variant humans. Heavenly Court only represents the righteousness of humanity. Fang Zheng thought to himself, other Central Continent righteous path Gu Immortals would not think like this normally. It was a heretical idea. But Fang Zheng had lived with the hairy men. Even though he was ostracized, he had truly felt the culture and living habits of the hairy men. He understood them. How could other Gu Immortals live and grow in an environment dominated by variant humans? His unique experience gave Fang Zheng a unique perspective. All his hardship in the past had now become his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But one's position determines one's views and behavior. I still prefer the righteousness of Heavenly Court. Fang Zheng smiled bitterly as he inspected the information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Ox. This is the one. He went up several floors as he found the corresponding information path Mortal Gu. After his divine sense looked into it, he gained waves of information. The Golden Mountain Ox was large as a mountain. It was a female-only species and liked to eat metal essence. After eating several hundred kilograms of metal essence, it would enter a cave and sleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. That's a good life. Fang Zheng laughed. He continued to look. The horn is the most valuable part of the Golden Mountain Ox's body. Every 100 years, the horn grows by 10 feet. It will continue to grow and extend, curving until it coils around the entire head, neck, and stomach. After it reaches the stomach, the sharp horns will turn into thick leather skin. As long as the ox moves its head, it would pull forward and cut the skin of its womb. The descendants that are called golden calves will jump out of this wound and become born. Fang Zheng's eyes flickered as he muttered. This reproduction method is quite like rockmen. Fang Zheng continued to look. After the Golden Mountain Ox gives birth, because the wound is huge, it would be in great pain. It would cry out loudly as it bleeds profusely. If newly born golden calves choose to lick the wound of the mother, the Dao marks on their tongue would heal the Golden Mountain Ox rapidly until they fully recover. But if they choose not to, the mother would die. The calves can drink the blood of their mother and become stronger rapidly, passing the weak period of being a calf quickly. Very interesting. Fang Zheng sighed to himself. The life of a Golden Mountain ox was to eat and sleep. This meant that after giving birth, if the calves choose to save the mother, she would not take care of them. After ingesting lots of food, she would hibernate. For the calves' own survival, it was more beneficial to not save the mother. Thus, most calves would watch as their mothers die. Only a small portion would lick the wound and save her. When an ox gives birth, it often means a tragedy. But for survival, this is necessary, but I still like those calves who save their mothers more. Fang Zheng watched as he decided on his plan. He left the information tower. His confidence in this sect mission was completely different from before he saw the information. He decided to target the Golden Mountain Ox's habits. Didn't it like to eat metal essence? Then he would make some metal essence. Like how people used fish bait to fish, he would use metal essence to bait the ox. Fang Zheng had above-average strength, having familiarized himself with many blood path immortal killer moves during this period of time inside his immortal aperture. He was able to fight against the Golden Mountain Ox now. But if he could use half his strength, why would he go all out? The best way was to fight the enemy with wisdom, using all the advantages that he could find to preserve his remaining strength for possible accidents. This was the habit that Fang Zheng had gained after the countless battles in his mortal life. Days later, Fang Zheng arrived at his destination. He entered the valley stealthily, leaving behind a large amount of metal essence at the area where the Golden Mountain Ox often roamed around. When the Golden Mountain Ox came nearby, it sniffed as brilliance shined in its eyes. It quickly discovered the deeply buried metal essence. The Golden Mountain Ox started to use its hooves and horns to dig. Rocks were tossed as dust clouds rose. The metal essence was quickly excavated. The joyful Golden Mountain Ox started to devour it. I did it. Fang Zheng watched personally. He was secretly overjoyed. He waited patiently for the Golden Mountain Ox that had eaten its fill to go back to the cave and sleep. 3 days later, the Golden Mountain Ox's cries could be heard from within the cave. Fang Zheng, who was sleeping, woke up in shock. After reacting, he cheered. The poison has finally spread. It is working now. But he did not enter the cave. He waited outside patiently. The intense pain of the poison made the Golden Mountain Ox go berserk. It rampaged in the cave, causing the entire mountain to shake. The surrounding forest went into chaos as a large number of living creatures scattered. After a long while, the commotion in the cave gradually calmed down. Fang Zheng entered the cave now and fought intensely against the half-crippled Golden Mountain Ox. After some time, seeing that the Golden Mountain Ox was completely agitated, Fang Zheng left the cave. Fighting against the Golden Mountain Ox in the cave was too dangerous. If it caved in, even as a rank 6 Gu immortal, Fang Zheng would be in trouble. And Fang Zheng was here to capture the Golden Mountain Ox alive. He did not want to destroy the area and cause all the living creatures to lose their homes. Fang Zheng left the cave. The Golden Mountain Ox followed. The two fought in the valley. Eventually, Fang Zheng used the killer move Blood Turns Cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Ox and captured it alive. However, when he was about to send the Golden Mountain Ox into his immortal aperture, a strong aura surged from the body of this Golden Mountain Ox. At the same time, a bronze gold cauldron forced its way out of the Golden Mountain Ox's body. Fang Zheng was deeply shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the golden cauldron. Spirituality hides within the metal essence. Divine light slumbers for 300,000 years. Owing to great fortune, I see the light of day, with thanks to the martyr of righteous blood. This female rank 8 immortal sang slowly as she landed in front of Fang Zheng, smiling at him. Little friend, you are the one who awakened me. Fang Zheng was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a situation. Immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. Fang Yuan shouted loudly as he used the killer move. Instantly, countless golden threads burst out of his body, stabbing towards his surroundings like a porcupine, piercing everything in their path. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 Gu immortals around him were pale and shocked. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their bodies and souls were completely penetrated by countless golden threads. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 Gu immortals fell onto the ground, lifeless. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. This was a tough battle. After finally killing the enemy, he was extremely tired. The world he was in started to vanish until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left inside the sovereign immortal aperture's mini green heaven with heavy injuries. I finally passed the final scene. It was really difficult. If I did not use Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment to find that tiny loophole, I would have failed for sure. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he still felt some emotions from earlier. This was a sword path dream realm. Inside this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. He had to keep trying and making use of the conflicts between these enemies to disrupt them, creating chances for himself so that he could remain standing. Eventually, after 100 tries and incredible luck, he managed to kill the last 3 Gu immortal enemies. But I passed after all. Not bad, my sword path attainment level has reached Grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He became quite happy. He had quite a number of sword path immortal Gu. He only lacked sword path attainment level. This weakness was finally removed. In the future, his sword path battle strength would also rise greatly. After resting, Fang Yuan recovered fully and continued exploring dream realms. This is likely a human path dream realm. Fang Yuan's desolate soul arrived in the next dream realm as he looked with anticipation. Extorting Southern Border's righteous path was a correct choice. This gave Fang Yuan a large number of dream realms to explore. The value of these dream realms were extremely high to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes, he only lacked attainment level and actual experience. His desolate soul entered the dream realm. The world that he was seeing changed immediately. This was a battlefield. It was filled with smoke and dust. Shouting and killing were all around him. Clan leader, be careful. Fang Yuan had just taken a look when someone shouted at him. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He quickly dodged. However, his body could not move as fast as his thoughts. An intense pain assaulted him. Fang Yuan fell onto the ground. Looking at the hole on his chest, only half his heart was left. Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted loudly, "Where is the healing Gu master?" But no answer came. The world started to spin. It turned dark rapidly. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's desolate soul suffered heavy injuries as he was pushed out of the dream realm. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul recovered quickly. After resting, he entered the dream realm again. Dodge! Fang Yuan entered and immediately dodged. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movements suddenly froze as he suffered a fatal hit again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized. The Gu master who called out to me earlier is a spy. He used an information path method that pretends to alert me, but is actually a mortal killer move that restrains my actions. There are no healing Gu masters around me. With this spy around, I can only try to pass this using my own strength. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the abilities of the character within the dream. Originally, Fang Yuan did not want to do this. Because he had too little time to react, he could not check the Gu worms that he had. Before he inspected them, he would definitely get killed. Fang Yuan could only accept his loss and try a third time. Plop. He died again. Back to reality, Fang Yuan was troubled. How can this be? I can't check my own aperture? How can I do anything without even knowing what Gu worms I have? The dream realm restricted him. He could not inspect what Gu worms he had. Guess? That was unrealistic. Fang Yuan tried for a fourth time. Different from the previous 2 explorations, Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream this time. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Plop. Fang Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell on the ground. Clan leader. Impossible. Lord Clan leader has Justice Gu on him. How could he be defeated so easily? The traitor shouted beside him. After the exploration failed, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was thrown out of the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream only gave me 1 hint. The traitor spoke an extra sentence, pointing out that I have Justice Gu. Then let's use it. During Fang Yuan's 5th exploration, at the crucial moment, he used Justice Gu. Clan leader, be careful. The traitor screamed. Fang Yuan's dodging movement froze again. Justice Gu. Piercing white light burst out of Fang Yuan's body. His speed went back to normal as he dodged the fatal blow. Huff. I succeeded. Fang Yuan rolled on the battlefield as he quickly looked around, assessing the area. This was a village. Everywhere, there was rubble and corpses lying on the ground. The conflict between 2 clans? This is already at the step of exterminating a clan. But Fang Yuan found that he was not the victim. He was the invader. His side had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level fight, and I am the clan leader. By just leading these Gu masters, we can win. Fang Yuan had a calm and composed mood. But is the condition for clearing this dream realm winning the battle? Let's try. After that, Fang Yuan was joyful to find out that his aperture could be inspected again. The dream realm character had rank 5 cultivation level and many mortal Gu. There were 5 to 6 rank 4 Gu, and 1 rank 5 Gu, which was Justice Gu. Fang Yuan immediately understood as he smiled. With these Gu worms, I can settle this myself. Be it leading the troops or fighting personally to obtain victory, it was extremely easy for Fang Yuan. Lord Clan Leader. At this time, the traitor appeared, showing a concerned expression. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I will kill this traitor first. He attacked immediately, killing the traitor with 1 killer move. Clan Leader, what are you doing? The Vice Clan Leader is dead. The Clan Leader killed him. I was right after all. Shun Clan is trying to take down our Shan Clan. Rebel. Let's take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked. He killed the traitor, but half of the Gu masters started to rebel and attack. The scene fell into chaos. A three-way battle started. Fang Yuan noticed that this was bad. I have rank 5 Justice Gu. It can give me great strength. With my strength, I can still win and kill all opposition. But this traitor should not have been dealt with this casually. As expected, even though Fang Yuan won, there were only a few Gu masters left standing on the battlefield. Corpses and broken body parts were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. The world dissipated as Fang Yuan's desolate soul was thrown out again. But this time, he did not suffer much injuries. This result made Fang Yuan gain a deeper guess. This means that victory is indeed the condition to pass the first scene. However, the type of victory is crucial. If the losses are too high, I will not be able to pass it. Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again with newfound knowledge. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He went as the vanguard and used Justice Gu along with many killer moves to slaughter the enemies, obtaining a perfect victory. Lord Clan Leader is so courageous. We have won. We are victorious. Nia Clan has finally been exterminated. Ha ha. Amidst a wave of fun and laughter, the dream realm entered the second scene. Within the hall, bright lights were shining. There were delicious food and wine on the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered here as they enjoyed a luxurious feast. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting beside the main seat. Towards his left was Chun Clan Leader, who was sitting at the main seat. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the previous scene, I was in the role of Chun Clan Leader, but this time, I actually became the traitor Vice Clan Leader? Fang Yuan was seeing this for the first time. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he soon thought, no wonder I could not kill the traitor in the first scene. Because he is the next character that I should portray. Now then, how do I pass this? Fang Yuan looked at the situation with cold eyes. Chun Clan Leader drank a huge mouthful of wine as he placed down the empty wine cup, sighing. We finally won. Brother, to speak the truth, I have finally relaxed only now. When I heard that Nia Clan was planning to destroy the mountain, I could not sleep at all. They were unable to compete with the alliance of our two clans, so they created such a vicious plan. It was truly evil. Thankfully, heaven is not blind. They got what they deserved. These people died because of just deserts. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. This Chun Clan Leader was ignorant. He had not realized the ill intentions of this Vice Clan Leader. But it was not surprising. During the first scene, even though the Vice Clan Leader used an information path method, he disguised it as a warning of concern. There were no traces left behind. It was truly hard to notice. Fang Yuan had a sharp sense because he was a Gu immortal. He realized the Vice Clan Leader's vicious scheme. When he tried to kill the traitor in the first scene, a rebellion occurred. Wait, even if the Vice Clan Leader's members see him getting killed, they would not act so united, right? There has to be some people who are hesitant during the chaos. But these people rebelled in unity. After the Vice Clan Leader was killed, they acted together and took revenge on the Chun Clan members without holding back. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood. So that means that the Vice Clan Leader's intentions to harm Chun Clan Leader is not his own plan. It is the collective plan of the entire Shan Clan. Fang Yuan thought of this as Chun Clan Leader's expression suddenly changed. He held his stomach as he stood up, taking several steps back. This wine is poisoned. The wine is poisoned. Chun Clan Leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Vice Clan Leader Shan, this is your wine. What are you trying to do? This was a sudden change of events. Fang Yuan was slightly dazed. But before he said anything, the Gu master beside him stood up and chuckled. What are we doing? We are killing you. We are eliminating the Chun Clan members. Throughout history, this mountain has belonged to Shan Clan. Be it Chun Clan or Nia Clan. You two were initially servants of my clan. You are bullshitting. This was my Chun Clan's mountain to begin with. Our ancestors were kind and took in both of your clans after you were forced to vacate your destroyed mountain. Chun Clan's Gu master rebuked in a loud voice. The Shan Clan Gu master who spoke continued in a cold voice. Shameless servant, there is no point in talking. It is too late now. Your clan leader has already drunk this poison wine. We created this using woman's heart Gu. It counters your clan leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Chun Clan members resist our Shan Clan? Chun Clan's Gu masters turned pale as they realized the problem now. Fang Yuan was dazed again. He turned around and asked the Shan Clan Gu master beside him. Who told you that woman's heart Gu can create a poisonous wine that counters justice Gu? The Shan Clan Gu master was the Vice Clan leader's aide. He was stunned as he asked in a stupefied tone. What? Lord, didn't you tell me that yourself? What? Fang Yuan was speechless. Boom. Chun Clan leader burst out with a blinding white light. The paleness and anger vanished on his face as his expression turned solemn. He stared with furious eyes towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in a heroic tone. Shan Xing, you unscrupulous scoundrel. You dared to use this vile scheme on me. I was wrong about you. I had misjudged your personality. I had actually thought that you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the big picture and hand the role of clan leader to me. So you were always afraid of Justice Gu and my strength, which was why you chose to conceal your ambitions. Fang Yuan felt a sharp headache as he thought rapidly. Qin Clan's leader has rank 5 cultivation level. I am only rank 4 now. My Gu worms are also weaker than him. If we fought, I will not be Qin Clan leader's match. The aide beside him screamed in fear. What is going on? He drank the poison wine, but Justice Gu is still working. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly instantly. He thought of the solution to this. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu stopped working, Qin Clan's leader would be poisoned, his strength would fall, he would not be an impossible opponent. So that's it. Fang Yuan died from the attacks of Qin Clan's leader, but he carried a faint smile. The second attempt at the dream realm. Within the hall, bright lights were shining. There were delicious food and wine on the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered here as they enjoyed a luxurious feast. Qin Clan leader drank a huge mouthful of wine as he placed down the empty wine cup, sighing. We finally won. Brother, to speak the truth, I have finally relaxed only now. When I heard that Nye Clan was planning to destroy the mountain, I could not sleep at all. They were unable to compete with the alliance of our 2 clans, so they created such a vicious plan. It was truly evil. Thankfully, heaven is not blind. They got what they deserved. These people died because of just deserts. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, saying lightly, there is a reason behind this. Nye Clan did not come up with such a vicious plan. I was the one who arranged it and deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Qin Clan leader was completely shocked. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Yuan looked at Qin Clan leader with an eerie gaze. You are too naive, you. Were kept in the dark all along. You are a cold-blooded murderer. How many innocent people have you killed? Your hands are filled with blood. Your justice is just a facade. You are a brute and a fool. Also, you drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine. Qin Clan's leader held his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Qin Clan's Gu masters were shocked and fearful, while Shan Clan's Gu masters were ready and attacked immediately. Qin Clan's leader wanted to put up resistance, but he could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan's aide shouted excitedly. The wine was effective after all. Qin Clan leader's Justice Gu has been neutralized. Fang Yuan wanted to roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fang Yuan's words made Qin Clan's leader enter a chaotic state. He suspected himself and felt incredibly ashamed. He could not activate Justice Gu anymore. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan Clan came prepared. All of the Qin Clan members, from clan leader to clan members, were all dealt with. When the hall returned to quietness, Qin Clan's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were alive were captured. The second scene was passed. During the third scene, Fang Yuan was inside a cell. The only cellmate he had was that Qin Clan leader. He was covered in injuries. His vitality was weak. His face was pale. His eyes were dyed in a purple-dark color. He was deeply poisoned. Fang Yuan looked at his injuries. He had obviously been interrogated and was on the verge of death. Even so, the 4 limbs and neck of Qin Clan's leader were chained up. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. What is this situation? Fang Yuan looked at himself, speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak. He was thin like a twig. He was in about the same state as Qin Clan's leader. Even though he had a rank 4 aperture, it was already destroyed. He had no Gu worms either. What am I supposed to do? I am not the traitor vice clan leader, but another person now. Right now, other than me, only this guy is in the cell. I guess I need to talk to him to find out. Fang Yuan laughed to himself and wanted to speak, but Qin Clan's leader spoke in advance. No need to mock me, father. Father. Fang Yuan was surprised. He was acting as the father of Qin Clan's leader? Then why was he locked up here? Looking at the situation, he had been kept here for a long time. He was not a new entrant like this Qin Clan leader. Qin Clan's leader continued. Father, I was the one who defeated you and locked you in here. But I have never regretted it. You were corrupt. The evidence was clear. You were neither impartial nor fair. You were not fit to be Qin Clan's leader. According to the rules, you deserve this punishment. So you are the snitch. Fang Yuan quipped. Qin Clan leader added. Similarly, I do not regret my current situation. I deserve this. I killed so many innocent people. My hands are stained with the blood of Nye Clan's members. I deserve death. Qin Clan's leader laughed pitifully. Shan Clan wants to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but what can they do? They're screaming, the sound of their whipping, the sound of hot iron scalding my flesh. All these sounds are like the cries of anguish and injustice of Nye Clan's members. I would rather they whip me more and let me suffer more pain. But this cannot atone for my sins. It cannot undo my mistakes. I want to die, just let me die. I deserve this. Ah. Qin clan's leader grunted as he shook. He had died. His death alerted the guard. Soon, Shan Xing, who had taken his position, arrived. Damn it. We can't get Justice Gu now. Shan Xing was furious. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with rage. Old-timer, didn't we agree that you would urge your son to hand it over? What did you do? You are useless. Go join your son. Crack. Shan Xing said this as he acted, chopping off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene was the final scene. Fang Yuan's exploration failed. His desolate soul suffered huge injuries. While recovering, he thought about it. In the third scene, I am Chen clan leader's father, but I am crippled. There is no hope in escaping with my strength. The key to this should be Chen clan's leader. Then, what is the condition for passing the third dream realm? Fang Yuan had a lot of experience in dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not stump him for long. He soon understood. The first 2 dream realm scenes have different identities, but the conditions were the same. That was to satisfy the needs of the character. In the first scene, I was the Chen clan leader. I needed to obtain victory with my clansmen, and it needed to be a beautiful victory without much losses. In the second scene, I was the vice clan leader Shan Xing. I needed to succeed in my scheme and suppress his Justice Gu. And now in the third scene, I am Chen clan leader's father. My son locked me up in the prison cell for a long time. I want to regain freedom. Thus, I chose to work with Shan Xing to get my son to hand over Justice Gu, so that I can be free. Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Chen clan leader spoke in advance. No need to mock me. Father, you are my son. Isn't mocking you like mocking myself for failing to raise you well? I simply regret it. I sacrificed myself for your sake. I wanted your justice to lead Chen clan towards glory and prosperity, but to think that you would become a prisoner that does not even believe himself. I was wrong about you. Had I known this, I would not have created fake evidence of my corruption. Fang Yuan said. Chen clan leader was dazed. He was curious. Father, what do you mean? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, but did not speak. Chen clan leader shook his head. No, father. You were corrupt. The evidence was there. How could it be fake? Fang Yuan laughed coldly again. You think it is real, so it has to be real? Then what about Nya clan's matter? Chen clan leader was lost for words. Fang Yuan continued. I pretended to not care for you, but I was secretly nurturing you with great effort. To use Justice Gu, the Gu Master needs to believe firmly in his own justice. Because you were too young, and your understanding of justice was too superficial, I had to do this and sacrifice myself so that you would understand your justice. Father, speak clearly. What was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled. Is the truth really that important? Chen clan's leader did not hesitate. He answered immediately. Of course. Without the truth, how can there be justice? That is why I said your understanding was too superficial. Is justice closely related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly. Let me ask you, when you slaughtered Nya clan, was it an act of justice? Even if they really had a plan to destroy our mountain, from their perspective, you are a murderer trying to slaughter their whole clan by resisting you and defending their homes and family. Wasn't that justice too? This, Chen clan's leader pondered. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. From their perspective, the so-called plan to destroy the mountain was just a form of deterrence. They were afraid that our Chen clan and Shan clan would ally. But in the end, even though you wiped them out, they did not destroy the mountain, right? Fang Yuan asked. Chen clan's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. I see you realized their side of justice too. You triggered the battle, slaughtering the enemies and also causing deaths and injuries to our clansmen. You thought that it was an act of justice. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain's foundation. In that case, it would collapse as the spirit spring vanishes. Lives would be lost and homes would be destroyed. You were thinking for your clan. You eliminated the problem in advance. That was not wrong. It was also a form of justice. Now look, both sides had their own perspective of justice, right? Chen clan's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered this problem before. Fang Yuan observed his expression as he said, Let me ask you, is it justice that a sheep eats grass? How can that be a form of justice? Chen clan's leader was dazed. From the sheep's perspective, without grass, there would be no food. It would starve to death. It had to eat grass. But from the perspective of the grass, it had worked so hard to stay alive, getting out of the soil and growing larger to get more rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but the sheep decided to eat it, even uprooting and devouring everything the grass had, without any hope for survival. Isn't the grass an innocent victim? Isn't it pitiful? Chen clan's leader shook his head. Isn't sheep eating grass just a natural thing? I have never pitted the grass because this is how the world is meant to be. Precisely. Fang Yuan nodded. The truth of this world is the law of the jungle. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. This is what nature entails. What crime can there be? There is no such thing as justice here. Sheep eats grass, humans eat sheep. That has nothing to do with justice. It is just for survival. There is no such thing as justice in heaven and earth. There is only justice made by humanity. Since time immemorial, humans had to unite to gain strength for the sake of survival, in order to live in this cruel world. Then, how can humans become united? Through organizations, through law, and through morals. We organize clans or sects, distributing work according to an individual's ability. We use laws to restrain people, to tell people what they cannot do. We use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do certain things. Mothers are doting and children are filial. Neighbors live in harmony. They all follow the rule of justice and morals. Be it intentionally or unintentionally, from the start of time, any organization would always promote this, because organizations follow their own survival instincts. Or rather, the organizations with comprehensive laws, realistic morals, and proper class systems find it easier to survive. After a long time passes, this becomes the norm of society for the future generations. Qin clan leader was tongue-tied. He was completely stunned by Fang Yuan's words. He had never considered this. He knew that justice was good, but he did not know why. He knew that morals were good, but he did not know why. And now, Fang Yuan told him the answer. Justice and morals were man-made creations. This could be either a conscious or a subconscious creation. People follow these guidelines and allow themselves to survive better in a hostile environment. They can stay united as a group for a long time. Fang Yuan concluded, when you understand the core meaning of justice, you will know. This so-called justice is like iron armor. It is a human tool. When you wear it, you need to use it like a tool. But look at you now. This iron armor has become your chain. It is binding you down. Qin clan leader looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. He did not speak. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The truth and justice, are they really related? What is the truth behind Nye clan? What is the truth behind my corruption? What does this have to do with justice? Son, you must understand. Your justice is just a tool. You must make use of it. Do not get restrained by it. Qin clan's leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand now. Saying so, a white light burst out of his body. It was dazzling and bright, filling the entire surroundings. This dream realm faded into nothingness amidst the sharp light. Fang Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration succeeded. I guessed correctly. The father and son were both clan leaders of Qin clan. They hate Shan clan's action. If I help Shan Xing and Chun clan's leader hands over the Gu, even if I regain freedom, I would not pass the final scene. At most, I would be chased out without injuries. Only by teaching Chun clan's leader and resolving his guilt can I make him use justice Gu once more to break out of this prison. That is the condition to clearing the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Oh, I advanced to human path Grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected himself and smiled plainly. Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling stood on heaven overseeing tower as she looked at the scenery of Heavenly Court, showing a look of nostalgia. A long time later, she sighed softly. Even though the changes are huge, I can still vaguely remember the scenery of 300,000 years ago in my memories. Beside her stood Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had a reverent expression. This senior female immortal here could not compare to Duke Long's seniority, but she had a huge background as well. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Heaven's Envy Manor. The day before she was going to become a member of Heavenly Court, Giant Son Immortal Venerable made one declaration, and she was forced to be his concubine. Giant Son Immortal Venerable collected a harem and had many concubine palaces. They were present in Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Qin Dingling was the immortal empress of Central Continent's concubine palace in her time. After Giant Son Immortal Venerable died, Qin Dingling vanished mysteriously, but to think that she would appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Dingling's identity is not false, but according to history, she cultivated Metal Path. Why did she transform into a Luck Path Gu immortal? Fairy Ziwei had questions in her mind. At this time, Qin Dingling suddenly turned around. There was a sharp light in her gaze that could see through worldly affairs. She was not a beauty in the most traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was tall, the tip of her nose was a little sharp. Her lips were thin and her eyes were thin and long. However, when blended together, she had a unique sense of beauty. Her appearance would be deeply engraved into people's hearts when they see her. She was taller than normal people. Her shoulders were broad. She stood straight and had a heroic aura. She wore a huge cape on her back that extended from her shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made from pieces of golden armor. When put together, from time to time, golden light would flow along the cape in thin waves. The broad cape emphasized the beauty of her majestic body, especially her long legs. They were also covered in armor that were black and golden in color. She had outstanding presence. She was like a born royalty that ruled above the common man. When she looked at people, because of her height, she often had to look down. She had an authoritative aura that was fermented naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. Qin Dingling spoke lightly. Fairy Ziwei, I know the questions you have. The truth is, I had intentionally gone missing. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world. He controlled the entire era. Nobody could resist him. Thankfully, he was not a demon venerable. Even though I was forced to be his immortal empress, I also had my own objectives. That was to learn the profundity of luck path from him. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, I gained a lot of insight. I decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. But I already had rank 8 cultivation level back then. The risks were too great if I were to cultivate Luck Path. I gained the help of Heavenly Court and obtained a chance to hibernate. I also abandoned all of my Metal Path down marks and turned them into a metal coffin in which I was buried deep within the earth vein, entering closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. This slumber continued for 300,000 years. When I woke up, the world had already changed beyond my comprehension. Qin Dingling's tone was filled with deep emotions. 300,000 years later, everything had changed. The huge shadow cast down upon her, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, had died long ago. After him, there were Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, the world was facing the wave of the Great Era. All sorts of prophecies and signs showed that a Supreme Venerable was going to appear. So that's it. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air. Joy was expressed on her face. Senior, you came at the perfect timing. I must admit fault for this. Heavenly Court failed time and time again. One of the reasons for this was our weakness in Luck Path. We were restrained and often lost to that demon. Qin Dingling nodded. I've seen the information. To think that a demon like Fang Yuan emerged. This is very rare, even in human history. However, don't think too lowly of yourself. Your decisions were not wrong. It was just that the enemy is too crafty and has multiple venerable inheritances. Especially the latter. It made Fang Yuan extremely hard to deal with. I am afraid that the reason I woke up this time is also most likely to deal with Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei was surprised. What does Senior mean by that? Qin Dingling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Ziwei, there is profundity in my awakening. Let me ask you, who woke me up? It was Gu Yu Fangzheng. Exactly, Qin Dingling said slowly. The otherworldly demon does not exist within fate. It is an anomaly of the world. Heavens will try to use this pawn against Spectral Soul's heaven-defying attempt. It naturally created a way to restrain the otherworldly demon too. Like how the antidote for a venomous snake often exists near it, Gu Yu Fangzheng is the safety measure that the heavenly Tao created against Fang Yuan. As she said this, Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Ziwei with an expression of praise. You know little about Luck Path, but you managed to deduce this and nurtured Fang Zheng to become an immortal. It was not easy. I do not deserve this praise. This junior was only doing her best to defend Heavenly Court and protect the righteousness of humanity. Ha ha. Well said. This is the spirit of Heavenly Court. Even after 300,000 years, it has not changed. Qin Dingling chuckled as she continued saying with happiness. The otherworldly demon Fang Yuan is an uncertain variable. Gu Yu Fangzheng is the key to restraining him. He will change as Fang Yuan changes. Spectral Soul failed to defy heaven, while Fang Yuan escaped from the control of heaven's will. He is becoming stronger. He has no weaknesses and is growing extremely quickly at a shocking pace. Even Heavenly Court is without options against him. Thus, to mend this problem, Fang Zheng woke me up and caused me to interfere in this world again. Fate is constant while luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level and strength of the Gu Immortal, the stronger and grander their luck will be. This is because every thought and action of theirs can cause great changes in the surroundings. Fang Yuan has incredibly strong luck, but you nurtured Fang Zheng and made him an immortal. This caused him to exert enough influence to wake me up and resist Fang Yuan's current advantage. In the future, I am sure that similar situations will continue to occur. This demon Fang Yuan will not be free for long. At this point, Qin Dingling instructed Fairy Ziwei. You need to continue putting in resources to nurture Fang Zheng and ensure his safety. As long as we have him, we can follow the arrangements of heaven's will. We will achieve success with less effort. Junior understands. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with bright light. All along, She had not made much progress in dealing with Fang Yuan. That was because he was too crafty and well defended. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce his whereabouts. Fairy Ziwei knew the purpose of Guyu Fangzhong, but she did not place emphasis on him. She believed in her and Heavenly Court's strength. Her arrangements regarding Fangzhong were just a supplementary move. But after getting Qin Dingling's alert, Fairy Ziwei understood that Guyu Fangzhong was the most useful pawn in dealing with Fang Yuan. Right after she nurtured Fangzhong to become an immortal, a good result had already occurred. Qin Dingling awakened. As long as she continued investing in him, more people similar to Qin Dingling would show up. The stronger Fangzhong becomes, the grander his luck will be, and the more variables he will be able to create. These are all the arrangements of Heaven's will, specially used to counter Fang Yuan. In that case, we will focus on Fangzhong, with Heavenly Court supporting him fully. Fairy Ziwei grasped the situation with great clarity. She immediately changed her tactic to the most suitable one. Oh, one more thing. I have many incomplete Immortal Gu recipes here. I had secretly obtained them by probing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in the past. These recipes have to do with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path Immortal Gu. I need you to complete them and refine them. Qin Dingling took out an information path Gu worm. Fairy Ziwei quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them. Please rest assured, Senior. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought, Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall appeared inside Heaven Form Killer Move. The silver waterfall was majestic and vast. It slammed into the wills that were stored up at the bottom of Heaven Form. Each drop of water in this waterfall was a thought. It had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed down and instantly created a huge crevice, decimating a large amount of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A lake appeared within the land of wills. Within the lake was a pool of sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he activated another move. Once this move was activated, the lake water started to bubble like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one by one. They all had Fang Yuan's appearance and held long swords in their hands. They hacked and slashed at the lingering wills. Each attack caused cracks to form on the collective wills. These two moves had outstanding origins. Fang Yuan had created them as compound killer moves. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It contained Sword Path. It was more effective on these wills compared to using Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contains Sword Path and Human Path. Fang Yuan had successfully created it recently after becoming a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later, suddenly, the loud cry of a crane filled the entire 5 Xiang's Grotto-heaven. The white crane which was sleeping had been awakened from its dreams. It stretched its body and flapped its wings. It was very elegant. I finally grasped control of Heaven Form again. Haha. I spent less than half the time compared to the previous life. It is time to move out and find Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven and Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan smiled as bright light shined in his eyes. Good events came in succession. He obtained a report from Langya Land Spirit. Another rank 6 luck path, Immortal Gu, had been successfully refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained Regret Gu yet. He did not want to do a mass refinement to raise the rank of his current Immortal Gu for now. But he extorted the southern border righteous path and obtained lots of luck path immortal materials. He had been trying to refine these luck path Immortal Gu for the current period of time. Immortal Gu were unique. Once he refines them, others would not be able to. The sovereign immortal aperture had already developed to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was affluent enough to feed mere rank 6 Immortal Gu with no problems. Chapter 1822 Using Soul Replacement Twice. According to my memories, it should be around here. Fang Yuan stopped at a certain location in Immemorial White Heaven. There was nothing here, but according to the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven was right here. The Grotto-heaven's entrance was closed and hidden in empty space. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had used Heaven Form in the previous life to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. It was not as troublesome this time. He could directly locate it. Go, Heaven Form. Fang Yuan willed. Heaven Form was a one-legged crane that was covered in snow-white feathers which had no dust or dirt. It had a long beak that was red in color. After it flew out, it flew round and round the empty space nearby. As it moved, information from Heaven Form went to the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. These were all information regarding Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan soon learned about the details of the inside world. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto-heaven in the previous life, I came at a slightly different time in this life. Some unexpected mishaps might occur. If Heavenly Court has some arrangements inside and I go right in, there would be huge problems. Fang Yuan acted vigilantly. After investigating it for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven was still an isolated world that did not interact with the outside world. He relaxed at long last as he activated a killer move that he had prepared for a long time. After some effort, the killer move was completed. Fang Yuan spat out lightly from his mouth. A gray soul ball shot into the Grotto-heaven at lightning speed. It was so fast that it vanished without a trace, as if all that happened was an illusion. After the gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, it quickly descended. Any living being that entered Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven would be affected by the myriad beings' assimilation transformation killer move that was in the Grotto-heaven. They would be turned into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fang Yuan attacked, he had met with this issue as he turned into bull-headed demon god. He slaughtered countless beings and caused a river of blood to flow. Corpses lay on the ground everywhere. Even though he was invincible and rampaged unhindered, he only managed to snatch the Beast Calamity inheritance. He did not gain the acknowledgement of the Qilin heavenly spirit. He managed to use myriad beings' assimilation transformation with difficulty, but obtained no immortal Gu. It was merely half an inheritance. After that, because of the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan stopped his plans here and went to Eastern Sea, but gained nothing. Eventually, he had to come here and change his tactics. He annexed the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven after subduing it. All these incidents made his efficiency very low. Fang Yuan wasted lots of time and effort. The Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven that he obtained was also heavily damaged by himself. He killed almost all of the Gu Immortals inside the Grotto-heaven. That would not do. Fang Yuan decided to change his tactics against Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven this time. He wanted to preserve it at its full strength. He wanted to gather all of the Gu Immortals here and place them in his sovereign immortal aperture to increase the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly in the sky. Myriad beings' assimilation transformation started to exert its influence on the soul ball, but it had all sorts of transformation path down marks on its surface. The number of transformation path down marks continued to be expended as it resisted the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's shape. Fang Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this. The gray soul ball had limited time. It could not be replenished after leaving Fang Yuan, even though it had a lot of transformation path down marks to resist myriad beings' assimilation transformation. The expenditure was heavy. It would be destroyed after some time. If not for the transformation path down marks protecting it, the gray soul ball would be transformed into a beast calamity due to the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he be exposed, he would also be attacked by the alerted Gu Immortals. In that case, Fang Yuan's plans would end in failure. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had planned this meticulously. Soon, the soul ball reached the ground. It sneaked into a bustling city. It roamed in the alleys, hiding in the dark corners as it moved rapidly like a fish in water. Beat him up harshly. Boom, boom, boom. In a small alley, a few rich youngsters were beating up a poor kid of their own age. The poor lad wore a thin shirt. He was covered in wounds everywhere. He was already beaten to a pulp. He could not resist. He had to bend down and hold his head, shrinking into a ball. Eventually, he fainted from the assault. Seeing this, the rich young masters quickly stopped. Don't tell me we killed him. No, that's too scary. This lad is so weak. How dare this lad get close to Lin Clan's young miss? He did not even heed the warning of young Master Lin. Humph, he deserves it even if he dies. The youngsters walked away with smug expressions, feeling agitated. Good chance my luck is quite good. The gray soul ball arrived just in time as ripples appeared on the surface. This good luck was not a coincidence. It was influenced by Fang Yuan's own luck. Seeing that there was nobody around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate. It entered the chest of the poor lad and enveloped his soul entirely. The young man had a weak soul. He was resisting instinctively. But Fang Yuan's gray soul ball was a portion of his desolate soul. It was incredibly powerful. How could a mortal soul defend against it? In almost an instant, the young man's soul was destroyed by the gray soul ball entirely. The gray soul ball expanded rapidly, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body and controlled his mind, taking over and becoming a native person. From today onwards, I am the young lad, Zhanbu Duwan. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul replacement. In the past, Shadow Sect had used this move to successfully plant spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the traitor Sixth Hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fang Yuan's desolate soul. It could not be detected by land spirits or heavenly spirits. This was the specialty of soul replacement. If not for this, Langya Land Spirit would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect's spies long ago. And Fang Yuan had modified soul replacement on that foundation, adding in mini transformation path Immortal Gu to supplement it. Thus, the Gray Soul Ball had transformation path Dao marks and could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, after soul replacement succeeded, all my actions will be observable by the heavenly spirit. I need to act with caution from now on. Thankfully, I have already destroyed the young lad's soul and obtained his memories. I know everything about his life. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to place attention on this tiny area, who knows? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man grunted as he opened his eyes. He had rage and helplessness on his face. Damn it! He climbed up with difficulty. Because of his injuries, the intense pain made him gasp loudly. Eventually, he held onto the wall as support, walking out slowly. Fang Yuan's main body observed for a while longer. Seeing that this clone had adapted well without any accidents, he stopped heaven form and left. He rapidly arrived near profound literature Grotto-heaven. This information path Grotto-heaven was quite troublesome too. Takedown. Fang Yuan lacked information path attainment, while there was an information path rank 8 Gu immortal inside the Grotto-heaven defending it. In the previous life, Fang Yuan failed because of this rank 8 Gu immortal. He was stopped outside and could not get in. Like earlier, Fang Yuan investigated this place again. Profound literature Grotto-heaven was also not a trap. It had not been affected by the ink effect. There were no negative changes for Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan instilled immortal essence and activated heaven form, creating a white light passage. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man resembling a white-robed scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up at the other end of the white light passage. He came out after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He opened a slit of the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. A large number of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts were let out. Heaven form itself could not transport killer moves. Once Fang Yuan uses any killer moves, the white light passage would break. But the white light passage could transport living beings, like how Fang Yuan had used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. Don't even think about it. The white-robed old man shouted loudly. He used an information path offensive method to create a rain of written characters that slaughtered the beast groups. A few breaths of time later, the white light passage collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a pitiful state, as its head had just entered when the passage broke. Thus, its head was left in profound literature Grotto-heaven while its body was outside. No matter who you are, you will have to pay an unimaginable price to invade this place. The white-robed old man called out. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. He went to another area and started to do the same thing. But similar to the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly, slaughtering the invading beast groups again. Fang Yuan changed several locations, but each attempt ended in failure. No matter who you are, with me around, don't think of succeeding. The white-robed old man had great morale. Is that so? Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he retreated. Within profound literature Grotto-heaven, at a certain courtyard, a young male scholar looked at his reflection in the well water as he thought. From today onwards, I am Li Xiaobai too. 1. Trivia. This is the name of the MC in Mashin Hero Wataru, an old anime that was popular in China in the 1990s. 2. Trivia. Reference to the famous poet Li Bai. Xiaobai also can be slang or shorthand for a couple of different things, like novice or a man who lives off a woman. Chapter 1823 Cooking Luck, Pa Immemorial, White Heaven. Fang Yuan rode on spontaneous auspicious cloud as he flew in the sky. The heaven form white crane was following closely, circling around him. The killer move Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud was obtained by Fang Yuan from Hei Fan Grotto-heaven. After some modifications, he used it as a movement killer move. But the Auspicious Cloud did not follow Fang Yuan's will, but moved according to the mystery of luck path. The route that the Auspicious Cloud moved was the one with the greatest luck. Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud and heaven form worked together very well. Fang Yuan had used this in his previous life to find Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven and Profound Literature Grotto-heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used soul replacement in both the Grotto-heavens. After that, Fang Yuan waited for his clones to develop while he continued cultivating and gathering strength. His Chi Path killer moves were still in the process of familiarization. After intense practice, he could already use them to fight against rank 8 Gu Immortals. But the trump card Unlimited Chi C killer move was still quite foreign to Fang Yuan. Other than training killer moves, Fang Yuan's main body also patrolled immemorial White Heaven and used both Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud and Heaven form to attempt to find more Grotto-heavens. But until now, Fang Yuan had found nothing. Even though Heaven form has a wide range, against this huge immemorial White Heaven, it is just too tiny in comparison. But along this route, I had great gains. I obtained a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. This is truly the best route for me. I was lucky all along the way. It was filled with surprises. Oh, my time path clone has obtained results from deduction. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated diligently, but had no great gains. But after so much time spent on deductions, the time path clone obtained quite a good result. Another Immortal Gu house's deduction is completed. Very good. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He diverted some of his attention to his immortal aperture as he started assembling it. Immemorial White Heaven was very dangerous with countless immemorial desolate beasts roaming around. There were even immemorial desolate beast groups occasionally. If ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals explored this place, they would need to be vigilant. Some rank 7 experts would also explore immemorial White Heaven for cultivation resources occasionally, but they were all fearful and careful. However, Fang Yuan had spontaneous auspicious cloud. He only had good luck along the way. With the help of Heaven Form, he could detect any danger in advance. Fang Yuan was able to easily avoid them ahead of time. Iron Wall Gu. This was a rank 6 metal path Gu worm. It was the size of an adult's fist, heavy and resembling a rhinoceros beetle, but be it the head or back, it was squarish and straight. Its body had almost no curves at all. Evidently, Iron Wall Gu was a defensive Gu worm. It had been taken from Lang Yasek's inventory, used by Fang Yuan now to create his second Immortal Gu house. Once Iron Wall Gu was activated, a large number of Mortal Gu followed. These Mortal Gu were of various types. There were 3,000 of them, among which Fire Path and Metal Path were the most numerous. They were all rank 5 Gu. Iron Wall Gu was fixed at the center, while the Mortal Gu surrounded it as they moved like a wave. A wave of black light appeared among the Mortal Gu like spreading ink. It enveloped all of the Gu worms as a black ball of light was created. The black ball floated in the sky. Its surface was uneven as the Gu worms inside started to fly even faster now. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball became extremely smooth. There were no bumps anymore. It was completely round. At this point, Fang Yuan started to activate his Fire Path Immortal Gu. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu, creating a flame. The flame had an intense scarlet color, coiling around the black ball as it burned continuously. An alluring fragrance started to spread. Mortals who breathed it in would indulge in it and feel deep desires and imaginations that could not be stopped. After burning for many hours, the black ball turned into a golden ball of light on the surface. The black color earlier seemed to be soot that was removed by the flames. Fang Yuan maintained this golden ball of light as he stopped the flame, taking out Water Path and Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as he created a clear spring. The spring water doused the golden ball as sizzling sounds were heard. It was like red-hot iron submerged in water. But no steam was produced. All of the water had fused into the golden ball. The golden ball of light started to become slower in rotation. The Gu worms inside looked like tiny golden meteors that spun around endlessly. The pattern of their traces became more complicated and disorganized. It would make people feel dizzy when looking, but no collisions had taken place at all during this period. At this time, Fang Yuan took out his second supplementary Immortal Gu. Food Path Immortal Gu, Cook. It looked like a giant water bug that was the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short feelers. Under its feelers were 2 compound eyes shining in golden light. Its body was flat and oval-shaped. It was dark red in color and had the sensation of touching sand. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The front pair was the strongest, looking like 2 thick and powerful pincers. Immortal Gu Cook was obtained by Fang Yuan when he extorted the southern border righteous path. By now, Fang Yuan had already returned the bodies and souls of the southern border Gu immortal captives. He started to exchange Immortal Gu with them. Fang Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Gu Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball expanded by double its original size as a result. Fang Yuan was already covered in sweat. He had finally gotten past this hardest part of the first step. Assembling an Immortal Gu house was not easy. It was much more difficult than using normal killer moves. If it failed, the Gu immortal would face a backlash. The Gu worms used would also be damaged or destroyed. Thus, Fang Yuan was extremely careful and vigilant. As he continued, Fang Yuan added dogshit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, and his other luck path Immortal Gu into the ball. His luck path attainment level was master, while formation path was grandmaster. He already had intuition. Thus, during the process of assembling it, if any bad feelings emerged, Fang Yuan would pay close attention to them and make appropriate adjustments. The most important thing was that his method of assembling the Immortal Gu house was deduced by the time path clone using the light of wisdom. It was very exemplary. Half a month later in the sovereign immortal aperture's time, Fang Yuan succeeded. The golden light ball exploded as a brand new Immortal Gu house was formed. Different from myriad year flying warship, this Immortal Gu house was smaller and had the size of a regular bowl. It was shining in golden light. It was covered in a pure white light, sacred and royal. It was a pot. The pot's rim was about a thumb's thickness. The internal space was large, but there was nothing inside now. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons. 6 were vivid and lively, while 2 were blurry and crude. These 8 dragons were all at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. The 8 dragon tails pointed in 8 different directions, towards the north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Each dragon claw was attached to the surface of the pot. The dragon bodies moved upwards as the dragon heads hung on the edge, looking inside. The dragon eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Gu House, Cooking Luck Pot. Even though Rank 7 Immortal Gu like Food Path Immortal Gu Cook were used, the Core Luck Path Immortal Gu were still Rank 6, thus this Immortal Gu House had a slightly lower rank. This Immortal Gu House was within the records of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone had improved upon and modified it. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Gu House. It could not carry Gu Immortals into battle. It was tiny and had another use. In fact, it was quite similar to Star Constellation Chessboard. Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence as Cooking Luck Pots started to vibrate. It turned into a golden light and flew above Fang Yuan's head, vanishing from sight. Even Fang Yuan could not see this Immortal Gu House with his naked eye. He had to use methods to verify its existence. It was quite easy to see it. Fang Yuan willed as he instilled immortal essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. Fang Yuan's vision changed rapidly. He saw that his luck was flowing into Cooking Luck Pot continuously. After a while, Cooking Luck Pot became filled with luck. Luck Inspection Immortal Gu is only rank 6 while I have rank 8 cultivation level. Just this Immortal Gu alone cannot inspect my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6. I can only see the luck inside this pot, but not the full extent of my luck. Even so, Fang Yuan could still see a bit of his luck on the outside of the pot. There was a river-like luck with clear and bright water. It seemed like a miniature river of time. It was most connected to Fang Yuan. One end of the river extended into the pot, while the other merged into empty space. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone had stable luck, but a trace of black chi was forming and growing continuously. This was Spring Autumn Cicada's drawback. It generated bad luck. Once in a while, Fang Yuan would need to use luck path methods against it. There was another luck. It looked like a layer of pink fog. It was floating near the pot, circling around it. This was the luck of Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink fog was weak and thin. It continued to change forms as it resembled a vague shadow. Only after the Dream Path clone becomes rank 6 would it have comparable luck with the Time Path clone. Other than that, there was the Dragonman clone's luck. It was a tiny purple dragon flying near the pot. Fang Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven had a gray and dirty sparrow luck, while his profound literature Grotto-heaven clone had a flowerbud luck that was wilting. These two clones have weak luck. It seems that the gray soul ball consumed a lot of luck. And because they and my main body are separated by a small world, there is some obstruction. In that case, Fang Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to rise in temperature as the luck started to boil. 2 dragons at the edge of the pot opened their eyes and mouths, sucking at the luck in the pot. Immediately, 2 portions of luck were absorbed into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons started to move as their heads turned towards the gray sparrow and flowerbud, spitting out at them. The 2 spurts of luck shot out and fused into the gray sparrow luck and flowerbud luck. Instantly, the gray sparrow chirped and turned into a sharp-beaked eagle. It spread its wings and flew. Meanwhile, the flowerbud luck seemed invigorated as it bloomed profusely in vibrant colors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Self Luck True Inheritance had a comprehensive description of all the different forms of luck. Generally, the 7 main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, azure, purple. But there were also uncommon colors that were created by the mixing of the above colors. Luck had all sorts of special forms and appearances. They varied according to the situations and conditions that the individuals were in. Fang Yuan, for example, had very different luck compared to his various clones. Fang Yuan owned the complete self-luck true inheritance of Giant Sun and a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. He only needed to take a look at these colors and shapes to learn about their conditions and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had Time Luck, Luck Inspection, Dogshit Luck, Chi Luck, Connect Luck, and other Immortal Gu. The abilities of these Luck Path Immortal Gu were just the basic functions of Cooking Luck Pot. The main ability of this Immortal Gu house was Cooking Luck. The shape, size, and color of one's luck was a representation of their current situation and possible changes. For example, if Fang Yuan had a dense black coffin luck now, it meant that he was going to face fatal danger. Fang Yuan could use cooking luck pot to cook and change this black coffin luck into a brand new luck within the pot. For example, fortune luck or peach blossom luck. Giant Sun self-luck true inheritance revolved around researching on one's own luck and how to modify it. This cooking luck pot was the peak creation within this true inheritance. It had the ability to cook any form of luck and convert it into something the user wants. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level, while cooking luck pot is only rank 6, it can barely affect my main body's luck. However, my other clones are different, with the highest being rank 7 and most of the rest being mortals. With the cooking luck I used earlier, the effect and change should be immediate. Fang Yuan tested it for a while before continuing to cultivate and practice his chi path killer moves. He definitely had to raise cooking luck pot's rank, but currently, Regret Gu was inside the paradise, Dragon Whale Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan could command the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine rank 6 luck path Immortal Gu en masse, but to advance them to rank 7, he lacked some crucial elements. Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven. Fang Yuan's clone, Zhanbu Du, was walking slowly. The crowd was noisy, people moved rapidly like a current. This is the largest Gu master market in the city, it is bustling. Zhanbu Du observed and thought. He was only rank 1 now, he was too young. And because he was broke, he came here this time to collect information and increase his understanding of the surroundings. Gu masters need resources to cultivate. I am totally broke now. My most important task now is to earn money. Zhanbu Du had an innocent young face, but he was full of confidence internally. He was a split soul of Fang Yuan, a Gu immortal. How hard was it to find a method of earning a fortune as a Gu master? But after some observation, Zhanbu Du's brows became covered in a thin layer of bitterness. Gu masters are known as combat beast envoys in this place. Even though they both use Gu worms, these Gu worms are used to nurture combat beasts or to fuse with wild beasts and plants. There are no instances of Gu masters fighting alone in this place. Fang Yuan walked around the market. He found very few Gu worms here. Most shops were selling beasts or plants. It is no surprise. This Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven has the power of the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It is very easy for Gu masters to fuse with beasts or plants. In the outside world, they would need to pay more than 10 times the price to achieve it. Because the method of fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and advantageous, traditional Gu cultivation has been buried in history. Of course, this is also the intention of Beast Calamity Immortal. Even Beast Calamity Immortal died after suffering heavy injuries from his first Myriad tribulation. He had placed a lot of effort in developing this Grotto-heaven in the past. He probably created this trend so that he could control the living beings inside well. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven had a really large number of people. Zhanbu Du wanted to take over this place. He could not use the traditional Gu cultivation method. He had to assimilate and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy could be said to be easy but also hard. It only required the Gu master to successfully fuse with a wild beast or plant. This was the most basic step. After that, he could go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register and become a guild member. Inside Beast Calamity Grotto-heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and sole super force. If Zhanbu Du joined it, he would have the lowest ranking Combat Beast Disciple status. Above Disciple level would be the main forces of the Combat Beast Guild, Combat Beast Envoy. Above Combat Beast Envoy was Combat Beast Warrior. This needed Gu Immortal cultivation level, and they were mostly city lords. And above Combat Beast Warrior was the one and only Combat Beast King. The structure of the organization was simple and crude. Zhanbu Du not only lacked Gu worms now, he also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter two, they were expensive. After collecting enough information, Zhanbu Du had a plan in his mind. According to my plan, in a month's time, I will have enough finances to buy a Gu worm. After another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest grade combat beast. I will buy the incisor rat first and use it for some time. This wild beast is greatly underestimated by everyone. It is very valuable for its price. With sufficient strength, I will join the Combat Beast Guild and use it to receive missions and increase my strength rapidly. At this moment, Zhanbu Du heard a shout. Careful, above you. He quickly looked up and saw a black figure descending rapidly from the sky. Even higher in the sky, an old man was manipulating the huge bird below him, descending quickly as he tried to catch the black figure, but it seemed like he was too late. What is it? Quickly run. The surrounding people quickly dispersed. Zhanbu Du also quickened his pace, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom. Almost instantly, the black object crashed into this shop's stairs as it shattered. Shrapnels flew everywhere as the surrounding people screamed out in pain and agony. Jean Boudu was the closest to it, but he was completely unharmed. This is an egg? Jean Boudu looked at the egg that was as tall as a person, thinking, this aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg. While he was thinking, the eggshell broke as a cute little eagle made its way to the world. The young eagle looked at Jean Boudu as it chirped. It jumped onto him and used its tiny beak to peck at Jean Boudu's cheeks. How could this happen? The old man riding a huge bird landed on the ground as he looked at this with dumbfounded expression. Hello, old sir. My name is Jean Boudu. Jean Boudu was knowledgeable. He knew this old man was a Gu immortal. He did not dare to wait and quickly paid his respects. Before the old man spoke, that tiny eagle that Jean Boudu shrugged off went towards him again as it patted his back using its tiny wings. The old man had a complex expression as he looked at this tiny eagle. He assessed Jean Boudu closely. Sigh. My partner has been pregnant for 30 years. It finally laid the egg today. So coincidentally, it landed here and hatched as a young arrowtail eagle. You were the first person that it saw, so it treated you as its closest kin. Jean Boudu was stunned. He quickly waved his hands. Old sir, I am so sorry. I did not mean to do that. The old Gu immortal chuckled. Your name is Jean Boudu? I will call you Little Du. Oh, Little Du. Don't be nervous. I am not blaming you. In fact, I need to apologize to you. The egg almost killed you earlier. This truly feels like an arrangement of fate. If my grandson was still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh, Little Du, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtain the young arrowtail eagle's recognition. You might be able to become a combat beast warrior in the future. Combat beast warrior? Jean Boudu's eyes widened as it shined with light. He had the expression of an innocent and excited boy. He clenched his fists. My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old sir, can I really do it? Can I cultivate by your side? The old man laughed loudly. A little do. It will depend on your hard work to determine if you can become a combat beast warrior. But for now, let's leave. Yes, old sir. Jean Boudu followed the old man as they rode on the arrowtail eagle, flying away under plain sight. Heavens, what did I just see? Isn't this youngster's luck way too good? That old man is the city lord of Mountain Cliff City. He is Mountain Cliff City Lord? Oh, I heard that the Mountain Cliff City Lord would come to our city one of these days to negotiate matters with our city lord. The surrounding people exploded into a commotion. Their discussions got increasingly louder. Who is that young man? He seems to be called Jean Boudu. Why is his luck so good? Sigh, why wasn't it me? Had I known this, I would have pushed him aside. Damn it. This Jean Boudu wore tattered clothes. He is clearly a poor lad, but he was actually taken in by that esteemed combat beast warrior. He has truly changed his fate. His future is incomparably bright now. He even gained the acknowledgement of the arrowtail eagle. This is an immortal beast, an immortal beast. Indeed, compared to an immortal beasts, all of the beasts and plants in the market are trash. They are less valuable than the eagle's feces. Some were angrily stomping their feet, feeling extremely regretful. Why did they not grab onto this rare opportunity earlier? Some stared with wide-opened eyes that had turned red. Some were shouting and screaming, their saliva spitting everywhere. Profound literature, Grotto-heaven. A poetry competition was going on. A famous great scholar looked at the students in the hall as he laughed. This city is filled with literary talents. I see that all your students are overflowing with scholarly aura. It seems that Brother Zhang's teachings has paid off. I am flattered, Brother Shan. These students of mine are shallow in knowledge. They are still too young. This is their great opportunity and luck to be able to watch our literary battle. The teacher of this place, Teacher Zhang, said humbly. Great Scholar Shan held out his hand. Brother Zhang, we are quite evenly matched in this battle. Let's consider it a tie. Next, let's play a game of passing the flower. 1. The 3 students who win will recite their poems. Let me see the literature skills of these juniors. How about that? All right. Teacher Zhang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the eyes of many students below the stage lightened up. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. There were 2 great scholars on the stage. No matter how good their poems were, as long as they could showcase their works, their reputation would spread among the people. The drums rolled. Choose me. Choose me. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who has the red flower? Please do recite your poem. Great Scholar Shan opened his eyes as he smiled. As everyone looked with gazes of anticipation, Li Xiaobai walked up the stage while rubbing his nose. 1. It's like musical chairs, but whoever has the flower when the music stops wins. Student Li Xiaobai greets both teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage and said politely. Great Scholar Shan smiled at him, nodding. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang of this school asked, Xiaobai, do you have any poems? Teacher Jiang had a bit of worry shown between his brows. This Xiaobai was very ordinary in talent. Hopefully he had some sort of preparation before this. Otherwise, with his current standards, this would be a disappointing show. It was okay if he was the only person disappointed, but right now with great scholarship here. Especially when the first half of this competition was very interesting and would become renowned in the world. If the later half was disappointing, everyone in the world would know that Teacher Jiang was a talented person but could not teach young talents himself. Teacher, I have a poem prepared. Li Xiaobai immediately answered. He was quite confident. Then let us hear it. Teacher Jiang was slightly more assured now. This profound literature Grotto-heaven was not like any other place. It had a flourishing literary culture. If anyone could make a good poem, even if nobody rewards them, heaven and earth would provide them benefits. Thus, the art of creating poems was an important task. It directly affected the person's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate their foundation and save some good poem lines as secrets. Even if they could not compose a poem with those lines, they would save it for the future. Thus, even though many scholars could create great poems, they would not publish them. They would conceal their strength and use them to deal with difficult poem competitions. Because of this, it was not strange or surprising that Li Xiaobai had a poem prepared. Li Xiaobai had his considerations. I have read countless poems in my life. Most are world-shocking creations. They are famous on Earth even after thousands of years, and after such a long time, the literature on Earth flourished greatly. But if I try to use these poems, it will be a problem. This Grotto-heaven world has an information path environment. It most excels at collecting information, especially the method to observe literary qi and talent qi. Almost everybody has such methods. They only vary in the depth of abilities. I lack literary qi and talent qi before I used soul replacement. This was just an ordinary student. By creating a world-shocking poem now, not only would people not believe me, they would also be suspicious and start investigating me. Even if I try to explain that it is not my work afterwards, it would be too late. I'd be seen as dishonest. In this world, everyone will despise and loathe me. Fang Yuan had planned many things before infiltrating profound literature Grotto-heaven to deal with all sorts of situations. The clone Li Xiaobai lacked literary qi and talent qi to begin with. It was not that Fang Yuan's own talents were lacking. However, Li Xiaobai had a large number of famous poems in his memories. Other than those from Earth, there were also Fang Yuan's own creations. Thus, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and started to recite. Teacher Jiang let out a breath of air. This poem was quite well constructed. It was barely living up to the standards of today's competition. What? It is nothing impressive. I sat beside Li Xiaobai for 3 years in class. This is way beyond his usual standards, huh? Isn't that great? With his poem as the anchor, the next 2 winners will be very lucky. The students below the stage became increasingly lively. Even though Li Xiaobai's poem was quite compatible with his known abilities, he still had many more talented classmates around, especially when some students had many precious poems that they prepared already in advance. These poems were composed meticulously by them, using a lot of time and effort to create. They were too good for other situations, but this was an appropriate setting to use them. When the drum started rolling and the red flower got passed around, these elite students became very excited. Their eyes were shining. The drum stopped. Most of the students were disappointed. Why were they not chosen? Next, their eyes turned red. It was him again. The red flower stopped at Li Xiaobai's table. Oh, Li Xiaobai was also quite surprised. The rules are the rules. You can come up again. Great Scholarship laughed as he shook his head. Teacher Jiang got worried again. According to Li Xiaobai's nature and foundation, he had already performed above standard last time. This time. But Li Xiaobai started to recite his poem again. This poem was on the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang finally relaxed as he looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler expression. It seems that even though this student is not as talented, he is very hard-working. He stored up 2 poems as backup. These 2 should be his own creation. It was not easy that he managed to compose them. Li Xiaobai did not put up a shameful performance. Teacher Jiang was very glad about it. The final person. Both chances went to Li Xiaobai. Sigh. That was truly bad luck. If I had gone on stage, the 2 great scholars would definitely be pleasantly surprised. But I was not given a chance. I wonder who will get the 3rd chance. If it is not me, I hope it is not them either. The students were unable to sit still. They had their own thoughts as they lost their cool. The drums rolled as the students looked at the red flower with bloodshot eyes. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh, it has passed me. I hope the drumming continues and it makes its way to me again. Bang! The drum stopped abruptly with a loud sound. Great Scholarship opened his eyes as he smiled. Who is it this time? Ugh. He was dazed. A strange expression was shown on his face as he pointed at the final lucky star. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai held the flower as he walked up the stage with a grim expression. He first cupped his fists at the 2 scholars before turning to the students below the stage. Fellow classmates, I really did not do this intentionally. Getting up the stage thrice is less of a surprise and more of a shock to me. I know that most of you are more talented than me, but I have to recite 3 times. I sincerely apologize. Originally, his classmates were shocked and furious, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. In fact, a portion of the people started to feel pity for Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary skills were inferior to them. Wasn't he suffering by going up the stage? Your luck is too incredible. Forget it, start reciting. Teacher Zheng laughed as he spoke. Li Xiaobai started his recital again. The standard was ordinary, but the final line was quite impressive. Even though it was just a minor point, it elevated the entire poem to a new level. Not only did great scholar Shen laugh and praise it, even Teacher Zheng was a little surprised. The final line of your poem is quite interesting. How did you conceptualize it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I don't dare to lie. This poem had only 3 lines originally. I thought of and added the final line earlier when I was anxious, to think that both sirs would enjoy it. I was also quite surprised. Teacher Zheng was stunned before laughing loudly. Great scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are very honest. It turned out that he had used a method secretly to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary qi and talent qi. He obtained information that this person had quite an ordinary talent. But it is not something rare that he can have a flash of inspiration and perform better than normal. Great scholar Shen had no suspicions. Teacher Zheng reassessed Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai inconspicuously as he thought. Even though Li Xiaobai is very ordinary in talent, he is very hardworking normally. That is how he had 3 poems prepared. Being able to gain inspiration and make up the verse on the spot shows that he has potential. But the best thing about him is that he said those words earlier before the 3rd round. He apologized to his classmates. That was his good interpersonal skills. Being able to articulate as well as his writing and sophisticated in human interaction, he is not bad. Wait, Teacher Zheng suddenly thought. This competition is going to be famous in the world. My reputation has already spread throughout the world before this. That is not key. But Li Xiaobai is going to become famous from this. If there were 3 students who performed, it would be less impactful, but he actually took all 3 chances. This way, he will be the center of attention. After ending in a draw against Brother Shun, nobody will find me for a duel in the short period. But there might be some devious people who would target my student in order to affect me. And the problem was, Li Xiaobai was a common and ordinary student. Teacher Zheng frowned as he made up his mind. After this, I need to nurture Li Xiaobai and secretly give him tuition. After this competition, everyone will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, if anyone mentions Li Xiaobai, my name will also come up. Our reputation is already tied together. I need to nurture him well. Otherwise, Teacher Zheng felt very pressured. He decided to make sure Li Xiaobai was a proper scholar even if he had to spend a huge amount of effort and resources. Even if he was a cheap piece of wood, he needed to be carved into jade in appearance. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gulu Ru stopped his killer move as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He let out a breath of air. It is done. His immortal aperture time has been shifted to its limit. He will face calamities and tribulations very often. Thank you for the hard work. Qin Dingling smiled as she looked at the sleeping Guyu Fangzhong. Suddenly, she gasped. What is it? Gulu Ru asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said, I was using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move was activated, Fang Zhang's luck changed again. His original luck was like a hill, lush and squarish, but now it has turned into him. It looks like a pot lid. Gulu Ru was very perplexed. What premonition is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was troubled too. In the short term, I cannot understand it. 2 months later, a certain news made Fang Yuan's main body stop his cultivation. I finally found out the location of Dragon Palace. Good. I have basically learned all the chi path methods there are. I should act in advance and steal this Immortal Gu house in secret before Heavenly Court does.